Why have I not aged after 10,000 years? Wang Che murmured to himself, his expression filled with perplexity. He had traversed into this world a millennium ago, awakening in a grand hall, later discovering that was one of the 11 eternally feared forbidden zones, the ancient Immortal Hall. The hall was inscribed with endless killing formations, so formidable that even emperors dared not enter. Yet, he moved freely within it, able to manipulate the lethal arrays. Over the span of 10 millennia, he had cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm through the scriptures within the ancient Immortal Hall. Although labeled quasi, in an era devoid of emperors, he stood as one of the mightiest beings in existence. He had once contemplated attaining the status of an emperor, but fate had not permitted it, compelling him to abandon that ambition and instead seek longevity through elixirs. Typically, a quasi-emperor's lifespan is only 9,000 years, while emperors last but a mere 10. Yet, after this extensive passage of time, Wang Che sensed his vitality still surged with vigor, seemingly boundless. What on earth is happening? Wang Che pondered, realizing that the body he had acquired during his crossing might conceal some secrets. Upon closer examination, he found no other anomalies apart from his overwhelming vitality. Could it be that I am an immortal? The notion took root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. If this were true, in some respects, he surpassed emperors, though his combat prowess fell short. However, with the ancient Immortal Hall at his disposal, even an emperor would find it challenging to contend with him. How tedious. Wang Che sighed, feeling a sense of purposelessness now that death was no longer a concern. At that moment, his gaze shifted forward, where he witnessed a rather entertaining scene. Someone seemed intent on seizing the ancient Immortal Hall. It appears that after a prolonged period of inactivity, some have forgotten this is an eternal forbidden zone. Miles away from the ancient Immortal Hall, a resolute young man was desperately fleeing, pursued by colossal hands of terrifying might that struck the very fabric of the universe. If not for the tattered map of the Tao above him, he would have perished long ago. Yet, even with the map absorbing over 70% of the assaults, his situation was dire. Yin Yang Saint Lord, should I survive, I shall surely slay you, Linny declared with determination, though a sense of helplessness gnawed at him. Nevertheless, he held no regrets if given another chance. He would still confront the arrogant and tyrannical Yin Yang Saint's son. Yet, he was baffled as to why the Yin Yang Saint Lord, intent on his demise, seemed to be steering him toward a specific direction, as if compelling him towards something ahead. As the Yin Yang Saint Lord hunted Lin, many onlookers followed the chase with expressions of anger, wishing to assist Lin Yi. Yet, the Yin Yang Saint Lord was an ancient sage, more powerful than even saints, his overwhelming presence instilling despair. Suddenly, a colossal hall loomed into view. Its surface was rusted and it floated amidst the cosmos, seemingly eternal, impervious even to the ravages of time. The ancient Immortal Hall of the 11 eternal forbidden zones, the onlookers gasped in terror. If anything in this world surpassed the longevity of emperors, it was this zone crowned with eternity. In tumultuous times, emperors had shed blood within these eternal zones. The origins of each eternal forbidden zone remained untraceable, predating ancient history. They were aware that terrifying entities resided within, and when emperors were absent, darkness would erupt, plunging the world into chaos, a harrowing epic devoid of hope. While the ancient Immortal Hall had never instigated such turmoil, it was deemed the most transcendent of the 11 eternal forbidden zones. It was said that an ancient immortal slumbered within, holding the secrets of immortality. Throughout history, emperors nearing the end of their lives sought to explore the hall, only to return empty-handed. Even some taboo entities and ancient sovereigns aspired to inhabit the hall, yet none succeeded. Lin Yi was acutely aware of the ancient Immortal Hall's formidable reputation. If possible, a semi-saint would prefer to avoid it. However, with the Yin Yang Saint Lord in pursuit, he had no choice. So, you intend to force me to explore the ancient Immortal Hall? Lin Yi's expression darkened, realizing this was tantamount to condemning him to death. Well, it's better than dying at the hands of a loathsome individual like you. If I must take refuge in the ancient Immortal Hall, I shall at least be in the company of immortals. With no options left, Lin, he could only force a bitter smile before resolutely stepping into the ancient Immortal Hall. Upon entry, he felt a weight bearing down on him. The Tao and laws became indistinct, and his semi-saint status faced an unyielding suppression. Inside the hall, an eerie silence enveloped him, punctuated by a chilling aura of malice that sent shivers down his spine. Why is it so terrifying here? Lin, he swallowed hard, the dread surpassing his expectations. He had entered the sanctum of an emperor before, but even the ominous energy emanating from that place paled in comparison to this. Chaotic energy? So much of it? Calming his mind, he noticed a thick, heavy gas flowing from the depths of the hall, pressing down on the void, causing it to warp. The inherent strangeness of this gas threatened to sever his consciousness. Chaotic energy was a prime material for crafting imperial weapons. Many emperors spent their lives in pursuit of it, yet here it abounded. Rather than excitement, Lin, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was said that numerous emperors had ventured into the ancient Immortal Hall, yet none had obtained chaotic energy. What did this signify? It implied that even emperors could gain no advantage here. Historically, every emperor had been a prodigious and unparalleled existence, renowned across the universe, yet none could seize the chaotic energy. In the throes of fear, he noticed a pool of black blood on the floor ahead. The oppressive aura emanating from it made his very soul tremble, as if he could perceive a mighty being capable of supporting the heavens within. Even a mere puddle of blood was beyond the comparison of ancient sages or celestial beings. Despite the passage of countless eons, it retained a unique Tao and law. Blood of an emperor? Lin, he gasped, realization dawning upon him. He had overlooked it, shrouded by the hall's terrifying malice and chaotic energy. The rumors of emperors shedding blood within the eternal forbidden zone were indeed true. This pool of blood served as its most compelling proof. The hall was empty, yet Lin, he dared not move. Suddenly, he sensed the ancient Immortal Hall awaken, an overwhelming pressure enveloping him, and a terrifying light pierced the heavens. Descending upon him it was the gaze of a being. An indescribable presence within the ancient Immortal Hall had stirred and was now fixated upon him. Chapter 2. The might of the ancient Immortal Palace. Silence prevailed. The master of yin and yang, his eyes glimmering with determination, resolved to venture within and investigate. The fate of Lin Yi was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the ancient Immortal Palace seemed to harbor the secret of eternal life, a desire that resonates with all of humanity. With a single step, he traversed the cosmos and found himself within the palace. A plethora of chaotic energy enveloped him. The master's gaze burned with intensity as he disregarded Lin Yi, channeling his mana into a colossal hand that reached for the chaotic essence. Despite the myriad dangers lurking within, as an ancient saint, he believed he could navigate the perils with caution. Foolishness. Lin Yi observed this with silent derision. Just as the mana-infused hand was on the verge of seizing the chaotic energy, the master sensed something amiss, even amidst the treacherous atmosphere of the ancient Immortal Palace. It was unnatural for Lin Yi to remain utterly motionless. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying gaze upon him, one that threatened to expose all his secrets. What kind of gaze could this be? Had an entity within the ancient Immortal Palace awakened? The master of yin and yang felt his soul tremble, his blood nearly congealing. In an instant, he abandoned the chaotic energy and fled at an alarming speed. No longer interested in the chaotic essence, Wang Che wore a bemused smile. Merely a wisp of aura collapsed the void, sending the master of yin and yang into a frenzy of bloodshed as he fled in disarray. How dare he covet my chaotic essence? Wang Che did not relent, releasing another wisp of energy that pierced through the void. As the onlookers outside expressed their concerns for Lin Yi, they witnessed the master of yin and yang emerge from the ancient Immortal Palace, disheveled and panicked, his crown askew, as if fleeing from an unspeakable terror. Then, the palace trembled slightly, as though it had come to life. The ancient Immortal Palace is alive? The crowd instinctively recoiled, fearing the ire of forces best left undisturbed. Grandfather, save me. The master of yin and yang cried, abandoning all semblance of dignity. Boom. A figure appeared before him in an instant, manifesting a yin-yang diagram with their mana to counter the ominous aura. The newcomer, with hair like snow and eyes clouded, emanated an oppressive force that dwarfed the master of yin and yang's presence manifold. The elder saint of the yin-yang holy land? Some faces paled. The elder had surpassed 7,000 years of life, still unyielding, either through the consumption of elixirs of immortality or a breakthrough to the celestial saint realm, the latter being suggested by the decayed aura surrounding him. In an age devoid of emperors, the celestial saint was synonymous with invincibility. What is happening? The elder inquired, having orchestrated this operation, lurking nearby to ensure he could intervene at the first sign of danger. An entity within the depths of the ancient Immortal Palace has fixed its gaze upon me, It must have awakened. Indeed, the presence within the ancient Immortal Palace was still alive. The elder confirmed a troubling hypothesis, his heart ablaze with anticipation. Before this fearsome eternal domain, he felt little trepidation. Boldly proclaiming, "I mean no offense. Today's events are merely an accident. I beseech you to hand over the intruder who has trespassed into the ancient Immortal Palace." Lin Yi seethed with rage, but, under the weight of that dreadful gaze, dared not utter a word. Merely an accident? Wang Che remained skeptical. He had witnessed the master of Yin and Yang drive Lin Yi toward the palace, with the elder lurking in the shadows, clearly seeking to probe for something. Within the ancient Immortal Palace, there were no others but himself. The answer appeared glaringly evident. Am I, a quasi-emperor, merely a subject for you, a celestial saint, to test? Wang Che flicked his finger, unleashing an aura imbued with imperial resonance that reverberated through the cosmos, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. An emperor is termed such because once they tread upon the realm of emperors, all beneath them are naught but ants. Though a quasi-emperor bears the title of quasi, they nonetheless brush against the domain of emperors, capable of contending for the imperial throne in an age where fate converges. This is dire. The elder's previous composure evaporated in an instant, and he exerted all his might to sustain the yin-yang diagram. Yet, before the imperial resonance, his efforts proved futile. With a single strike, the diagram shattered, and the elder was pierced through. The remnants of imperial aura wreaked havoc within him, obliterating his path and law, threatening to precipitate his fall from the celestial saint realm. Fear gripped the onlookers. The master of the ancient Immortal Palace was enraged, and the terror was palpable. Regardless of your celestial prowess, you must pay the price for your transgressions. Ah! The elder screamed in a mixture of astonishment and dread. His remaining years were few, and if he fell from the celestial saint realm, death would inevitably follow. As for the elixir of immortality, such celestial treasures were beyond the reach of even the most unfortunate emperors. How could a mere holy land attain it? Should I fail to surrender that young man, and yet suffer such grievous harm? Do you truly believe the Yin-Yang Holy Land lacks depth? The elder gestured, summoning a radiant object from the Holy Land that traversed the vast emptiness to materialize before him. It was a brush, its barrel etched with intricate symbols that threatened to obliterate one's very soul upon mere glance. An imperial weapon. Many gasped. The Yin-Yang Holy Land had once produced an emperor, belonging to the imperial lineage. It was astonishing that the elder could summon an imperial weapon. For cultivators beneath the emperor rank, forcibly wielding an imperial weapon exacts a tremendous toll. The elder, already nearing the end of his days, risked further depletion of his vitality. Is it worth it? For a mere breath? For a single youth? Or is there something deeper at play? Since ancient times, tales have circulated that the ancient Immortal Palace harbors secrets of eternal life. With his lifespan waning, one could understand the elder's motivation. However, as a celestial saint, even with an imperial weapon, he would be insufficient in the face of an eternal domain, if not for some mental deficiency compelling him towards self-destruction. Someone must be orchestrating events from behind the scenes. In an era devoid of emperors and with quasi-emperors scarce, who could command a celestial saint? Eyes shifted toward the other forbidden zones, speculation rife. Desperation? A do-or-die gamble? Or perhaps some restless souls were fixating on the nebulous rumors of eternal life. Eternal life? What is that? How could he remain oblivious? In that moment, Wang Che felt an overwhelming tide of malice directed at him. Do they truly think I lack resolve? The ancient Immortal Palace quaked as an overwhelming divine might surged forth, sweeping across the stars, collapsing vast expanses of void, and reverberating through the heavens. Before this divine might, even the imperial weapons that had once represented invincibility appeared as mere sparks in the night. Countless formidable entities were startled awake by this aura, casting their gazes toward the source. A celestial saint, bolstered by an imperial weapon, dared to challenge the eternal domain, as if it were but a jest. The elder, the very subject of this upheaval, could only curse under his breath. Damn it, this was reckless. Chapter 3. The eternal celestial disk. The yin-yang pen trembled incessantly, ultimately breaking free from the control of the ancient sovereign, vanishing into the void. This was an unforeseen development for the ancient sovereign. The imperial weapon had fled. Stripped of the imperial armament, both the ancient sovereign and the yin-yang sovereign found themselves immobilized by the divine might emanating from the ancient Immortal Palace, their bodies creaking, skin flushed crimson, blood droplets oozing forth, on the verge of being crushed into a mere puddle of flesh. Will you not make your move? The ancient sovereign bellowed. Deep within the cosmos, an aurora materialized, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Amidst this ethereal glow, a colossal object resembling a spinning disk slowly rotated. The eternal celestial disk, one of the 11 great forbidden zones. According to ancient legends, the eternal celestial disk was among the first few forbidden zones to manifest. Its name derived from its everlasting nature. However, the eternal celestial disk was not as transcendent as the ancient Immortal Palace. It had instigated several dark upheavals in the past, and even during the era of the emperors, it struggled to safeguard the entire realm. Thus, the eternal celestial disk exuded an aura of formidable power. Upon witnessing the emergence of the eternal celestial disk, all those present were filled with trepidation. Was another dark upheaval about to commence, to reap the lives of countless beings? Fortunately, such an event did not unfold. It seemed to have arrived solely for the ancient Immortal Palace. A beam of light radiated from the eternal celestial disk, spanning across the starry domain, delivering three unassailable entities to the threshold of the ancient Immortal Palace. The faces of these three individuals were veiled in an ethereal glow, rendering their true identities obscured. Although they emanated a decayed aura, each possessed strength surpassing that of the ancient sovereign. At the very least, they were three quasi-emperors. The trio surveyed the ancient Immortal Palace, confirming that this was not an autonomous action of the palace, but rather that some remnant of an ancient immortal within had awakened. The remnant's condition was dire, reliant on the ancient Immortal Palace to suppress a celestial being. After a moment, the central figure spoke slowly. Fellow Taoist, your condition appears precarious. Lift the restrictions of the ancient Immortal Palace and allow us to investigate. Perhaps we can offer a solution to your afflictions. Indeed, there were others orchestrating this event from behind the scenes. Wang Chei's expression remained inscrutable. Lift the restrictions? Permit them entry? Impossible. If they were allowed inside, it was likely that their first course of action would be to scrutinize him. Since you offer no reply, we shall presume your consent, one of the three said, exchanging glances with the others. Ignoring the subdued ancient sovereign and the Yin-Yang sovereign, they advanced towards the ancient Immortal Palace, intent on entering. To not respond is to consent? How brazen. Wang Chei flicked his fingers, sending dozens of seals merging into the grand hall. The ancient Immortal Palace activated, countless runes soaring into the sky, forming a lethal formation that enveloped the trio. Do you wish to prevent our entrance? Then we shall dare to breach it, they declared. Each of the three was a quasi-emperor, capable of instigating upheaval in the cosmos with a mere gesture. As they brandished their weapons, the pressure they unleashed sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Yet, even in their combined might, they could not withstand the formation's force. This was a lethal array that even the emperors dared not underestimate, let alone three quasi-emperors whose vitality was far diminished. Were it not for the eternal light from the eternal celestial disk piercing through the formation, they might have perished there. How terrifying. The trio was struck with horror. Yet with the eternal celestial disk as their support, their expression softened as they drew closer to the ancient Immortal Palace. The eternal light illuminated the palace, seemingly clearing the path for their approach. Wang Chei snorted coldly. Though both were forbidden zones, the ancient Immortal Palace was no lesser than the eternal celestial disk. With another volley of seals, the palace activated further, emanating a hazy celestial glow that repelled the eternal light. You have awakened yet continue to rely on the ancient Immortal Palace for protection, fellow Taoist. Your condition is indeed poor. The trio further affirmed the remnant's state. Throughout history, the ancient Immortal Palace had never instigated a dark upheaval, never needing to harvest the life force of beings, yet it persisted until now. Truly, the legends of immortality were not mere fabrications. Moreover, the remnant's weakened state signified an opportunity for them to act. In truth, this endeavor was not solely their decision, but rather a consensus among all within the eternal celestial disk, hence the assistance of the eternal light. Having confirmed the remnant's status, they signaled. Suddenly, 10 chains shot forth from the eternal celestial disk, forged from eternal celestial gold and tempered with eternal light, their hardness rivaling that of imperial artifacts. The chains soared from the distant horizon, binding the entire ancient Immortal Palace and pulling it towards the direction of the eternal celestial disk. Many were struck with dread. Were the two eternal forbidden zones about to merge in this manner? The entire forbidden zone was turning against him? Wang Chei's countenance turned frigid as he strained to unleash the power of the ancient Immortal Palace. However, he was merely a quasi-emperor, and as a lone individual. Even with the palace's might, he found it difficult to sever the chains and was dragged along. From within the reincarnation celestial disk, dozens of figures emerged. Once, they had been instigators of dark upheavals, and now sought to explore the ancient Immortal Palace, hoping to unveil the secret of immortality. Yet, even if Wang Chei could not fully unleash the palace's power, he could easily fend off these intruders at the threshold. Still not enough? One voice lamented. Then we shall endure. Sooner or later, we shall exhaust him. Others were resolute, driven solely by the pursuit of immortality. Unable to breach the ancient Immortal Palace, they once again sealed themselves away, descending into slumber. Wang Chei couldn't help but smile at this proclamation. Endure? Who fears whom? However, what vexed him was that the eternal celestial disk had indeed ensnared the ancient Immortal Palace, preventing him from sailing freely through the cosmos. Initially, he had desired to remain idle, but now they had compelled his hand. Previously, he had been concerned about the limitations of his lifespan, and many ambitions had remained unfulfilled. But now, with the prospect of immortality, he could revive those forsaken aspirations, such as the path to becoming an emperor. The path to becoming an emperor required traversing the imperial road, undergoing celestial tribulations, and potentially facing formidable foes. The entire process was fraught with peril. Thus, before pursuing the path to emperorhood, Wang Che intended to forge the strongest foundation, acquiring emperor-level combat prowess to ensure 100% success in becoming an emperor. How to forge the strongest foundation? Naturally, it began with the physical body, divine spirit, magical power, Tao heart, offensive capabilities, defensive strength, speed, explosive force, and recovery. Addressing 9 facets. Achieving invincibility in each would establish the strongest foundation. To accomplish this, appropriate Tao methods were indispensable, some of which could be referenced from the techniques employed by emperors who had previously attained invincibility. Yet, one could not merely copy, as the saying goes. Those who resemble me shall live. Those who imitate me shall perish. To become an emperor, one must carve out their own path. What, then, is my path? Wang Che pondered, realizing that to achieve invincibility across multiple realms, it seemed he must integrate various Tao methods, embarking on the journey of myriad paths converging into one. This route was exceedingly arduous. Even with the promise of immortality, its realization would demand considerable time. Unless, of course, he divided it into several parts, with each part allowing for mutual validation. The more individuals validating, the swifter the progress. He could reference the methods of emperors while infusing his own insights, ultimately crafting an emperor who traversed this path, culminating in a synthesis of the 3, complementing strengths and weaknesses, achieving a complete road. As for whom to assist in becoming an emperor, Wang Che's gaze shifted towards Lin Yi within the Grand Hall. Chapter 4. The transmission of Tao through the ancient Immortal Hall. Wang Che came to understand Lin Yi's past. He was dignified, resolute, and possessed exceptional talent. Most importantly, he valued loyalty and gratitude. Wang Che nodded, recognizing Lin Yi as a worthy candidate for becoming an emperor. He intended to impart the Tao to Lin Yi, though whether Lin Yi could ultimately attain the throne of the emperor would depend on his own fortuity. Would you like to engage in a transaction with me? His voice echoed from the depths of the ancient Immortal Hall. Lin Yi was on edge, unable to see the situation outside. But the overwhelming pressure and fierce killing intent emanating from the hall nearly caused him to faint. After a while, the atmosphere finally settled, as if the dust had settled. Yet, Lin Yi felt even more anxious, uncertain of how the being within the hall would treat him. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the depths of the ancient Immortal Hall, reminiscent of an ancient deity inquiring, "Would you like to engage in a transaction with me?" What transaction? Lin Yi's heart raced. Trading with such an inscrutable entity was fraught with uncertainty. "I shall grant you the Tao and precious elixirs, with the condition that if you achieve the status of emperor in the future, you leave a portion of your Tao within the ancient Immortal Hall," Wang Che stated. Following his prior contemplation, Lin Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the so-called transaction would be thus. The terms were lenient, nearly equivalent to none, as no one could ascertain the attainment of the Tao. Even if one became an emperor and shared their Tao, the loss would be minimal. Without this condition, they would likely pass their Tao to future generations anyway. In essence, it was a gift freely given. As for whether the other party would deceive him, Lin Yi believed not. The being's transcendent status would render it unnecessary to deceive a mere half-saint, just as cultivators disdain deceiving ordinary people, for the disparity in power was simply too great. "I agree to this transaction. Is an oath required?" Lin Yi inquired. "No need." Wang Che shook his head. How could an oath restrain an emperor? If Lin Yi were unable to become an emperor, the validity of the oath would be inconsequential. However, to Lin Yi, this response conveyed an unparalleled confidence and power. Even if he were to become an emperor one day and failed to uphold the oath, the other party would possess means to compel him to fulfill it. What kind of existence could force an emperor to uphold an oath? Could it truly be a remnant immortal? The more he speculated, the more reverence he felt. He sensed that this transaction might be the most pivotal turning point in his life. "I wonder what method you plan to impart to me." Judging from the brief exchange and the ancient Immortal Hall's lack of dark turmoil, Lin Yi believed that the existence within was not a malevolent being, deserving of respect. "I observe that you have practiced body refinement techniques, and your physical aptitude is commendable. I shall impart to you the great scriptures of body refinement, providing you with the opportunity to attain enlightenment through your physical form in the future." Wang Che discerned Lin Yi's strengths at a glance, and thus distilled the emperor-level Tao and the original Tao from the ancient Immortal Hall into a scripture that would lead directly to the threshold of emperorhood. The reason it was termed threshold rather than emperor was that each emperor needed to forge their unique Tao. He also required Lin Yi to carve out a distinct path. Only then could their paths mutually validate each other. "Open your mind," Wang Che instructed, pointing a finger that sent a beam of light to Lin Yi's forehead. Lin Yi felt a slight pain at his brow, and a scripture emerged in his mind. Just a fleeting glance revealed a resplendent aura and the profound truths of the universe. Some of its more obscure and profound aspects even surpassed the emperor-level Taos he had previously encountered. This scripture has been extracted from the scriptures of the emperors, and some of the Tao within it originates from the great Emperor Hantian and the Azure Dragon Emperor. "Do not tarnish this scripture." Wang Che spoke of these two emperors, renowned for their exceptional physical prowess among all emperors, particularly the great Emperor Han Tian, who had once withstood the emperor's weapon in the Threshold realm. Upon achieving emperorhood, he ventured into forbidden zones and vanquished 2 dark sovereigns, representing the pinnacle among ordinary emperors, just a step away from the super emperor level. Lin Yi's heart trembled. He had heard of these 2 emperors, but due to the passage of time, their traces in the present world were scarce, let alone their imperial lineage. Yet, the being in the ancient Immortal Hall had casually produced the scriptures left by these 2 emperors, which was astonishing. While I have provided the Tao, this alone will not suffice to distinguish you from other prodigies vying for the emperor's fruit. Here, I bestow upon you the dragon blood fruit and the sacred spring water, which are infused with the essence of the universe, to aid you in accelerating your physical cultivation. Wang Che presented 2 more items, treasures even for saints, but to him, they were merely trifles, a drop in the bucket compared to his millennium-long collection and the treasures of the ancient Immortal Hall. Thank you, esteemed elder. Lin Yi accepted the 2 items, overwhelmed by the elder's generosity. Now, send me the Tao map you possess, Wang Che commanded. The Tao map? Without hesitation, Lin Yi produced it. Though it was the most precious item he owned, a fragment of an emperor's weapon, he believed that someone of the ancient Immortal Hall's stature would not covet it, thus handing it over without hesitation. Wang Che beckoned, drawing the Tao map into his grasp. He then took some treasures, repaired the Tao map, and infused a small portion of chaotic energy into it before returning it to Lin Yi. I have restored 70% of this Tao map. Though its power is less than that of a complete emperor's weapon, once you reach the Saint Realm, you will be able to activate it without consuming your life essence. I've infused a small portion of chaotic energy, should you attain emperorhood in the future. You can use this chaotic energy to forge an emperor's weapon. Though chaotic energy is precious, as long as the ancient Immortal Hall exists, it remains a renewable resource. Lin Yi was rendered speechless by gratitude. No one had ever shown him such generosity since he began his cultivation. Although this was merely a transaction, it left an indelible mark on his heart. Lastly, I shall gift you a forbidden artifact. This artifact can only be used once, yet it will safeguard your life. Wang Che presented Lin Yi with a small trinket he had previously crafted, viewing it as an investment worth refining further. Should Lin Yi truly attain emperorhood in the future, this would pale in comparison to the methods of an emperor. Moreover, by treating Lin Yi with such kindness today, he would surely harbor gratitude and might repay it in the future. Even if nothing came of it, Wang Che would incur no loss. Alright, it is time for you to leave. Whether you can attain emperorhood in the future will depend on your own fortuity. Before Lin Yi could express his gratitude, Wang Che used the ancient Immortal Hall to transport him away, simultaneously eliminating the Yin-Yang Saint Lord and the Old Saint Lord who were imprisoned outside, thereby ridding Lin Yi of 2 formidable foes. Do not disappoint my expectations, Wang Che sighed softly, returning to his study of the Tao of the physical form. Chapter 5. Striking the Immortal Ridge. 3 millennia have swiftly passed. While the world outside has undergone significant changes, time holds little meaning for Wang Che. Over these 3,000 years, he has amalgamated all the physical scriptures he has acquired, creating the 9 transformations golden body. As he introspects, with each transformation completed, his physical form becomes increasingly flawless. Upon the completion of all 9 transformations, his physical strength will ascend to a formidable level. The decree of destiny is on the verge of manifestation, and he wonders how that young lad from the past is faring. Wang Che and Appo's eyes, profound as the starry sky, remained fixed in meditation within the ancient Immortal Palace, surveying the vast cosmos. 3,000 years prior, Lin Yi was transported from the ancient palace and chose a secluded place to enter a state of seclusion, contemplating the scriptures that resonated within his mind. This period of contemplation lasted a century, and upon emerging, he had ascended to the realm of the sage. He reunited with old friends and learned of the events that transpired outside the ancient palace, a war between the ancient palace and the eternal heavenly disk. Ultimately, while the ancient palace managed to repel 3 ancient entities, it was still forcibly bound by chains forged from eternal celestial gold, unable to escape into the cosmic expanse. Lin Yi felt a mixture of nostalgia and guilt. Although the events were not directly his doing, they were ultimately triggered by him, leading to the ancient palace's entrapment. However, the palace's master did not hold him accountable for long, and instead bestowed various benefits upon him, further igniting his desire to assist the palace master in the future. Strength is paramount for all endeavors. Lin Yi began to clash with various prodigies, including the sons of various holy grounds and heirs of imperial lineages, alongside exceptionally gifted individuals. None could match his formidable physical prowess. He became acutely aware of the value of the scriptures he possessed. Consuming the dragon scale fruit and drinking from the sacred spring allowed him to achieve the ancient saint domain. Upon reflecting, he realized he had distanced himself from his contemporaries. Former rivals could now only gaze at his receding figure. He traversed the Yin-Yang Holy Land, contending against the body of dominance, the King of Men, and the Holy Emperor body, deepening his understanding of the path of physicality, ultimately breaking through to the heavenly saint realm. In an era devoid of emperors and quasi-emperors, The heavenly saint stands as the pinnacle of existence. Yet, Lin Yi still faced adversaries. The vast universe is immeasurable. Even the mighty Emperor Qiong did not dare claim complete understanding of it. Within this boundless cosmos, the traditions and prodigies are abundant. Lin Yi embarked on further conquests, encountering near-fatal crises, from which he escaped thanks to the forbidden artifact gifted by Wang Che. As 3,000 years elapsed, Lin Yi broke through to the quasi-emperor level, awaiting the convergence of destiny to contend for the title of emperor. Approximately 100 years remained. At the quasi-emperor level, Lin Yi could sense the profound changes in the universe. With another century, destiny would fully coalesce, marking the moment for him to embark on the emperor's path. 100 years swiftly passed, revealing the path to emperorship. All who aspired to compete for the title entered this realm. It would prove to be the most brutal moment of the era, devoid of morality, solely a contest of the grand path. In any given age, only one could ascend to the emperor's throne. Once an emperor arose, the heavens would manifest myriad shackles, rendering it impossible for others, no matter how extraordinary, to become emperors. They could only seek alternative paths, which would be far more arduous. An emperor possesses a lifespan of 10,000 years, and upon its conclusion, they may consume an elixir of longevity to live anew. After death, their decree of destiny vanishes, requiring a minimum of 10,000 years to reconvene. Thus, coexisting with an emperor in one's era often results in a lifetime of unfulfilled aspirations, leading to a regrettable demise. To prevent such tragedies, prodigies would rather perish on the path to emperorship. Lin Yi was regarded as the most promising candidate of his time to achieve the emperor and Appo's title. However, three formidable rivals emerged. One was the heir of the radiant emperor lineage, wielding the laws of brilliance, effortlessly overpowering all. Another was the flying immortal body, possessing a constitution inherently aligned with the Tao and law, reputed as one of the most favorable for overcoming the tribulations of becoming an emperor. The last was a mysterious individual seemingly from the eternal forbidden zone, adept at esoteric soul attacks, specializing in spiritual warfare, Lin Yi's most detested and troublesome opponent. Though his physical form was robust, it could not safeguard his soul. I must devise a method to protect the soul through the physical body. Building upon the foundation of the indestructible body, Lin Yi engaged in battle while simultaneously putting his theories into practice. Another century passed. After numerous skirmishes, Lin Yi's vitality, spirit, and conviction reached their zenith, and the decree of destiny fully converged, permitting individuals to attain the title of emperor. No longer hesitating, he embarked on the final segment of the emperor's path, making a decisive leap that summoned the emperor's tribulation. An endless, ominous storm cloud loomed over the starry sky, and flashes of lightning illuminated the darkness, emitting a terrifying aura that swept through the boundless universe. All beings sensed the impending tribulation. Someone was about to face the emperor's trial. Should he succeed, he would attain the status of emperor, becoming the unrivaled figure of his era, with all others merely serving as backdrop. The flying immortal body, the radiant emperor's heir, and the enigmatic youth from the immortal ridge, though not yet at the peak of their conviction, were unwilling to be mere accompaniments, ascending into the starry sky to summon their own tribulations. For individuals faced their trials simultaneously, the swiftest would survive the tribulation and ascend as emperor. Terrifying bolts of lightning illuminated the heavens, carrying the essence of annihilation, cascading from the firmament in an endless torrent. Open for me. Lin Yi, fueled by an invincible conviction, feared nothing. His hair danced wildly as he struck forth. Even the tribulation lightning could not withstand his force. He leapt into the storm clouds, seeking to temper his body through the tribulation and forge an unparalleled physique. The world was astounded. They did not anticipate Lin Yi's audacity, as he seemed poised to endure all the lightning strikes in one breath. The radiant emperor's heir, ultimately lacking in depth, was struck by the tribulation, spitting blood and forced to withdraw prematurely. The flying immortal body looked on in admiration. Although his constitution was suitable for withstanding the lightning, he dared not emulate Lin Yi's recklessness. The mysterious youth from the immortal ridge, his gaze icy, recognized that he lagged behind Lin Yi in speed. If this continued, Lin Yi appeared most likely to ascend as emperor, a result he could not accept. Crushing his token, an invisible wave permeated the void. Soon after, a radiant light erupted in the universe, resembling an immortal among mortals, yet it was no true celestial being, but a deceased immortal. The specter of the departed immortal bore great terror, as boundless darkness eclipsed the celestial light. Within that darkness, a colossal hand emerged, rendering the sun and moon dim, eclipsing all radiance. From the eternal forbidden zone, many were incensed. The taboo existence within the immortal ridge aimed to intervene in Lin Yi's ascension. Should this youth succeed, it would undoubtedly favor the eternal forbidden zone, plunging the subsequent era into profound darkness. Some sought to impede this, only to find themselves suppressed by the colossal hand, unable to stir even slightly. Lin Yi could only watch helplessly as the hand descended. His audacious plan to endure all lightning strikes simultaneously was already perilous. Against this strike, he had no remaining strength. At that moment, a great formation materialized, spanning the cosmos and rotating like a grinding wheel, obliterating the massive hand. An ancient rhythm of the Tao unfurled as the ancient palace, dragging 10 stout chains, descended upon the heavens, confronting the immortal ridge across the void. Chapter 6. The law of integration. The remnants of the ancient immortal palace stood in astonishment. Who could have anticipated that, at such a critical juncture, an eternal forbidden zone would emerge to assist Lin Yi? Initially, it was believed that the ancient immortal palace, while not actively instigating the dark upheaval, maintained a neutral stance. However, this perspective was evidently misguided. Others, invigorated by the presence of the remnants of the ancient immortal palace, felt reassured that Lin Yi's position was secure. Wang Che would not permit the eternal forbidden zone to interfere with Lin Yi at this moment, as Lin Yi's fate was intrinsically linked to his own path and principles. Moreover, he harbored disdain for the dark upheaval initiated by the eternal forbidden zone. Do you seek to obstruct me? A voice resonated from the immortal tomb after a moment of silence. Wang Che offered no response. The ancient immortal palace, suspended high above, conveyed his stance. Regardless of whether one was a remnant immortal or something else, those whom he intended to act against today would find no protection. The darkness within the immortal tomb thickened, and an ethereal materialized, growing larger until it seemed to trample an entire star domain beneath its feet. The sight was profoundly terrifying. Even more shocking was when the colossal casually plucked a star from the heavens and hurled it downwards. The Star Picker Emperor. Some recognized the identity of the figure within the immortal tomb through his and attack methods. The once great Star Picker Emperor had risen amidst chaos, achieving imperial status and protecting myriad beings for a time. Yet, in a twist of fate, he ultimately severed himself, becoming a dark sovereign in league with Shadow. This brutal truth struck a devastating blow to those who had once revered the Star Picker Emperor. Naturally, they were increasingly concerned about their safety. Should the remnants of the ancient immortal palace fail to intervene, they would likely perish in the ensuing chaos of falling stars. Wang Che, too, recognized the identity of the Star Picker Emperor. Faced with such an earth-shattering assault, he merely flicked his fingers, activating the ancient immortal palace. Countless runes materialized, coalescing into a lotus flower as grand as a star. The lotus gradually unfurled, radiating an apocalyptic brilliance that formed pillars of light, disintegrating the stars silently while illuminating the colossal. One of the massive's arms dissolved within the radiance. The Star Picker Emperor fell into silence once more, gazing through the distant cosmos at the ancient immortal palace, seemingly assessing Wang Che's condition, yet perceiving only chaos. Moments later, the colossal dissipated, and darkness reclaimed the immortal tomb. All fell silent. The remnants of the ancient immortal palace were terrifying. Even while being dragged by the eternal celestial disk, they could repel a former emperor. Countless onlookers marveled, their gazes toward the ancient immortal palace now filled with reverence. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the world, and with a resounding explosion, the thunderclouds began to disperse as a pitch-black figure descended from the storm. The crowd's attention was riveted, eager to see whether Lin Yi had successfully attained enlightenment. As he neared the ground, the charred remnants of his being faded away, and he soared skyward. Above the heavens, a sphere of pure, immaculate light emerged, merging with Lin Yi's body. His aura surged, ascending to new heights as his life essence transcended, emanating an unparalleled divine might that resonated across the realms. At that moment, Lin Yi became an emperor. His path and principles intertwined with the universe, and the shackles of myriad laws manifested, forbidding anyone from attaining enlightenment. My anticipation has not been in vain. Wang Che, akin to a proud father, wore a satisfied smile. Recognizing that Lin Yi had forged a new path from the original doctrines, one distinct from his own, he eagerly awaited the moment when he could grasp Lin Yi's imperial principles. Within the ancient immortal palace, Wang Che's skin radiated with light as he tirelessly cleansed his physical form of impurities through his magical prowess. Simultaneously, he sought inner enlightenment, exploring the mysteries of the human body. The body was a natural treasure, with each organ possessing unique abilities. For instance, the heart could propel the circulation of vital energy while clarifying the mind. The liver harmonized the body's yin and yang, and the kidneys stored essence vital for life. The 5 organs were also connected to the 5 elements. The heart belonged to fire, the lungs to metal, the liver to wood, the kidneys to water, and the spleen to earth, which in turn related to the laws of the 5 elements. In his explorations, Wang Che discovered profound insights into the laws of the 5 elements, the foundational laws, and the laws of power. It is crucial to understand that an emperor achieves their status through a profound comprehension of one or more laws, intertwining them to forge a unique path that allows them to navigate the tribulations of heaven and unify principles across the cosmos. Now, Wang Che had mastered these 3 laws. If he so desired, he could amalgamate them into a singular, unique path, thereby achieving an alternative form of enlightenment. However, his ambitions were substantial. He had only attained accomplishments in his physical form, which had yet to reach its optimal state, and thus he would not hastily merge these three laws. He required a deeper understanding of these laws to bolster his physical prowess to the level of an emperor, allowing him to withstand the might of an emperor's weapon. In doing so, when the ultimate leap arrived, the strength of his physical form would reach an unfathomable level. Amidst his musings, Wang Che contemplated his own path, recognizing that it necessitated elevating the physical form, the spirit, and the 9 realms to their utmost limits, with each realm involving different laws. Ultimately, the fusion of all laws would forge a distinctive path. It was evident that the final step would prove exceedingly arduous. Given this, he pondered whether he should advance simultaneously, enhancing his physical strength while delving into the law of integration, relying on this law to consolidate all powers into one, thereby traversing an invincible path. In truth, other aspiring emperors had contemplated similar ideas, for this path was extraordinarily defiant. Yet, they dedicated their lives to grasping the law of integration, but never reached a level where multiple laws could coexist within them. As the law of integration was exceptionally challenging to comprehend, ranking among the top 10 in difficulty, even the most exceptional prodigies could not achieve this, as they were constrained by the limitations of their lifespans. However, for Wang Che, such concerns were unfounded. He resolved to simultaneously seek inner strength while contemplating the law of integration. With a singular focus, he immersed himself in profound understanding. Unbeknownst to him, 15,000 years passed. Upon awakening, Wang Che found that his 9 turns golden body had reached perfection. Each strand of his hair glimmered, his skin shimmered like jade, and with every breath, he radiated a myriad of colors, akin to a deity descending upon the world. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was unparalleled. Wang Che could not ascertain the full extent of his current physical strength, but he surmised that he could withstand the might of an aspiring emperor and Apos' weapon. After all, he was not yet an emperor, and achieving such accomplishments was already remarkable. More importantly, he had also gained significant insights into the law of integration, allowing him to initially merge some other laws and take the first step on the path of unification. The fundamental distinction between him and other emperors lay in his foundation upon the law of integration. Each law he integrated would markedly enhance his strength, and the elevation of the law of integration would concurrently elevate the other laws. Conversely, other emperors relied directly on the fusion of multiple laws. To progress, they needed to elevate all laws collectively or comprehend a new law to incorporate into their paths. The superiority of these two paths was readily discernible. Finally, he had taken his first step. Lin Yi should not have perished yet. Chapter 7. The Emperor's Visit as the Reigning Emperor of the Era. Lin Yi and Apos' every action garnered immense attention. On this particular day, amidst the gazes of many, he stepped into the eternal heavenly plate, igniting a cataclysmic battle. Though aged, Lin Yi and Apos' imperial might remained undiminished. The conflict commenced swiftly and concluded just as rapidly. The eternal heavenly plate cloaked the battle from divine perception and sight, leaving the onlookers oblivious to the specifics of the clash, yet they beheld Lin Yi emerging with 3 corpses in tow. The lingering aura of these bodies indicated that they were at least 3 quasi-emperors. Subsequently, Lin Yi made his way to the ancient Immortal Hall, suspended above the eternal heavenly plate. Was the Emperor of Heaven preparing to engage in a relentless assault on a second eternal forbidden zone? After 15 millennia, the once long-lived beings had faded into the annals of time, and few were aware that Wang Che had aided Lin Yi during his tribulation to become an emperor. Consequently, they mistakenly assumed Lin Yi aimed to invade the ancient Immortal Hall. Moments later, their astonishment nearly rendered them speechless. Lin Yi paused at the entrance of the ancient Immortal Hall, clasped his hands respectfully, and addressed, "Senior, I come bearing the corpses of 3 quasi-emperors who once sought to breach the ancient Immortal Hall, in accordance with our agreement." The multitude across the realms was left dumbfounded. What manner of being resided within the ancient Immortal Hall that could compel an emperor to pay a visit? Such an occurrence was likely unprecedented throughout history. "Come in, if you wish." Wang Che recognized the 3 individuals Lin Yi had slain as the same quasi-emperors who had previously tested the waters on behalf of the eternal heavenly plate. With a wave of his hand, the grand doors of the ancient Immortal Hall swung open, inviting Lin Yi inside. As Lin Yi stepped into the hall, returning after all this time evoked a unique sentiment within him. He had anticipated that achieving the status of emperor would grant him dominion over the world. Yet he still sensed a subtle peril within these walls. Gazing deeper into the hall, he was met with a profound chaos. Even this contemporary emperor found himself unable to decipher the mysteries held within. His demeanor shifted to one of heightened reverence as he greeted, "Senior, it has been 15,000 years. How have you fared?" "I am well, but it seems your situation is rather dire." Wang Che observed the decay emanating from Lin Yi. With careful calculation, he realized Lin Yi had surpassed 18,000 years of age, a considerable lifespan among those emperors who had consumed longevity elixirs. He felt a twinge of melancholy. While the emperor had aged, he himself remained vibrant, untouched by the passage of time. He could endure for another 500 years at most. Lin Yi and Apos' S. Emotions were complex. Over these 18 millennia, he had bid farewell to all his loved ones. And even he was nearing decay. What did it matter to be invincible in this world when one could not escape the relentless blade of time? Senior, this is what I promised you. He presented a scripture, offering it to the depths of the ancient immortal hall. The moving heaven scripture. Wang Che's gaze skimmed the 3 prominent characters atop the scripture, then delved into its contents, which primarily focused on harnessing external forces to temper the physical body, rejuvenating it, and significantly enhancing its strength. This path stood in stark contrast to his own inward pursuit. They could complement each other. Lin Yi further elucidated that among all external tempering methods, the efficacy of thunder was unparalleled. During his tribulation, his physical strength had ascended a tier, and upon attaining the status of emperor, it surged again. He also revealed that within the lost wilderness of the eternal forbidden zone existed a unique creature known as the wild beast, inherently bearing scriptures related to body tempering. Albeit fragmented, he surmised that a particularly formidable wild beast lurked there, and if slain, it would yield a complete scripture. Yet, he had never encountered this creature. Suspecting it was evading him, the two conversed further, and before departing, Lin Yi declared, "I intend to launch a full-scale assault on the eternal heavenly plate in 100 years. I hope you will bear witness." Wang Che acquiesced, conjecturing that Lin Yi sought to contribute to the world one last time before his demise, a desire shared by many emperors. They scorned alliances with darkness, striving to confront some of its forces before their end. After Lin Yi's departure, Wang Che meticulously examined the moving heaven scripture, uncovering its relation to 3 distinct laws: the law of strength, the law of life, and the law of the soul. The distinction between laws and scriptures lies in the former's inherent existence within the cosmos, imperceptible yet undeniably real, while scriptures serve to document fragments of these laws, detailing their functions and applications. For instance, the law of strength Wang Che had previously discerned pertained to fortifying the physique, whereas the moving heaven scripture emphasized its application in combat. During this period, Wang Che had employed various external forces to refine his body. But aside from the purifying flames which yielded modest improvement, the effects of the others proved negligible. Only thunder remained, noted as the most effective external force within the moving heaven scripture. The most potent thunder stemmed from the emperor's tribulation. However, Wang Che was not yet inclined to become an emperor and thus refrained from utilizing such means. Apart from the tribulation, the thunder at the punishment peak was the most ferocious. If the eternal forbidden zone was a realm devoid of life, the punishment peak represented the ultimate life exclusion zone, where even emperors and supremes dared not tread lightly, for apart from thunder, there existed nothing, rendering it unsuitable for self-sealing. Lost in his thoughts, Wang Che utilized the ancient immortal hall to teleport miles away, making his way to the punishment peak. As a quasi-emperor, no reckless beings dared to provoke him along the journey. Upon reaching the punishment peak, he was greeted by an endless cascade of thunder descending from the heavens. A terrifying spectacle akin to world annihilation, this was a veritable realm of thunder. Wang Che stepped into this tempest, and even with his current physique, he winced under the strikes. He sought a location where the thunder was less violent and sat cross-legged, relinquishing all defenses to draw a bolt of heavenly thunder into his being. In an instant, his body was ravaged, the thunder morphing into arcs that coursed through his flesh, annihilating everything in their path. Yet, as he activated the moving heaven scripture, a surge of vibrant life permeated the areas damaged by the thunder, allowing flesh to regenerate, emerging even stronger than before. This cycle of destruction and rebirth continued for 20 years until the thunder in this region could no longer harm him. He then relocated to an area where the thunder was even more tumultuous. For a century, Wang Che incessantly shifted positions, continuously refining his body. At last, even the most ferocious thunder could not inflict harm upon him. His physique approached perfection, radiating brilliance with no trace of impurities. After witnessing Lin Yi's assault on the eternal heavenly plate, he intended to venture into the lost wilderness to explore the scriptures inherently possessed by the wild beast. Even if he returned empty-handed, he could attain bodily perfection over the course of 10 millennia. Chapter 8. The twilight of the era of the great emperor of transmigration. As Wang Che returned to the ancient immortal palace, he witnessed Lin Yi accumulating momentum, advancing step by step toward the eternal heavenly disk. It was evident to all that when Lin Yi's aura reached its zenith, it would unleash a thunderous strike. Halting, he pondered the consequence of advancing further. Blood would be shed in the forbidden zone. A warning resonated from the depths of the eternal heavenly disk, a hope to instill caution in Lin Yi. With his lifespan already dwindling, he preferred a grand battle over a mundane demise. Lin Yi forcefully entered the eternal heavenly disk, the divine might erupting, sweeping across the 8 realms, as he unleashed a formidable punch toward the source of the sound. This punch represented the unreserved might of a contemporary emperor. The void collapsed extensively, transforming into chaos, as myriad laws of existence recoiled in retreat. The being who had spoken earlier was incensed, yet powerless. He had been locked onto by Lin Yi, sealed within the immortal source, unable to withstand the impending blow. His only recourse was to break free from his confinement, awakening the vitality within, yet even in his current state, he could not emerge unscathed. He could only strive for transcendence, regaining the Emperor and Appos' realm. In an instant, another imperial aura erupted. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi had casually chosen an individual who was once an emperor. The full-force clash of the two emperors obliterated the very fabric of the Tao. "You are forcing my hand," the emperor's countenance darkened, being coerced into a desperate elevation, reactivating the essence of an emperor. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he could not survive this era unless he could slay Lin Yi and claim the essence of an emperor residing within him. However, Lin Yi had aged. Even if he could obtain it, he would not fully restore his power. Thus, his fate was sealed, to decay in this epoch. Others, concealed within the eternal heavenly disk, bore witness to this clash, remaining aloof. They did not wish to be forcibly displaced by Lin Yi. "Enough talk, let us fight." A long blade flew from Lin Yi's being, landing in his grasp. This was his ultimate imperial weapon, imprinted with his greatest Tao and methods, forged from chaotic energy and various celestial metals, far exceeding ordinary imperial weapons in might. Lin Yi's strike descended like a collapsing sky. The opposing emperor recognized that words were futile at this juncture. There was no choice but to engage in battle. He summoned a fiery furnace, with boundless flames surging forth, painting the sky crimson. The Red Lotus Emperor. Upon witnessing this emperor wield his former ultimate imperial weapon, Wang Che recognized his identity. Though he only knew of the Red Lotus Emperor's name, lacking further knowledge, the two emperors commenced an unparalleled battle, condensing most techniques into a singular, simplified strike, striving to reach a swift resolution. However, such an approach rendered the combat exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. Nevertheless, they exchanged blows for over 100 rounds. Lin Yi cleaved the Red Lotus Emperor in half. The latter attempted to reassemble his form, but had already lost the initiative. Lin Yi would not grant him the opportunity. With rapid strikes, Lin Yi, despite sustaining injuries, obliterated both the body and soul of the Red Lotus Emperor. Victory was achieved. Cheers erupted from many, while others felt a pang of sorrow. They discerned that Lin Yi's triumph had not come easily. Even if he refrained from further action, he would likely not survive beyond a century. With the transmigration blade in hand, Lin Yi's gaze blazed with electric intensity, the aura of an invincible being radiating forth, causing all present within the eternal heavenly disk to avert their eyes, fearful of becoming the next unfortunate victim. At that moment, Lin Yi swiftly struck at the chains binding the ancient immortal palace. This strike did not entirely sever the chains, but did break a significant portion. After all, these chains were specifically designed to restrain the ancient immortal palace, possessing a hardness comparable to that of ordinary imperial weapons. "How dare you?" Lin Yi's audacity infuriated all those within the eternal heavenly disk who had been observing Wang Che. In an instant, a barrage of powerful attacks engulfed Lin Yi. Among them were several dark sovereigns. Even though Lin Yi was a contemporary emperor, he was overwhelmed by the onslaught, his body disintegrating. Yet, upon reconstitution, he struck again, completely severing one chain. In a final act of desperation, he expended all his vitality to sever a second chain. Before his demise, he hurled the transmigration blade and the Red Lotus Furnace toward the ancient immortal palace. "Predecessor, this is all I can do for you." Thus, Lin Yi departed from the realm. The Tao mourned, marking the end of the era of the great emperor of transmigration. Alas, why must it be so? Wang Che sighed deeply, his emotions complex. A seemingly trivial act had resulted in an emperor sacrificing his life. In truth, Wang Che and Appos' assistance to Lin Yi had already been repaid when Lin Yi presented the Transmigration Sutra. However, considering the situation from another perspective, had someone helped him in his weaker days merely for a faint hope, he too would have endeavored to repay the kindness. After all, providing aid in times of need is an unforgettable act for anyone who values loyalty and righteousness. It was a pity for Lin Yi that in the end, Wang Che could offer no further aid, as he lacked the strength to single-handedly overcome all obstacles. Had he been stronger, the ancient immortal palace would not have been ensnared by the eternal heavenly disk. Moreover, the collective attack that ensued after Lin Yi attempted to sever the chains revealed how many harbored ulterior motives toward him. "Once I ascend to emperorhood, I shall settle all scores." Wang Che's gaze turned icy as he opened the doors of the ancient immortal palace, intent on claiming the Red Lotus Furnace and the Transmigration Blade. Suddenly, several powerful hands reached for the two ultimate imperial weapons. Wang Che activated the killing array of the ancient immortal palace, annihilating several of those hands, yet two managed to grasp the Red Lotus Furnace and the Transmigration Blade. The Transmigration Blade, inheriting Lin Yi's will, shattered the grasp of the hands and vanished into the ancient immortal palace. The Red Lotus Furnace, however, was seized and pulled away. The Transmigration Blade appeared before Wang Che, humming mournfully as if lamenting its master's death, bearing 3 fine cracks, indicating significant damage from the battle. "I will avenge you." My master. Wang Che gently caressed the transmigration blade, immersing it in chaotic energy for nurturing. Through the ancient Immortal Palace, he sensed that a fragment of Lin Yi and Apos' true spirit remained, drawn away by a mysterious force. That direction pointed toward the underworld? As one of the 11 eternal forbidden zones, the underworld, like the ancient Immortal Palace, had never instigated a dark upheaval. If the ancient Immortal Palace pertained to the secret of immortality, the underworld was linked to the mystery of reincarnation. However, this remained mere rumor, for there had yet to be evidence of two identical beings existing in the world. Nevertheless, after experiencing his own immortality, Wang Che pondered that the underworld and Apos' secret of reincarnation might not merely be a rumor. It could indeed relate to the next life. Otherwise, why would it carry away Lin Yi and Apos' lingering true spirit? This implies that one day in the future, perhaps Lin Yi could be seen again, if one lives long enough. This question shall eventually be answered. Let me verify whether this world possesses reincarnation. Before that, he must first elevate his corporeal form to perfection. Chapter 9. The Lost Wasteland. Wang Che arrived at the Lost Wasteland. As one of the 11 eternal forbidden zones, this desolate land is fraught with peril, harboring ancient beings that have sealed themselves within. Here, myriad laws of the universe fall into disarray, and most techniques are severely diminished. If one were to encounter a feral beast, one could only rely on the strength of their physical body. However, the physical prowess of these beasts is formidable. Even a typical quasi-emperor would think twice before provoking them. Yet, Wang Che is no ordinary quasi-emperor. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the Lost Wasteland, immediately sensing the distortion of all laws and principles. Though it was possible to force a connection, the potency would be greatly reduced. Intriguingly, it seemed that the powers here surpassed those of an emperor. Wang Che had never heard of an emperor capable of suppressing all laws, which intensified his suspicions regarding a previous conjecture. The eternal forbidden zones likely originated from the celestial realm. After traversing a considerable distance, Wang Che encountered a so-called feral beast. This creature was colossal, its size comparable to a mountain, with a single massive eye atop its head, and its muscles bulged with raw power. The beast noticed Wang Che, and its enormous eye glinted with a cruel, icy light before it charged at him like a wild animal. Wang Che leaped into the air, using sheer physical strength to match the height of the beast, and with a forceful punch, he collapsed a vast expanse of space, causing the beast's head to tilt backward. To think it could withstand a third of my strength. Wang Che marveled in disbelief. With renewed vigor, he unleashed another punch, this time with 50% of his strength, obliterating the beast and Apos' head into a mist of blood. Upon landing, he probed the beast and Apos' interior with his consciousness and discovered, just as Lin Yi had mentioned, that the beast possessed scriptures within it. Though fragmented, the profundity of these scriptures was on par with those of an emperor, and the inherent mysteries of its physical form might even exceed those of the celestial texts. The existence of such transformations within this wasteland signified that it harbored secrets yet to be uncovered, as the desire for a meticulous exploration sparked within him. Thoughts of the ancient beings in slumber quelled that urge. He resolved to return once his strength had grown. For now, his priority lay with the fragmented scriptures within the feral beast. The physical imprint of the scriptures diverged from the path he and Lin Yi pursued. Should he acquire the complete scriptures, he might elevate his physical form to perfection in far less than a millennium. Wang Che commenced his search for the exceptionally powerful feral beast Lin Yi had spoken of. The vastness of the lost wasteland impeded his perception, and it took a full decade before he finally located the mightiest of these beasts. This creature loomed thousands of meters away, its massive bulk concealed within the clouds, its physical strength rivaling that of an emperor. The potential enhancement to his body that could be gained from this beast was tantalizing. Upon sighting the beast, Wang Che felt a surge of exhilaration. However, before he could strike, the beast's enormous paw, nearly a kilometer in size, descended from the heavens, scattering the clouds and casting a shadow upon the earth. Come on, Wang Che thought, eager to test the limits of his current physical strength. He did not retreat, but instead soared upward, delivering a punch to the colossal paw. Boom. The surrounding space could not withstand the tremendous impact, erupting into chaos. Wang Che was propelled backward at an accelerated pace, crashing into the ground. The towering beast staggered slightly, its paw fracturing as it emitted a furious roar. After a brief moment, Wang Che emerged from the shattered earth, his expression alight with excitement as he charged once more at the beast, his latent warrior spirit ignited. Hungry for battle, the clash between man and beast raged on, with the shockwaves of their combat transforming the landscape into ruins. Fortunately, this was an eternal forbidden zone, otherwise, their tumult would have attracted unwanted attention. Despite the cacophony, the noise roused some of the ancient beings in slumber. Some merely glanced before drifting back into their dreams, while others fixed their gaze upon Wang Che and the beast, their eyes flickering as if recalling long-forgotten tales. This fierce battle endured for an entire month, with Wang Che ultimately triumphing over the feral beast using only his physical might. Had he employed other means, the conflict would have concluded even more swiftly. Yet, there was no need. Through this confrontation, Wang Che gained profound insight into the strength of his physical form, mere moments away from delivering the final blow to the beast. Suddenly, an ethereal copper bell manifested, inscribed with a multitude of runes, descending upon Wang Che with intent to suppress him. Simultaneously, a dark vortex appeared beneath the beast. Attempting to consume it whole, Wang Che snorted disdainfully, discerning the ancient being's intent to snatch the prize mid-fight. He resisted the bell's suppression with his physical strength and unleashed a torrent of thunder from his right hand, shattering the black vortex at the beast's feet. This was the thunder Dao he had comprehended while honing his body on the thunder punishment peak. As the vortex disintegrated, the feral beast seized the opportunity to flee. The ancient being attempted to ensnare the beast again, but was thwarted by Wang Che once more. In mere moments, the beast vanished completely. You seek death. The ancient being fumed, witnessing its quarry slip away. A withered yellow light pierced through space, hurtling toward Wang Che with deadly intent. The aura emanating from this light carried a sense of decay, and merely a whiff of its essence caused the earth within a radius of 10,000 miles to crack and dry. You dare to seize my prey and attack me? You are courting death. Wang Che's eyes gleamed with cold fury. Had he not marked the beast, it would have undoubtedly concealed itself after this encounter, rendering it nearly impossible to locate again, an immense loss for him. With the strength of his body, he tore apart the copper bell hovering above him and punched toward the withered yellow light. The ancient being was initially astonished by Wang Che's physical prowess, but a smirk crept across its face as it observed Wang Che prepare to meet the withered yellow light with his own body. As the light collided with Wang Che and Appo's fist, his arm began to crack, as if vitality itself was being drained. The principle of decay. Wang Che sensed the ominous force, quickly merging it with the principles of harmony, 5 elements, origin, and life, obliterating the principle of decay and restoring his arm to its original state. How could he be unscathed? The ancient being was taken aback. Although it had sealed itself within the celestial source and had not unleashed its full power, it was still a supreme being. A casual strike could severely injure any cultivator below the supreme rank, including quasi-emperors. With the great emperor of moving heaven having perished not long ago, it was unlikely that a new emperor had emerged. Could this individual truly be another supreme being? A sense of dread gripped the ancient being. Provoking one who was not sealed within the celestial source was no trivial matter. As Wang Che prepared to strike, the ancient being hastily declared, "Listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were also a supreme being. Too late. To attack me is to pay the price." Although Wang Che was not yet a supreme being and had not achieved transcendence, he was emboldened by the support of eternal life and the ancient immortal palace, rendering him unafraid of anyone. With that, he located the ancient being's concealed position. Channeling the thunder principle in his left hand and the principle of strength in his right, he forcibly fused them together, unleashing a blow of unparalleled might. If the ancient being believed him to be a supreme being, then he would demonstrate power that could rival one. A thunderous dragon illuminated the sky, its aura radiating an unstoppable force of annihilation as it roared forth. This was still under conditions of suppression, otherwise, its might could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Chapter 10. Perfection of the Flesh. Upon realizing that Wang Che might be a supreme being, the one who had intervened felt a pang of regret. Though it was too late to turn back, as the thunderous dragon approached, his expression grew solemn, and a withered yellow halo appeared above his head, radiating brilliant light to confront the dragon. The dragon pressed forward, undeterred by the brilliance, yet it too was gradually diminished by the luminosity. Ultimately, the dragon reached the terminus of the light pillar, expending the last vestiges of its strength to siphon energy from the sealed supreme being and Appo's celestial source. A fissure split open in the celestial source, resulting in a significant loss of vital essence in an instant. The supreme being hastily sought to rectify this, yet the celestial source visibly thinned. Having suffered a silent loss, the supreme being refrained from further action, knowing that continuing the confrontation would inevitably lead to a rupture of his source, a most unwise outcome. Wang Che, too, did not pursue the advantage. After all, he was not yet a supreme being himself. Forcing that supreme being into a corner would be counterproductive. This reckoning could be addressed at a later time. Wang Che had already inscribed the essence of that supreme being's Tao rhythm in his memory, enabling him to recognize it instantly should they meet again. For now, he prioritized the wild beast. He followed the imprint and soon located the creature. This time, he did not rely solely on the strength of his flesh, but employed various means to swiftly eliminate the wild beast, departing the desolate wasteland with its carcass in tow. Upon nearing the ancient immortal palace, he was instantly transported within. This maneuver went unnoticed by anyone. With the wild beast in his possession, he was eager to examine the complete scripture it held. Wang Che and Appo's consciousness invaded the beast and Appo's form, and in a brief moment, he extracted a myriad of characters. These characters coalesced into a complete scripture. The title, Wild Scripture, carried an imposing grandeur. Wang Che, with his extraordinary comprehension, earnestly contemplated this scripture and discovered it pertained solely to one principle, the principle of strength. By refining the flesh through the principle of strength, one could achieve the pinnacle of physical perfection. In other words, the deeper one's understanding of the principle of strength, the more formidable the flesh would become. This scripture was not only more profound than the 9 transformations golden body and the celestial relocation scripture, but also complemented them in a remarkable manner. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Che realized that with the wild scripture, he could elevate his physical form to its utmost within 5,000 years, surpassing his previous expectations. If his judgments were accurate, upon reaching this pinnacle, his flesh would possess the ability to shake imperial weapons, even withstanding the might of ultimate imperial artifacts. In the ensuing years, Wang Che dedicated himself to refining his flesh with the wild scripture. 5,000 years drifted by. During this time, he honed his body to perfection, radiating an aura of completeness from within. At least until he attained the Tao, he could no longer enhance his flesh even a fraction. Thanks to the existence of the wild scripture, his comprehension of the principle of strength far exceeded that of other principles, and from this, he discerned a formidable technique, the Great Wilderness Hand. This technique was far more potent than the thunderous dragon he had previously conjured from a fusion of 3 principles. As his understanding of the principle of strength continued to advance beyond that of the others, he could later integrate the Great Wilderness Hand into other techniques, thus forging even more powerful arts. With his physical domain now perfected, he pondered the next step, enhancing his soul. Currently, he possessed several scriptures pertaining to the soul from various emperors. However, none of these emperors had succeeded in refining their souls to perfection. The most recent and closest to achieving such mastery was the Silent Emperor. It was said that the Silent Emperor possessed a pair of celestial eyes of annihilation, capable of replicating any technique. More terrifyingly, those with flaws in their souls would be obliterated by merely a glance from the Silent Emperor. Of course, such tales were undoubtedly embellished. Otherwise, the Silent Emperor would not merely be on the cusp of becoming a super emperor, but rather a true one. Nevertheless, this still underscored the formidable nature of the celestial eyes of annihilation. As far as Wang Che knew, the lineage left by the Silent Emperor had long since faded into the annals of history, yet remnants of the Zhao family, from which he hailed, still endured. It was possible that they might possess scriptures left behind by the Silent Emperor. A visit to the Zhao family might yield fruitful results. In the Tianhe Star domain, the Zhao family, once a prestigious imperial clan, now faced impending destruction. In truth, it was not merely the Zhao family, but the entire Tianhe Star domain that had encountered this calamity. The Zhao family only lingered due to their relative strength. Patriarch, we must awaken the ancestors, or else today marks the end of our Zhao family. In the heart of their grand formation, a group anxiously watched their family head. Outside the formation, an endless black mist loomed. Any life touched by it instantly withered into a lifeless husk. A dark upheaval was unfolding in secrecy. With the passing of 5 millennia since the demise of the celestial relocation emperor and the absence of a new emperor, some forbidden beings, on the verge of extinction, seized this opportunity to harvest life. It cannot be helped. You must hold out for a moment longer, the Zhao family patriarch grimly declared, hastening to the depths of the ancient estate to communicate with the ancestor sealed within the celestial source through secret arts. Moments later, a decayed wave of life energy emerged as an elder opened his eyes, gazing at the patriarch. Upon realizing the latter was merely a sage, he sighed in resignation. Has the Zhao family fallen to such depths? Speak, what is the purpose of my awakening? Ancestor, a dark upheaval has erupted. Our ancestral land is besieged. We beseech you to wield an imperial weapon and carve a path for the Zhao family, the patriarch implored. A dark upheaval? The elder's once-dull eyes ignited with a brilliant light as he gazed into the void, his aura steadily ascending, transcending the celestial source. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall face no worries. He regained his former commanding presence. However, the patriarch's face was clouded with sorrow. He understood that once the elder emerged from the celestial source, he would not survive the day, for the Zhao family lacked the means to reseal him. Do not be troubled. Death is the fate of all. At the very least, I can accomplish one final act for the Zhao family before my end. The elder perceived the patriarch and Appo's despair and stepped forth from the celestial source. Instantly, the stench of decay intensified around him, approaching the brink of extinction. This was a transcendent sage, the pinnacle of the Zhao family's strength aside from imperial weapons. The elder and the patriarch emerged together. Upon seeing the ancestor, many felt their spirits uplifted, yet soon their expressions dimmed once more. The once glorious imperial clan had fallen to the point where they required a near-expiring elder to intervene. It was a profound sorrow. How unexpected to find a transcendent sage among you. Yet, even such a sage cannot halt my advance. A sinister laughter echoed through the formation, sending chills through the Zhao family as they realized the black mist had already eroded half of their defenses, poised to invade their ancestral land. Chapter 11. The Zhao family crisis. As the ominous black mist threatened to breach the Grand Formation, a sudden eruption of radiant light emanated from the Elder, effectively repelling the encroaching darkness. Such formidable spiritual power. Alas, you are merely a celestial saint, not a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, even I would have to concede some ground. However, at this moment, you cannot overturn the heavens. A cold and piercing voice emerged from the black mist, followed by an intensifying swirl of darkness that consumed the Elder and Apos' luminous aura. Reveal yourself, you cowardly wretch. The Elder and Apos' voice thundered, his pupils shifting from black to gold, resembling two radiant lanterns illuminating the black mist. The mist hissed ominously as a figure began to materialize within its depths. Is that the Eye of Annihilation? The forbidden being within the mist recognized this renowned ocular technique with some astonishment. Never expecting to encounter remnants of the former imperial lineage in such a randomly chosen star domain. If the legacy left by the Annihilation Emperor still endured, I would indeed hesitate to act recklessly. However, the Annihilation Sacred Land has long since become a desolate ruin, the forbidden being scoffed. Upon hearing this, the Elder and Apos' expression darkened. After the demise of the Annihilation Emperor, the Sacred Land once flourished like the sun at its zenith, even withstanding the tumult of darkness, earning its place as a venerated bastion of humanity. Yet, following the meteoric rise of the Mirage Emperor, who ruthlessly obliterated the Annihilation Sacred Land for the sake of the Annihilation Sutra, the Zhao family fell into utter decline, reduced to hiding in a remote corner of the star domain, too fearful to emerge into the mundane world lest they encounter the Mirage Emperor and his legacy. Now, the Zhao family consisted solely of him, a dying celestial saint, as their last remnant of prestige. In despair, the Elder fervently activated the Eye of Annihilation, striving to pierce through the black mist. The figure of the forbidden being was on the verge of being fully revealed, but he unleashed the mist, determined to conceal his former identity. With a single thought, the mist churned violently, collapsing the Grand Formation and sweeping towards the Zhao clan members. Mirror, come forth. Realizing he could not withstand the forbidden being's onslaught, the Elder summoned the imperial artifact left behind by the Annihilation Emperor, the Annihilation Mirror. The mirror, a hue of gray, was engraved with simplistic runes. Even without activation, its inherent power was sufficient to freeze the black mist in midair. An imperial artifact? The forbidden being's expression shifted drastically, only to soon recognize the flaws in the Annihilation Mirror, which bore several cracks and a portion that was utterly missing. It was merely a broken relic. How much imperial might could it possibly retain? It will suffice to deal with you. The Elder formed a seal, channeling the Annihilation Mirror. Despite its damaged state, it still radiated the aura of an emperor. A simple beam of light was enough to disperse the black mist before the forbidden being. Yet, such exertion further deteriorated the Elder's life force. Caught unawares by the light, the forbidden being was revealed as a white-haired elder with a shadowy gaze. The Zhao family patriarch gasped in shock upon recognizing the forbidden being's visage, for he was once a pinnacle figure, unrivaled in an era devoid of emperors. This so-called pinnacle represented the final step before an alternative path to enlightenment, capable of contending with regular sovereigns. Yet, once a sovereign reached the apex of transcendence and unleashed the essence of an emperor, the pinnacle figure was no longer a match, lacking the foundation of an emperor-level being. The Zhao family patriarch conveyed what he knew to the Elder, who regarded the forbidden being with unabashed disdain. I never imagined that one who once stood unrivaled would ultimately degenerate into a forbidden existence. How utterly absurd. The forbidden being's eyes flared with murderous intent. Individuals like him, once basking in glory and reverence, would never reveal their true form unless absolutely necessary. Fearing the denial of their past, he remained silent, brandishing a long spear and charging towards the Elder. Only through utter annihilation could he prevent any information from leaking. Perish. The Elder had no intention of survival, dedicating his dwindling essence to the Annihilation Mirror. A gray beam illuminated the heavens, enveloping the forbidden being within its grasp. The annihilating intent carried within it sought to obliterate the forbidden being and Apos' very soul. The forbidden being let out a piercing scream, yet ultimately resisted. After all, the Elder was merely a decrepit celestial saint, and the Annihilation Mirror was a fractured imperial artifact. He, having once been a pinnacle figure, remained an elite among quasi-emperors, not easily extinguished. Alas, realizing he had failed to eliminate the forbidden being, the Elder sighed in resignation and addressed the Zhao family patriarch. Let the younger generation escape through the teleportation array while the rest of us buy time. Yes, ancestor. The patriarch turned to a youth among the crowd. Wu Shuang, the spatial seal has been lifted. Depart with the others at once. As long as you survive, the Zhao bloodline will not extinguish. Father, Zhao Wu Shuang and Apos' face twisted in anguish, yet he refrained from uttering futile sentiments, understanding that staying behind would serve no purpose. He cast a deep glance at the patriarch, imprinting the forbidden being's visage in his memory before fleeing deeper into the ancestral grounds with the other youths. At that moment, the forbidden being thrust his spear, unleashing a streak of light that obliterated the teleportation array deep within the Zhao ancestral grounds. Witnessing this, despair engulfed all the Zhao clan members. Without the teleportation array, even if they could stall the forbidden being for a moment, the younger generation would not escape far and would ultimately meet their demise. In their moment of despair, a voice resonated in the elder's ear. Are you not of the Zhao family? If I can preserve your lineage, would you be willing to part with the scriptures left by the Annihilation Emperor? The speaker was Wang Che, who had rushed over upon discovering the entire star domain enveloped in silence, with only this place still harboring a semblance of life. The elder could not discern the source of the voice, but felt a chill run down his spine, suspecting that the speaker's realm exceeded his own. At the very least a quasi-emperor. Hesitantly, he addressed the air. The Zhao family's Annihilation Sutra is incomplete, but I know where a complete version exists. If you are willing to act, I will reveal its location to you. He did not conceal the truth, fearing to anger Wang Che, who might save the Zhao clan members only to seek retribution afterwards. Hence, he laid bare the facts. As for whether Wang Che would extend his hand in assistance, he could only leave it to fate. The Zhao clan members exchanged bewildered glances. Who was the elder conversing with? The forbidden being, and Apos' vigilance heightened, as he too could not discern the presence of another, suspecting either an adversary of equal or greater power or that the elder was merely playing tricks. Very well, it is settled. A clear voice echoed in everyone's ears. They turned towards its source, where a young man clad in black stood, having seemingly appeared from nowhere. Chapter 12. The unarmed shattering of a quasi-emperor weapon. A young man clad in black, with dark hair and strikingly handsome features, emanated no aura of a cultivator, appearing instead as an ordinary individual. Notably, his eyes were unique, lacking the exuberance of youth or the weariness of age. They held a profound depth that concealed their true nature. Despite his unassuming presence, none dared to underestimate him, not even the forbidden entity before him. Who are you to meddle in these affairs? The forbidden entity scrutinized Wang Che, finding nothing extraordinary. Ironically, this only heightened his wariness. Sometimes, a return to simplicity could signify an inherent terror. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you shall meet your demise here today. Wang Che's voice was cold, akin to the casual pronouncement of an ant's death. Arrogant, the forbidden entity, once a pinnacle of power and a witness to an era, would never have spoken to a supreme being in such a manner. His white hair billowed as he stood within a gray light, wielding a long spear in one hand and forming a seal with the other, summoning the phantom of an ancient giant elephant that charged toward Wang Che with formidable weight. Though not a divine-level technique, it was imbued with Tao and laws, executed by a former peak power, exuding an aura of invincibility. Such a strike could easily injure a quasi-emperor. Yet, Wang Che remained unperturbed, simply raising his arm to deliver a punch toward the heavens. This seemingly mundane blow caused the very Tao to tremble, shattering the void and dispelling the oppressive weight within the space, collapsing the surrounding emptiness and swallowing the ancient giant elephant's phantom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the forbidden entity broke free from the gray light, swinging his spear toward Wang Che once more. This strike was even more powerful than the last. The spear, a quasi-emperor weapon, radiated immense might, reminiscent of cleaving the heavens. Wang Che extended his palm to receive the spear. This act made the forbidden entity feel belittled, yet coldly amused. After all, this was a quasi-emperor weapon, and even some divine bodies would hesitate to withstand it with mere flesh. At that moment, the Zhao family's elder was on the brink of death, barely clinging to life, unable to assist even if he wished to. Under the gazes of the onlookers, the spear struck Wang Che's palm, and then there was silence. His fair hand firmly grasped the spear, without a single wound to show. What? The forbidden entity experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment, questioning the very essence of existence. Such a powerful physique. The Zhao family members were left in shock, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. They would never have believed that someone could withstand a quasi-emperor weapon with sheer physical strength. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded thereafter. Wang Che forcefully wrenched the spear from the forbidden entity's grasp, snapping it in two as if it were refuse, casting it aside. The bewilderment in the forbidden entity's eyes morphed into confusion as he stared blankly at Wang Che. Was this still a human? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Such a simplistic and brutal shattering of a quasi-emperor weapon. Surely, even an emperor would pale in comparison. You may perish now. Wang Che swiftly struck the forbidden entity, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the void, his true spirit obliterated by a single punch. A once formidable peak power was thus effortlessly extinguished. After a few seconds of silence, the Zhao family elder spoke. Thank you for your assistance. He revealed that the Tao lineage left by the eternal emperor, the Thousand Illusions sacred land, might possess the complete texts of the Annihilation Sutra. Furthermore, the Annihilation Steel, used to temper disciples' souls, may also harbor the complete sutra. This stele was originally bequeathed by the Annihilation Emperor to the Annihilation Sacred Land. However, after the Eternal Emperor annihilated the Annihilation Sacred Land, all remnants were transferred to the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land. Wang Che was familiar with the Eternal Emperor, knowing that he existed a generation after the Annihilation Emperor. It was said that both were prodigies of the same era, but the lineage of the Eternal Emperor deemed him unable to compete with the Annihilation Emperor, leading to his concealment until over 10,000 years after the latter's demise. When finally released, he did not disappoint, achieving enlightenment and mastering destiny during that era. Although the annihilation of the Annihilation Emperor's lineage was considered disgraceful, one could not deny the Eternal Emperor's exceptional talent. He lived a second life without the use of longevity elixirs and later attained a third life through an immortal potion. However, the Eternal Emperor excelled in transforming the illusory into the tangible, lacking the profound mastery of the Annihilation Emperor in the realm of spirit. Which is why Wang Che did not choose the scriptures bequeathed by the Eternal Emperor. Upon learning that Wang Che had intervened due to the Annihilation Sutra, the Zhao family head remarked, "Currently, the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land is exceptionally formidable, with a robust quasi-emperor in residence, and the complete imperial weapon left by the Eternal Emperor. Retrieving the Annihilation Sutra from them will be quite challenging." Implicitly, he suggested that the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land was even more daunting than the forbidden entity. Moreover, there was an uncertain rumor that the Eternal Emperor did not perish but instead self-inflicted a wound, entering the Eternal Forbidden Zone to become a forbidden being. The Zhao family head continued, "That is of no consequence." Wang Che replied calmly, stating that as long as he confirmed the existence of the Annihilation Sutra in the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land, the rest was inconsequential. After exchanging a few more words, the Zhao family elder passed away, and the family members erupted in grief. Wang Che had no intention of lingering. However, as he prepared to depart, he thought it would be prudent to extend a favor. Since the Annihilation Sutra belonged to the Zhao family, he could take a copy of it for them. Should any of the Zhao family members, in the future, carve out a unique path based on the Annihilation Sutra, it could serve as validation. Send someone with me to the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land to retrieve the Annihilation Sutra. Afterward, I shall provide you with a copy. Wang Che addressed the sorrowful Zhao family members. The weeping abruptly ceased. They had not anticipated such a benefit. Though there was an inherent risk, should this mysterious powerhouse falter against the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land, the one accompanying him could face peril as well. After some deliberation, the Zhao family head decided to take the risk, but at that moment, his son Zhao Wushuang stepped forward. "Father, allow me to accompany this esteemed elder." "You?" The Zhao family head pulled Zhao Wushuang aside for a discreet discussion, yet Wang Che overheard everything. It was obvious Zhao Wushuang sought to leverage this opportunity to align himself with Wang Che. Wang Che glanced at Zhao Wushuang, noting that despite his youth, he had already surpassed his peers significantly in cultivation and possessed commendable talent. However, he had no intention of taking on disciples. Ultimately, he decided to bring Zhao Wushuang along to the Thousand Illusions Sacred Land, for even without taking on a disciple, forming a benevolent bond was worthwhile. Chapter 13. The mortal body shakes the imperial weapon in the Sacred Soul Starfield, home to the Eternal Forbidden Zone and the Celestial Ridge. There lie 3 ancient life stars. Among them, the Thousand Illusions Sacred Ground occupies an entire ancient life star as its imperial stronghold. Wang Che, accompanied by Zhao Wushuang, descended upon this ancient life star, which felt like an uninhabited realm, and made their way toward its innermost core. Though there were people around, they seemed oblivious to the presence of the two. Soon, Wang Che arrived at the location of the Annihilation Monument. At that moment, disciples of the Thousand Illusions Sacred Ground were seated nearby, using the monument to refine their souls. "Senior, how can we take this stone tablet?" Zhao Wushuang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire upon seeing the Annihilation Monument, which belonged to his Zhao family. "Just take it." As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Che disregarded Zhao Wushuang's stunned expression, extending his hand to the Annihilation Monument and lifting the towering structure over 1,000 meters high into the void. This sudden turn of events caused an immediate uproar. "Who dares to act recklessly in my Thousand Illusions Sacred Ground?" The sole quasi-emperor of the Thousand Illusions Sacred Ground appeared, scanning the surroundings but finding no one. His expression turned grave as he activated the grand formation of the Thousand Illusions Sacred Ground, only to locate Wang Che's position through the array. "Come out," he bellowed, thrusting an illusory divine spear toward Wang Che's location. Wang Che flicked his fingers, shattering the spear with a mere gesture, revealing his form. "Who are you? Why do you dare to take away my sacred tablet?" The quasi-emperor's gaze flicked over Zhao Wushuang before settling on Wang Che. Wang Che remained silent, directing his attention to Zhao Wushuang. Understanding his cue, Zhao Wushuang proclaimed, "This Annihilation Monument clearly belongs to my Zhao family. When did it become yours?" "So you are from the Zhao family?" The quasi-emperor refrained from disputing the ownership of the monument. In truth, many immortal sects had records of the Thousand Illusions Emperor and Apos, massacre of the Annihilation sacred ground, making any argument futile. Moreover, as cultivators, strength was paramount. Those with power could act as they pleased, unconcerned with worldly opinions. Today, it seems you shall not take the sacred tablet. Leave it behind. The quasi-emperor beckoned, and thousands of illusory long spears appeared around him, their tips aimed at Wang Che, launching forth with ferocity. This fierce attack excited the disciples of the Thousand Illusions sacred ground, as they had witnessed this move inflict severe injury on a quasi-emperor before. However, after Wang Che's physical form reached perfection, he could easily counter attacks from those beneath the sovereign level with a single punch. With one punch, all the illusory long spears shattered. The tremendous force sent the quasi-emperor flying back over 1,000 feet, barely managing to halt his momentum. A peak being? The quasi-emperor's expression was one of astonishment. This exchange had made him acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. They were not on the same level. I shall take the Annihilation Monument. Wang Che's voice was calm, devoid of unnecessary words. Technically, he had not yet reached that peak level, but he knew he would not be defeated even against a peak powerhouse. Beside him, Zhao Wushuang's expression transformed from shock to exhilaration. To be able to navigate the Imperial stronghold so freely was incredibly impressive. Do you think you can take the sacred tablet away so easily? Have you underestimated my Thousand Illusions sacred ground? Thousand Illusions mirror, arise. A weapon resembling the Annihilation mirror flew forth from the depths of the Thousand Illusions sacred ground, exuding a regal aura far surpassing that of the Annihilation mirror. The quasi-emperor wielded the Thousand Illusions mirror, magnifying it dozens of times before hurling it at Wang Che. While the mirror was not meant to be used in this manner, it still represented a strike from an imperial weapon. Wang Che became serious for the first time. Since achieving physical perfection, aside from testing with the celestial blade, he had not truly faced an imperial weapon. Let me test whether my current form can withstand an imperial weapon. He prepared to meet the strike with his fist, this time enveloping it in the laws of force. Moving with the swiftness of thunder and the might of a collapsing sky. With a thunderous roar that sounded as if the world was shattering, the Thousand Illusions mirror was sent flying away amidst the astonished gazes of the disciples. The mortal body shakes an imperial weapon? A perfected divine body. The quasi-emperor regarded Wang Che with the eyes of a monster, realizing the vast gap between them. It was no wonder he made that association. Aside from a few perfected divine bodies, even an average emperor would not dare to withstand an imperial weapon with their flesh. My physique seems to be stronger than it should be. Wang Che furrowed his brows, understanding that his perfected body was indeed formidable. However, he was not yet an emperor, and without undergoing the utmost ascension to bring about a qualitative change, merely withstanding an imperial weapon would suffice, let alone sending it flying. But soon, he grasped the reason. The wielder of the imperial weapon was merely a quasi-emperor, and the weapon had not fully awakened. However, others did not share this perspective. To withstand an imperial weapon without harm, using one's flesh was a feat few perfected divine bodies could achieve. Is awakening the imperial weapon the only option? The quasi-emperor hesitated. At his current level, controlling the imperial weapon to strike was feasible, but awakening it and unleashing its true essence would undoubtedly cost him a portion of his life essence. Yet, if he did not awaken the imperial weapon, it seemed he would be unable to retain this individual today. If word of this spread, the Thousand Illusions sacred ground, as an imperial lineage, would be disgraced. The dignity of the Thousand Illusions sacred ground could not be compromised. After a brief hesitation, the quasi-emperor infused a portion of his life essence along with celestial essence into the Thousand Illusions mirror to awaken it. Buzz. The Thousand Illusions mirror trembled violently, waves of energy rippling into the void, as if something terrifying were awakening within. Before long, an overwhelming celestial might emanated, with reflections of true dragons, phoenixes, Chilants, and Kunpangs appearing within the mirror, as if mythology were about to materialize. Now this feels right. The distinction between an awakened and unawakened imperial weapon is immense. Rather than feeling fear, Wang Che and Appo's eyes shone with excitement. Only an awakened imperial weapon was worthy of him unleashing his full strength. In an instant, a vividly realistic true phoenix erupted from the Thousand Illusions mirror, enveloped in flames capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Its wings spread wide as it emitted a piercing cry. Come forth, great desolation hand. As Wang Che raised his hand, a colossal hand imbued with ancient energy materialized in the void. The palm was adorned with intertwining patterns, which upon closer inspection revealed inscriptions of laws and principles. This terrifying hand dwarfed the true phoenix by dozens of times, grasping it, as if it were a mere chick. The true phoenix let out a cry, its flames incinerating the void, yet it could not escape the grip of the colossal hand. As Wang Che's hand slowly tightened, the true phoenix was utterly crushed, initially spilling phoenix blood, but as it fell to the ground, both blood and feathers vanished into the void. Though the true phoenix was real, it was ultimately an illusion. This phenomenon was tied to the Tao of the Thousand Illusions Emperor. It was said that everything he envisioned would manifest into reality. And achieving all this seemed to be the domain of the laws of the world. Chapter 14. The Eye of Annihilation. After the great wilderness hand crushed the true phoenix, it reached for the thousand illusions mirror. In the depths of his being, Wang Che sensed something lurking within the mirror, and he was determined to uncover its nature. The thousand illusions mirror seemed to perceive the impending danger. Without the intervention of the quasi-emperor, it began to tremble, its surface growing increasingly clear. Suddenly, a figure emerged from within. The figure was imposing, tall, and exuded an air of authority, as if it could command the heavens. It hovered in the void, its cold gaze fixed upon Wang Che, the emperor. Upon seeing this figure, the quasi-emperor was filled with both excitement and trepidation. There was no doubt that this was the legendary Thousand Illusions Emperor. The Thousand Illusions Emperor? Zhao Wushuang felt an overwhelming anxiety. Although he was unaware of the strength of the elder beside him, he was acutely aware that he was facing an emperor. There is no need for fear. He is merely a semblance of a divine being, not a corporeal entity. Wang Che discerned the true nature of the figure at a glance. It seemed that the Thousand Illusions Emperor had employed some method to send forth a fragment of his soul, which had replaced the deity that should have emerged from the Thousand Illusions mirror, nurtured by the mirror itself. No wonder he felt the sensation of being observed. The fragment of the Thousand Illusions Emperor remained silent, pointing downward. A small sun erupted from the Thousand Illusions mirror, expanding until it engulfed the entire sky. From the perspective of an external observer, it would appear that this small sun was roughly a third the size of the planet itself. Before the small sun could descend, its searing heat had already reduced some of the lower-ranked disciples of the sacred land of Thousand Illusions to dried corpses. Open for me. Wang Che invoked the laws of power to their utmost limit. The great wilderness hand, suffused with ancient energy, grasping toward the sun. A colossal collision ensued, sending shockwaves into the starry expanse, shattering a nearby desolate ancient star. Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the small sun quickly extinguished, and the terrifying hand seized the fragment of the Thousand Illusions Emperor's soul. With a mere thought, Wang Che obliterated the consciousness of the fragment, storing it within his spatial realm. Simultaneously, in the eternal forbidden zone known as the Immortal Ridge, a dignified middle-aged man awoke from his slumber, gazing through the void towards the ancient life star housing the sacred land of Thousand Illusions. Moments later, he closed his eyes once more. Indeed, it has fallen to the status of a forbidden being. Wang Che withdrew his gaze from the Immortal Ridge, having sensed an aura of murderous intent. He intuitively linked it to the obliteration of the Thousand Illusions Emperor's fragment. It was evident where this intent originated. However, he felt no fear. After all, it was merely a supreme being who would resort to self-harm. If the adversary truly dared to break free, he could always retreat to the ancient Immortal Hall, where the ultimate loss would undoubtedly be theirs. Had he truly captured an emperor? Silence enveloped the sacred land of Thousand Illusions, with all present holding their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixed upon Wang Che. Yet, he paid them no heed, choosing instead to leave openly with Zhao Wushuang. During this process, not a single soul dared to obstruct him. Only after a considerable time had passed did the crowd exhale in relief, their faces reflecting a sense of survival against the odds. So powerful, Zhao Wushuang's heart surged with excitement, facing the resplendent legacy of an emperor. The arrival and departure were as simple as a thought. Throughout history, how many have possessed such capability, aside from emperors themselves? Was this not the perfect opportunity to seek apprenticeship? With this thought in mind, he respectfully inquired, "Elder, may I humbly request to become your disciple? I have no intention of taking on disciples." Those words extinguished Zhao Wushuang and Appo's fervor in an instant. He forced an awkward smile, regaining his composure, realizing the impudence of his request. A being of such strength would surely attract many eager apprentices. How could someone of his modest stature and talent hope to compete? Wang Che truly harbored no desire to accept disciples. Firstly, it was a bother. Secondly, there was no advantage for him in taking on a disciple. And thirdly, as an immortal, he would outlive any disciple, rendering the act unnecessary. At most, it would establish a bond of goodwill. Although I shall not take you as a disciple, I can propose a transaction. Wang Che imparted a copy of the Annihilation Sutra from the Annihilation Stele, alongside various scriptures concerning the soul, and offered Zhao Wushuang some sacred herbs that were of no use to him, but would greatly benefit Zhao Wushuang. The essence of the transaction was that should Zhao Wushuang carve out a unique path in the realm of the soul, he would visit the ancient Immortal Hall before his demise, leaving behind his insights there. He did not disclose to Zhao Wushuang that he was the master of the ancient Immortal Hall. Understood, Elder, Zhao Wushuang replied respectfully. Finally, Wang Che presented Zhao Wushuang with a token. Should the sacred land of Thousand Illusions seek retribution against the Zhao family, this token could mitigate the crisis. He had invoked the Zhao family's name today and could not leave them with a significant burden. After escorting Zhao Wushuang back to the Zhao family, Wang Che returned to the ancient Immortal Hall. He retrieved the Annihilation Sutra and began to delve into its teachings. The Annihilation Sutra primarily reinforced the realm of the soul, encompassing the laws of the soul, the laws of annihilation, and the laws of origin, with a focus on the laws of the soul, supported by the other two. Once mastered, he would wield the Eye of Annihilation, capable of launching attacks within the realm of the soul, directly assaulting the soul, against foes with weak soul realms. No matter how formidable their other domains, they would surely face annihilation before the Eye of Annihilation. This was an exceedingly unreasonable offensive technique, immensely powerful. No wonder the Annihilation Emperor had touched upon the threshold of super emperorship after merely 2 lifetimes. Wang Che cast aside distractions, entering a profound state of seclusion. 2,000 years passed, and he made significant progress within the realm of the soul. Upon opening his eyes, his pupils had turned gray, and a sense of annihilation permeated the space around him. The Eye of Annihilation not only allowed for direct attacks on the soul, but also possessed the ability to replicate an opponent and oppose's offensive treasures through a potent awareness. However, this capability came with notable limitations. For instance, if an opponent and oppose's offensive treasure contained the laws of light and thunder, and Wang Che had not mastered the laws of light, he would be unable to replicate it. Similarly, if the opponent's offensive treasure encompassed the laws of thunder and origin, but their mastery of these laws far surpassed Wang Che and oppose's, he could replicate it, yet the power of his imitation would pale in comparison to the original. In summary, the replication ability of the Eye of Annihilation would only be effective if Wang Che had mastered the same laws to a greater degree than his opponent. Otherwise, it would be a rather lackluster ability. However, it was not entirely without merit. At times, he could first replicate an opponent's offensive treasure, and after further contemplation of the relevant laws, he could eventually master it, making it his own. Chapter 15. The Laws of Higher and Lower Realms. Moreover, there existed the fragment of the soul belonging to the Emperor of Thousand Phantoms. Wang Che retrieved it. Although this fragment had been stripped of its consciousness, its fundamental structure remained intact, enabling it to comprehend the essence of its original laws. Through this fragment, he discerned that a portion of the Emperor of Thousand Souls Tao fruits encompassed the laws of the world and the laws of the soul. As he delved into the laws of the world, his understanding of the fundamental laws simultaneously deepened. How could this be? Wang Che suddenly realized that there might be a distinction between higher and lower laws. For instance, while the laws of the sun and the laws of yin-yang both belong to the 3,000 great avenues, the latter encompasses the former. Much like how the laws of 5 elements include the laws of fire. Thus, laws must indeed be stratified, with those formed by the combination of 2 or more laws regarded as higher laws. Perhaps the fundamental laws and the world laws exemplified this relationship, with the world laws containing the fundamental laws, thus enhancing one's comprehension of the latter when studying the former. Following this reasoning, it stands to reason that an understanding of a higher law at an equivalent level would undoubtedly surpass that of a lower law. This revelation sparked an ingenious idea in Wang Che and oppose's mind. Since the Sutra of Annihilation contained the fundamental laws, could it be substituted with the higher law of the laws of the world? If successful, not only would his soul grow stronger, but even the heavenly Eye of Annihilation might be augmented. Without hesitation, Wang Che first comprehended the laws of the world and subsequently endeavored to integrate these laws into the Sutra of Annihilation. After 5,000 years, he finally succeeded. At this juncture, Wang Che was but a step away from achieving the perfection of his soul, the heavenly Eye of Annihilation. Upon the incorporation of the laws of the world, not only gained immense power, but also acquired a new ability. When he harnessed the primordial powers of others, he could utilize the laws of the world to manifest their ethereal forms for battle. The combat prowess of these manifestations depended on both their original strength and the energy Wang Che invested. The stronger the individual, the greater the energy he invested, potentially rendering the ethereal form even mightier than the original. Currently, Wang Che had yet to master the powers of any formidable being, yet he could summon his own ethereal form for combat. Given that this form lacked a corporeal body, it could at most possess 70% of his original strength. Nonetheless, this was still formidable, as he could summon up to 3 ethereal forms simultaneously. Could this be considered a unique manifestation of the concept of one becomes 3 pure ones? Wang Che and oppose's expression turned peculiar. With his current strength, he could rival the pinnacle of power, even among the elite. He also pondered over the teachings left by Zhao Wushuang. During these 5 millennia, Zhao Wushuang had paid a visit. Armed with the fortuity Wang Che had bestowed upon him and his innate talents, he too had ascended to the pinnacle of power, though fate had yet to reveal itself, preventing him from attaining the status of an emperor. Achieving an alternative path to enlightenment proved even more arduous. When Zhao Wushuang visited Wang Che, unaware of his true identity, he inquired about the whereabouts of the elder he remembered. Wang Che informed him that the elder was in deep seclusion and could not be disturbed. It was evident that Zhao Wushuang felt a tinge of regret at that moment, likely yearning for a meeting with Wang Che. Subsequently, Zhao Wushuang left behind his teachings and requested Wang Che to relay his intentions, stating his imminent exploration of the cosmic fringes. This was a perilous undertaking. While the universe is vast, it possesses both an interior and an edge. The laws of the inner realms are clear, teeming with ancient life-bearing stars, whereas the laws at the edges are nebulous, devoid of life-bearing stars. Should one become lost, they might never find their way back. However, there existed a rumor that this starry expanse harbored multiple universes, the vast distances between them ensnaring cultivators within a singular universe. Building upon this foundation, two hypotheses emerged. One proposed that the immortal realm was merely one of these many universes, while the other suggested that a universe existed above all others, that being the immortal realm itself. No one could ascertain the truth of these speculations. Nevertheless, ancient texts clearly recount that long ago, a small group entered the immortal realm, a place more conducive to cultivation, where its inhabitants generally enjoyed longer lifespans than those in this universe. This explains why some emperors, when nearing the end of their lives, would not hesitate to sever their own lives, transforming into dark chaos to harvest the vital essence of living beings, all in anticipation of one day seizing the path to the immortal realm. Returning to the matter at hand, shortly after Zhao Wushuang left his teachings in the ancient immortal palace, he ventured into the cosmic fringes. Then, 2,000 years ago, Wang Che discovered that Zhao Wushuang had vanished. Drawing from past causality, he was certain that Zhao Wushuang had not perished but had instead disappeared. Wang Che speculated that Zhao Wushuang had either entered another universe or the immortal realm. I hope he has found his way to the immortal realm, Wang Che mused. Having forged a bond with Zhao Wushuang, he genuinely wished for his journey to continue, for if he had indeed entered the immortal realm, Zhao Wushuang's strength could very well lead him to become an emperor. Wang Che meticulously noted the direction in which Zhao Wushuang departed, pondering that perhaps one day, he too might tread the same path. However, before that, he must first attain the status of an emperor and settle all grievances. He turned his attention to the teachings left by Zhao Wushuang. To attain the pinnacle of power, one must undoubtedly possess unique insights regarding the Sutra of Annihilation. Upon examination, Wang Che was pleasantly surprised. Although Zhao Wushuang's mastery in the realm of the soul paled in comparison to his own, he had offered a new perspective. It appeared that the laws of 5 elements could also be employed to enhance the soul. Indeed, the soul is intrinsically linked to the physical body. If the laws of 5 elements can fortify the corporeal form, there is no reason they cannot strengthen the soul as well. This epiphany illuminated Wang Che's mind. In the ensuing years, he applied the laws of 5 elements to meticulously refine his soul, both internally and externally. This process spanned 2,000 years. Upon completion, Wang Che sensed that he was but a small step away from achieving the perfection of his soul. Yet, this final step proved formidable, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It would require no less than 50,000 years to attain through mere passage of time. 50,000 years felt insurmountable. Wang Che recalled the lost wasteland, where ancient texts could enhance corporeal strength. Might there exist similar scriptures in the eternal forbidden zones that could elevate the soul? Within the eternal forbidden zone of the immortal mausoleum lay a soul-severing platform, specifically designed to sever souls. Perhaps a visit there would prove beneficial. Mentioning the immortal mausoleum inevitably conjured thoughts of the self-sealed star, seizing emperor, and the emperor of 1,000 phantoms, both of whom had clashed with him. The star-seizing emperor had been embroiled in a conflict with the ancient immortal palace. As long as he concealed his origins, he would likely avoid attracting the emperor's attention. However, utilizing the Sutra of Annihilation would undoubtedly draw the scrutiny of the emperor of 1,000 phantoms. Not only had the emperor of 1,000 phantoms comprehended the higher laws of the world, but he had also lived through 3 lifetimes, potentially nearing the threshold of super-emperorship. Even should he sever his own life, he would remain more formidable than other sovereigns. Regardless, if he dares to trouble me, I shall not cower, Wang Che asserted with the confidence of an immortal being. As long as his opponent did not transcend the source, he was prepared to engage in battle. Should they breach the source, he could always retreat to the ancient immortal palace, for it harbored over 100 forbidden formations, even emperors unable to breach them. Chapter 16, Confronting the Emperor of Illusions. The eternal forbidden zone of the immortal ridge appears to be enveloped in ethereal light. Yet it is, in truth, shrouded in darkness. Those of lower realms who venture here are met with an abrupt demise, their bodies bearing no marks of injury, for their souls have already been obliterated by the soul-severing blade of the soul-severing platform. Only those who attain the saint realm can perceive the slightest hint of this ominous truth. However, even the most transcendent of saints dare not tread here. Only those on the cusp of becoming emperors may enter, and to delve deeper, one must possess exceptional achievements in the realm of the soul, akin to the pinnacle or the emperor himself. Wang Che entered the immortal ridge with the ease of a leisurely stroll, arriving at the location of the soul-severing platform. Within his sight, blades of the soul-severing knife descended from all directions. These knives cannot be resisted by conventional means. One must employ treasures related to the domain of the soul to counter them, or simply endure the assault with one and Apos' own soul. Wang Che chose the latter. As the soul-severing knife struck against his essence, his soul remained unscathed. As he approached the soul-severing platform, the force of the blades intensified. At this moment, some forbidden entities within the zone took notice of him, recognizing him as a being of considerable achievement in the domain of the soul, or perhaps a sovereign poised for action. They merely glanced at him before averting their gaze, in the absence of grievance or enmity. Even they were reluctant to provoke such a formidable being. However, as Wang Che reached the center of the soul-severing platform and was compelled to activate the Extinction Sutra for defense, two majestic beings, a true dragon and a true phoenix, manifested simultaneously, exuding an unstoppable aura as they launched a combined assault. It was the Emperor of Illusions making his move. Wang Che was prepared. His eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, illuminating the surroundings, as the true dragon and phoenix were silently ground to dust beneath the golden radiance. The Eye of Extinction, not yet perfected, was golden. Once fully cultivated, it would turn gray, and upon integrating with the laws of the world, revert to gold. In other words, Wang Che and Apos' Eye of Extinction had transcended to become the divine Eye of Extinction. Daring to return to the immortal ridge after claiming a fragment of my soul, the Emperor of Illusion's gaze was frosty, revealing no sign of action. As a golden crow soared forth, the flames enveloping this golden crow burned hotter than the great sun summoned by the fragment of his soul. Following this, a fearsome creature, the beast Xiongqi with a pair of wings, emerged, alongside a qilin adorned in golden light. The trio of legendary beings appeared in a grand display, as if to rend the heavens and earth asunder. What of retrieving a fragment of your soul? Wang Che saw no fault in his actions. The Extinction Sutra rightfully belonged to the Zhao family, who had entrusted it to him. When he sought to reclaim it, he was ambushed by an emperor wielding a divine weapon. Had he not been stronger, he might have lost his life in the Emperor of Illusion's domain. Under such circumstances, taking only the divine essence hidden within the imperial weapon was already a sign of mercy. Had he been more ruthless, he could have annihilated the Emperor and Apos' domain without consequence. Noting the Emperor of Illusions and Apos' relentless pursuit, Wang Che's gaze sharpened, and three identical figures materialized from the void to confront the three legendary beasts, while he himself continued his approach to the soul-severing platform. What kind of being is he? Other forbidden entities, aware of the Emperor of Illusion's prowess, grew curious about Wang Che's origins when they saw him standing his ground against such an overwhelming force. Some even attempted to discern his identity through celestial divination, but were met with only chaos. Remarkably exceptional, he was surely a sovereign. The forbidden beings regarded Wang Che as an equal, for even the mightiest pinnacle could glean some information. Only the ancient emperors could shroud themselves from divine insight. No matter who you are, taking my fragment of soul will demand a price. The Emperor of Illusions, unyielding, unleashed a terrifying aura, and in the next moment, a tripod inscribed with the principles of Tao and law appeared above Wang Che, a divine weapon born of the evolution of world laws. Wang Che was momentarily astonished, then delivered a powerful punch at the tripod above him. Even a true divine weapon could not harm him, let alone an illusory one. His fist sent the tripod soaring into the heavens, spinning endlessly, from which two mirrors flew forth, the Mirror of Extinction and the Mirror of Illusions. Faced with three divine weapons, even Wang Che felt a degree of pressure. Truly, the Emperor of Illusions was deserving of his title as a supreme emperor. Yet before the three weapons could unite to suppress him, dozens of soul-severing knives struck them, diminishing their resonance significantly. It turned out the soul-severing knives did not differentiate between friend and foe. Any creature approaching within a certain range would face indiscriminate assault. Upon witnessing this, Wang Che, disinterested in entangling himself further with the Emperor of Illusions, retracted his Tao techniques and focused on closing the distance to the soul-severing platform. The Emperor of Illusions, unwilling to relent, sought to attack once more, but his techniques were largely thwarted by the soul-severing knives. By the time he reached Wang Che, the latter easily dispelled his approach. Ultimately, Wang Che, with a nearly perfected soul, stood just a yard away from the soul-severing platform. The platform itself felt more like an ethereal manifestation, straddling the line between reality and illusion. Wang Che gazed upward at the colossal soul-severing knife, resembling a guillotine. As if with one more step forward, it would descend, bringing forth the dread of life and death. Without the scripture of the great Tao, could it be that only by withstanding this soul-severing knife would he reap any reward? Amidst a torrent of thoughts, Wang Che stepped into the guillotine's embrace. In that instant, he found himself immobilized, forcibly anchored to the platform, as the massive soul-severing knife glimmered with a chilling light and descended with a swish. Wang Che sensed a shiver from his very soul, a primal fear of death. Yet, even with all his might, he could not budge an inch. This realization filled him with dread. The rules of the soul-severing platform seemed to transcend even that of the emperors. In this moment of peril, the Emperor of Illusions pointed, conjuring an enigmatic wheel. He intended to take advantage of Wang Che and Appo's immobility to eliminate him entirely. You wretched cur, should I survive, I shall surely hunt you down. Wang Che's gaze was icy with fury, yet he remained powerless, compelled to watch as the wheel closed in. The soul-severing knife poised to strike. In this most vulnerable moment, as the wheel reached Wang Che, a barrier manifested atop the soul-severing platform, halting the wheel's advance. Simultaneously, a blade no less formidable than the one above followed the wheel's trajectory, aimed at the Emperor of Illusions. The Emperor and Appo's pupils contracted in disbelief at this unforeseen turn of events. No matter what measures he employed, he could not avert the path of the soul-severing knife. It was as if the blade was destined to strike, unavoidable and relentless. Haha, you wretched cur, let us embrace death together, Wang Che reveled inwardly. In the next heartbeat, two soul-severing knives struck simultaneously upon him and the Emperor of Illusions. Chapter 17. The Perfect Soul and the Nine-Colored Divine Soul. As the soul-cutting blade descended, darkness enveloped Wang Che's vision, accompanied by a searing pain deep within his soul. Once his sight returned, the world remained unchanged, and he found himself free from the restraints of the soul-cutting platform. He murmured softly to himself, conducting a thorough examination of his soul, discovering it bore grave injuries. Fortunately, these were not wounds of the Tao and could be mended with a few millennia of nurturing. This had been a rather perilous endeavor. Had his soul not been on the brink of perfection, he might have truly met his demise here today. The soul-cutting blade rose once more into the heavens, while a profound scripture materialized upon the soul-cutting platform, the Soul Scripture. The two characters at the beginning of this scripture elucidated its purpose. Although the supreme beings within the Immortal Ridge were envious, they dared not act recklessly, mindful of the fate that had befallen the great Emperor of Illusions. Wang Che committed this scripture to memory and cast a glance towards the location of the great Emperor of Illusions, where an eerie silence prevailed, as if the Emperor had been thoroughly subdued by the strike of the soul-cutting blade. Do not feign innocence. A blade of such caliber cannot extinguish a former emperor, Wang Che thought with a cold smile, distancing himself from the center of the soul-cutting platform. The great Emperor of Illusions remained silent. Yet Wang Che would not allow the matter to be swept under the rug simply because of his silence. With a swift motion, he unleashed a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, grasping towards the great Emperor. Audacious, the great Emperor of Illusions, initially intent on resolving matters peacefully, found himself cornered by Wang Che and Appo's relentless pressure. He summoned various legendary divine beasts through his treasured techniques, but due to the injuries inflicted upon his soul, the power of these techniques, constrained by the world and Appo's laws, diminished significantly. In contrast, Wang Che wielded pure martial prowess, unaffected by his soul and Appo's wounds. With a single tremor of his colossal hand, he obliterated all summoned divine beasts. Seizing the moment, Wang Che approached the great Emperor and Appo's self-sealed immortal source and snatched away a substantial portion. The great Emperor and Appo's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Had he not feared depleting his life essence, he would have burst forth to eliminate the man before him. Ultimately, however, he opted to swallow his rage. You seem quite dissatisfied, Wang Che remarked, seizing another fragment of the immortal source before employing a teleportation technique to depart from the Immortal Ridge. Simultaneously, he dealt a heavy blow towards the great Emperor of Illusions. A resounding roar emanated from the Immortal Ridge, its intensity echoing as if it could shake the very sun and moon. Wang Che paid no heed to the aftermath. He teleported once more, exiting the sacred Soul Star region. Although the immortal source held no value for him, it nonetheless served to vex the great Emperor of Illusions. And he anticipated that one day, after ascending to the throne, he would exact revenge for today and Appo's grievances. Upon returning to the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che devoted himself to healing his soul while diligently studying the Soul Scripture he had acquired. Much like the Wild Scripture, the Soul Scripture pertained solely to the laws of the soul, and its profundity surpassed that of the Emperor's scriptures. Wang Che grew increasingly convinced that both the Wild and Soul Scriptures were not left behind by any emperor, but rather might have originated from the immortal domain. Only such origins could explain why he had been immobilized upon the soul-cutting platform. It was essential to note that even an emperor could not fully restrain a being at the pinnacle of existence. Both the Lost Wilderness and the Immortal Ridge possessed scriptures. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that other eternal forbidden zones also held similar texts. Wang Che resolved that once he approached perfection in the other domains, he would venture into those additional forbidden zones. A span of 12,000 years drifted by. During this time, Wang Che not only healed his soul wounds, but also fully comprehended the Soul Scripture, leaving him just a small step away from achieving perfection in his soul. He was seen meditating in the void, his form exuding a majestic radiance, his body emanating a soft white light, soon overshadowed by a spectrum of vibrant colors. Above his physical form hovered a soul identical in appearance, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. As time progressed, black and white hues joined the display. Consolidate, Wang Che commanded, and from deep within his soul, a soul pearl erupted, sending waves of energy cascading throughout his being. His soul underwent a transformation, attaining the final touches of perfection, adorned now with a pure golden light atop the nine-colored radiance. The soul descended back into his body, merging seamlessly until all manifestations vanished in an instant. Wang Che opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After 12,000 years of seclusion, his soul had finally reached perfection. With his current strength, he estimated he could face a supreme being that had broken through. Yet against those who had transcended to higher realms or against former super-emperors like the great Emperor of Illusions, he would still fall short. After all, having achieved perfection in only 2 domains was already a remarkable feat. With 7 more domains to conquer, he first needed to merge the laws of force and soul together. Only by intertwining multiple laws could he form the embryonic shape of the Tao fruit, thus paving the way to one day attain enlightenment in the realm of existence. Wang Che began to experiment with the fusion law, attempting to meld the laws of force and soul, these 2 laws being the ones he had comprehended the most deeply. Yet ultimately, he faced failure. His understanding of the fusion law was insufficient. Unless he abandoned the fusion law altogether and forcefully amalgamated the 2 laws, he would be unable to merge 3 or 4 laws before reaching the emperor stage, thereby hindering his path to invincibility. Wang Che aspired to integrate all laws into the embryonic Tao fruit. He needed to enhance his comprehension of the fusion law. Without relevant scriptures, he could only glean insights from the vast Tao, requiring time and patience to cultivate his understanding. An extensive period passed, long enough for several emperors to emerge, establishing new lineages of emperors and gathering celestial mandates once more, before Wang Che concluded his seclusion. Now, he could attempt a preliminary fusion. Without hesitation, he eagerly employed the fusion law to intertwine the laws of force and soul. This initial fusion yielded a Tao fruit form that could rival the typical Tao fruit of an emperor, as most emperors only fused 3 or 4 laws before ascending. Whereas only post-ascension did they venture to incorporate additional laws, deepening their understanding of their foundational laws. I have also begun to carve my own path. Even before the fusion was complete, Wang Che had discerned the nature of this path, reminiscent of the law manifesting heaven and earth. Furthermore, with the subsequent integration of other laws, this manifestation would grow even larger and its form would transform. It represented an extraordinary form of Tao. Not every emperor mastered the law manifesting heaven and earth. Additionally, the fusion of these 3 laws seemed capable of directly manifesting martial techniques, though the specifics remained elusive, perhaps due to insufficient fusion or an inadequate number of laws merged. Once the laws of force and soul fused further, he could ascend to the next domain. Wang Che stretched languidly, his gaze drifting towards the vast universe. Chapter 18. The Quest for the Immortal Elixir. During Wang Che and Apos' seclusion, numerous significant events transpired in the universe. At this juncture, the most notable occurrence was the emergence of the dustless celestial body. Renowned for its profound magical prowess and immaculate nature, this formidable physique is feared and revered. Upon its arrival, the likelihood of ascending to the status of an emperor is exceedingly high. As the possessor of the dustless celestial body, Chu Aoyan garnered immense attention, with many saints and sects eagerly offering their services as guardians, referring to him as the young master, even during his infancy. In comparison to all contemporary prodigies, he appeared unparalleled. One day, Chu Aoyan stumbled upon a secret that suggested if he could acquire an elixir of longevity before achieving sainthood, and subsequently purify his celestial body with it, a far more terrifying transformation would ensue, granting him not only the potential to become an emperor but also the opportunity to transcend into a deity. Consequently, he set his sights on the ancient Immortal Palace, one of the eternal forbidden zones, where the elixir of longevity was believed to be safeguarded, favoring myriad beings. Historical records indicate that a remnant immortal or the palace lord of the ancient Immortal Palace had previously aided the heavenly emperor in resisting the Dark Sovereign. Legends tell of the unparalleled Zhao Wushuang, who had openly visited the ancient Immortal Palace in bygone eras. Thus, all beings regarded the ancient Immortal Palace as an ally. Young master, are you certain the palace lord will grant you the elixir of longevity? A semi-saint respectfully queried from behind Chu Aoyan, expressing doubt about the capabilities of the dustless celestial body in the face of such transcendent figures as the rulers of the eternal forbidden zones. A mere celestial body pales in comparison. Even an emperor would be inconsequential before the lofty eternal dominion. It is not a gift, but an offering to me, Chu Aoyan proclaimed, his pride shaped by the flattery of those around him. He believed that all existence belonged to him. Even though the palace lord currently held a position of power, he was merely a remnant immortal, incapable of escaping the shackles of the eternal celestial disk. How much power could he possibly retain? Not only would he become an emperor, but he would also evolve into a true immortal, soaring above the mundane world. If he offers me the elixir, I shall assist him in freeing himself from the eternal celestial constraints. Seeing Chu Outyin and Amp, Apos, unwavering determination, his followers complied with his wishes. The following day, several exotic beasts soared through the clouds, drawing a dragon chariot, accompanied by saints providing personal escort, while hidden in the void were celestial beings following suit. The grandeur of the procession resembled that of an emperor and Amp, Apos' journey. Practitioners of the current era surmised who occupied the dragon chariot, as only Chu Outyin, destined for imperial ascendance, could command such a spectacle. The purpose of Chu Outyin and Amp, Apos' visit remained a mystery to the onlookers, yet their curiosity propelled them to follow. The dragon chariot traversed the starry expanse, eventually halting before the ancient Immortal palace. A saint bowed towards the palace, proclaiming, "My young master seeks an elixir of longevity to sanctify his celestial body. I humbly request the elder and Apos' benevolence." Upon hearing this, the accompanying crowd was taken aback. To demand the elixir from the eternal forbidden zone seemed utterly audacious. Some entertained different thoughts, believing that the palace lord, known for his benevolence, might indeed bestow the elixir upon the celestial body, potentially granting the myriad beings a new emperor. Others criticized Chu Outyin and Amp, Apos' arrogance. Even if he were to become a celestial being, it was inappropriate to send subordinates in his stead to request from the ruler of the forbidden zone, especially without even disembarking from the chariot, treating the ruler as an equal. The words reached Wang Che within the ancient Immortal palace, eliciting a peculiar expression. Am I to be regarded as a fool? While it is true I possess the elixir, and not just one, who do you think you are to demand it so brazenly? Through the palace and Amp, Apos' insights, Wang Che glimpsed the past of Chu Outyin. Despite the extraordinary nature of the dustless celestial body, it held little significance in his eyes. No matter how formidable your celestial body may be, it cannot withstand the passage of time. In several millennia, will you not meet the same fate as all others? Moreover, through divination, Wang Che discerned that Chu Outyin was a selfish individual. Even if benefits were granted, he would likely forget them and possibly turn against those who aided him. Thus, he chose to disregard Chu Outyin's request. As a quarter of an incense stick's time elapsed without any response from the ancient Immortal palace, the expressions of those accompanying Chu Outyin grew increasingly bemused. Young master, the saint who had called out sought his opinion. With a darkened countenance, Chu Outyin remained silent for a moment before stepping out of the dragon chariot and declaring loudly, "I, the dustless celestial body, have come to seek the elixir." In Wang Che's ears, this proclamation morphed into a demand for funds. It would be more fitting to declare today as a day of madness, 50 for you. And that is enough. Wang Che dismissed him with indifference. Another quarter of an incense stick passed without a response, and the crowd's amusement at Chu Outyin's predicament only intensified. Clenching his fists in quiet fury, Chu Outyin took a deep breath and lowered his tone, stating, "Should the elder be willing to bestow the elixir, I would be willing to assist in freeing you from the constraints of the eternal celestial disk." Before Wang Che could respond, the eternal celestial disk erupted with overwhelming might, causing winds and clouds to shift, forcing Chu Outyin and his entourage downward. Even the celestial beings present were unable to halt their descent. Ultimately, they crashed to the ground, leaving Chu Outyin, who was not even a half-saint, in a state of utter disarray, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. It was no wonder the eternal celestial disk reacted thus. It was not merely a question of whether they would allow the ancient Immortal palace to depart, but rather that Chu Outyin had spoken so dismissively in their presence, clearly disregarding them. While he may be the dustless celestial body, those present were once invincible beings who had dominated an era. To speak in such a manner before them was simply unbecoming. The few saints accompanying Chu Outyin exchanged dubious glances, questioning his mental faculties. Humiliated before the crowd and suffering such a disgraceful fall, Chu Outyin and Apos' eyes burned with fury, seemingly ready to unleash flames. As a paragon of his generation, an unparalleled entity of this age, he had never endured such indignity. Resolving to remember this day, he uttered no further words and departed with his retinue. TSK, Wang Che mused, recognizing the hatred simmering in Chu Outyin and Apos' gaze. Had his actions today not crossed Wang Che's bottom line, he would have dismissed him outright. The eternal celestial disk, however, was far less forgiving. A single mighty palm descended, instantly obliterating several of Chu Outyin and Apos' accompanying saints. Were it not for the forbidden artifact he possessed, it is likely he would have perished on the spot. This incident served as a stark reminder to all, until one becomes an emperor, no celestial body or status holds any weight in the face of the transcendent eternal forbidden zone. Chapter 19. The Dustless Emperor. The quest for elixirs for the dustless immortal body was but a trifling matter for Wang Che amidst the vast expanse of time. His current preoccupation lay with the rate of integration between the laws of strength and the laws of the soul. At this pace, complete fusion would require 8,000 years. while for others, such integration typically spanned merely 1 or 2,000 years. Wang Che's profound comprehension of the laws of strength and the laws of the soul necessitated a longer duration. As time flowed serenely, the world finally witnessed the dustless, immortal body transcending the tribulation to become an emperor. Indeed, as anticipated by all, the dustless, immortal body surpassed every other prodigy of the era, stepping into the realm of emperors. The ominous thunder of the tribulation illuminated the heavens. Beneath this celestial storm, Chu Aoyan and Apos' immortal form radiated brilliance, standing proud like a deity. If one were to overlook Chu Aoyan and Apos' arrogance and self-serving nature, they would perceive him as a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Was he truly ready to face the emperor's tribulation? Wang Che observed this spectacle with keen interest. Unlike Lin's tribulation, which was fraught with challenges, Chu Aoyan's passage was remarkably smooth, free from rivals or any obstructive taboos. Although the emperor's tribulation was formidable, it posed no threat to one embodying the perfected dustless immortal body. Ultimately, Chu Aoyan encountered no unforeseen setbacks. Merging with the celestial mandate and ascending as the unparalleled emperor of the age, his imperial might radiating as he surveyed the cosmos with disdainful eyes. In that moment, he was stripped of all pretense. All grievances and resentments would be settled. On that very day, the lineage established by the absolute heaven emperor was obliterated from existence. Leaving no trace behind, old or young, all were reduced to ashes. The absolute heaven emperor, a figure Wang Che had contemplated during his lengthy seclusion, was not particularly remarkable. Yet he had slain a dark sovereign in his lifetime, earning him recognition as a benefactor of myriad races. His lineage adhered to righteous principles, eschewing tyranny. Yet, due to a minor conflict with Chu Aoyan, he faced annihilation. In the aftermath, many individuals and factions who had crossed paths with Chu Aoyan also faced reckoning, including some who were fundamentally good. Many openly criticized Chu Aoyan's excessive actions. However, as the reigning emperor, he silenced all dissent with a mere declaration of "Why should I explain my actions to anyone?" Those he deemed unworthy were eradicated without mercy. Only a few of his previous protectors dared to voice their opinions, albeit with trepidation. In hushed tones, many referred to Chu Aoyan as a tyrant, wishing for his swift demise. Yet, as the dustless immortal body, Chu Aoyan enjoyed exceptional fortune. He had not consumed any longevity elixir and had thus lived a second life. In this renewed existence, Chu Aoyan and Apos' power surged to unprecedented heights. One fateful day, he arrived at the eternal celestial plate. Although some of the long-lived had already perished, tales of Chu Aoyan's past, his plea for elixirs before the ancient immortal palace, and the humiliation he suffered at the eternal celestial plate, still circulated. Many speculated that, given Chu Aoyan and Apos' vengeful nature, he had come to settle old scores. Indeed, this was the case. Chu Aoyan entered the eternal celestial plate with an unstoppable force, targeting the taboo entity who had once assaulted him. Absolute Dust Emperor, do you dare compel me to act? The sovereign felt a sense of foreboding. Reluctant to confront the current emperor, did you ever ponder the consequences of your past actions towards me? Chu Aoyan, exuding unmatched dominance, struck back with the same humiliation he had endured. His colossal palm descended, an unrelenting blow from the emperor of the age. In the face of the strike, the taboo entity had no choice but to unleash its origins, striving to elevate itself back to the realm of emperors. The clash between the two emperors plunged the world into chaos. Even though Chu Aoyan was the dustless immortal body, he could not easily suppress an equally formidable foe and had to rely on his profound imperial essence to outlast the encounter. However, the essence of the sovereign would dwindle with each use, and once depleted, death would ensue. Yet, upon returning to the emperor's realm, the myriad shackles of the past would no longer bind him, effectively nullifying one of the emperor and Apos' advantages. In truth, unless one were an exceptional emperor, it was arduous for emperors to decisively determine victory in a short span. After all, those who ascended to the throne of emperors were the protagonists of their respective eras, having faced the most rigorous trials in their ascension. Let them fight. Their demise holds no consequence for me, Wang Che mused, seated within the ancient immortal palace. Observing the spectacle with an air of amusement, one was a dark sovereign, the other a tyrant of the age, neither were virtuous beings, and the death of either would evoke no sorrow. The battle raged on for an extended duration, ultimately culminating in the dark sovereign and Apos' demise due to the exhaustion of its life essence, which could not be replenished. However, Chu Aoyan was not unscathed. The dark sovereign, fully aware of its inevitable fate, fought with desperation, trading injuries and inflicting grievous wounds upon Chu Aoyan, undermining his foundation. Had Chu Aoyan not lived a second life, he would have likely been left with half his life extinguished. This confrontation made Chu Aoyan acutely aware that vanquishing a dark sovereign was far more arduous than anticipated, requiring substantial sacrifice. Resentfully, he cast a final glance at the ancient immortal palace before withdrawing from the eternal celestial plate. In the wake of this battle, A sovereign targeting the wounded Chu Outyin initiated a localized dark unrest. It was disheartening for the myriad beings to witness the reigning emperor choosing to remain indifferent. This very apathy only emboldened multiple sovereigns to escalate their dark insurrections. Thus began a dark era, wherein the multitude suffered bloodshed even under the watch of the current emperor. The populace no longer harbored hope for the dustless emperor. They feared that as his lifespan waned, he too might succumb to darkness and become a pawn of the malevolent forces. Yet, Wang Che observed all of this, yearning to intervene for the celestial realms, but feeling powerless to do so. After all, he was akin to a sovereign, not a true one, lacking the imperial essence. Should a dark sovereign reach the pinnacle of ascension, he would face inevitable defeat. Ultimately, he lamented his inadequacies and returned to his contemplation of the integration of laws. Another 20,000 years passed, and Chu Outyin and Apos' second life reached its conclusion. This time, he could not manifest a third life through sheer will, opting instead to consume a longevity elixir. In doing so, he awakened to his third existence, bolstered by the exceptional nature of the dustless immortal body. Approaching the threshold of the Super Emperor. Once this threshold was crossed, confronting ordinary emperors would no longer be a contest of equals, but rather an act of overwhelming dominance. Historical records of super emperors are scant, yet their existence is undeniable. Having amassed sufficient experience, Chu Outyin now stood on the precipice of becoming a super emperor, feeling emboldened as he directed his gaze toward the location of the ancient Immortal Palace. Chapter 20. The bloodshed of the Emperor Chu Outyin did not conceal his movements as he stormed towards the entrance of the ancient Immortal Palace. Some cultivators speculated that he was likely displeased with the palace's master for not bestowing upon him the elixir of immortality, thus seeking retribution. If that were indeed the case, it could only be said that Chu Outyin was truly a petty man. After all, the master of the ancient Immortal Palace owed him nothing, and there was no obligation to grant him such a gift. Nevertheless, despite their disdain for him, they dared not voice their opinions, given his formidable strength. Wang Che, seated calmly deep within the palace, surmised the source of Chu Outyin and Apos' arrival, observing the scene with an amused expression. Why does the master of the ancient Immortal Palace keep the gates closed upon my arrival? Does he not welcome me? Chu Outyin and Apos' authoritative voice echoed through the heavens. Wang Che offered no reply, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Chu Outyin like a jester. Does this mere third-generation emperor truly believe he is invincible? He scoffed inwardly. Chu Outyin, feeling slighted by the silence, snorted in dissatisfaction. With an unmatched imperial might surging towards the skies, he prepared to force his way into the palace. Wang Che flicked his fingers, unleashing beams of light that activated the ultimate killing formation within the palace. Instantly, the sky was filled with an intricate array of runes forming a colossal grinding wheel, seemingly capable of grinding everything to dust, descending towards Chu Outyin. Trivial. Chu Outyin pressed onward beneath the immense weight of the grinding wheel, appearing unaffected. A lotus, comprised of myriad runes, manifested above the palace, slowly rotating towards him. Is this the array that once pierced the heavens against the star-plucking emperor? Chu Outyin sensed a grave threat emanating from the lotus. He unleashed a beam of celestial light, aiming to destroy it before it could bloom. However, as the lotus unfurled, time itself seemed to freeze. His celestial light faltered, and a brilliant beam erupted from the lotus, tearing through the sky and engulfing his attack. With a solemn expression, Chu Outyin directed his palm forward, conjuring an even more radiant celestial light. The two forces clashed, pushing against each other before both vanished. Reveal your remaining tactics. I welcome their manifestation. Seizing the moment before the next killing formation could materialize, Chu Outyin flickered and appeared before the grand entrance of the ancient Immortal Palace, exerting all his strength to force the doors open. Little did he know, Wang Che had deliberately allowed him entry, for he intended to activate a formation that could only be employed within the palace. Has he truly breached the threshold? Others observed Chu Outyin and Apos' brazen display, their concern for Wang Che growing. Deep down, they secretly hoped the tyrant would meet his match. Meanwhile, some forbidden entities within the eternal celestial disk were also monitoring the battle. However, due to the palace's protective formations, they could not discern the events within, awaiting the outcome with bated breath. The ancient Immortal Palace is not as formidable as it seems, Chu Outyin derided, seemingly mocking Wang Che as a fallen immortal. Yet, upon entering, he sensed an overwhelming danger, alarm bells ringing in his mind. What is this? Is it not a fallen immortal? Why does this place feel more perilous than the eternal celestial disk? He refrained from reckless actions, instead observing his surroundings closely. Before the grand hall, a river flowed through the void, composed of chaotic energy. It was well known that even an emperor would struggle to collect such chaos, let alone in such vast quantities. Within that river, he caught a glimpse of a long, heavy knife, its presence exuding an overwhelming power capable of suppressing the heavens. Is that the emperor and Apos' blade of the moving sky? The ancient texts regarding the moving sky emperor and the master of the ancient Immortal Palace had proven accurate. Chu Outyin also noticed a pool of blood beneath the chaotic energy, familiar to him as that of a genuine emperor. Indeed, an emperor has been wounded here, but I am no ordinary emperor. Chu Outyin brimmed with confidence, convinced he would not spill blood in this place. As he scrutinized his surroundings, Wang Che activated the 5 elements Shumi formation, the 10th-ranked killing array of the ancient Immortal Palace, and the most potent one he currently commanded. However, due to his cultivation level, he could only unleash a fraction of its power. Yet that was sufficient, for ancient records indicated that the 11th-ranked formation could severely wound an emperor. With a surge of power, Wang Che infused the 5 elements Shumi formation with his essence. Countless runes erupted, instantly expanding the palace's space. This spectacle heightened Chu Outyan's vigilance. A beam of celestial light shot forth, capable of easily shredding space. Yet it failed to disturb the realm around him. Suddenly, dazzling golden blades emerged, filling the space densely. These seemingly ordinary blades were, in fact, condensed from the laws of gold, containing the essence of the celestial pathways. Chu Outyan's expression shifted as he wielded the power of destiny to suppress the laws at play here, yet he found himself unable to affect them. The top 10 killing formations of the ancient Immortal Palace were impervious to the laws of the cosmos. In the next instant, a multitude of golden blades surged towards the center. With the celestial light enveloping me, I am impervious to all laws. Chu Outyan employed the fruit of his 3 lifetimes, shielding himself with celestial light, repelling the golden blades. As they vanished, they were replaced by raging infernos. These infernos could incite the latent sins within beings, consuming all, regardless of their nature. Chu Outyan, having traversed 3 lifetimes and taken countless lives, bore an immeasurable weight of sin that ignited in an instant. The blazing flames engulfed him, and despite possessing an imperial physique, he could not escape their all-consuming nature. His imperial essence continually infused into his body, striving to mend his wounds. At that moment, a river of the yellow springs appeared, ceaselessly pouring over him, stripping his flesh away to reveal bones. Chu Outyan's countenance grew cold as he oscillated between destruction and restoration. Desperate to escape this bizarre realm, he took a step forward, only for the cosmos to shift, leaving everything behind. Yet, with a single breath, he remained trapped in this space. This is peculiar. At this rate, I should have exited an entire star domain. No matter how vast, this space could not exceed the scale of a star domain. Sensing something amiss, Chu Outyan illuminated the illusions with celestial light, revealing he was ensnared within a leaf, surrounded by countless others and an endless tree of existence. Now I understand. However, I have seen through your tricks, and this space shall not ensnare me further. Chu Outyan summoned an imperial seal, his ultimate weapon. The seal soared beyond the leaf and Apos' confines, expanding enormously as it struck the tree. The tree and Apos' form wavered, appearing increasingly ethereal. Another strike would likely obliterate it entirely. Yet, just as the imperial seal was set to strike again, an earth-like substance inexplicably enveloped its surface, rapidly proliferating until it completely encased the seal. The 5 elements Shumi wheel. Wang Che manipulated the formation, intertwining the 5 elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth into a multicolored disk. As it spun, it seemed capable of birthing all things, but upon reaching the end of its cycle, all would be annihilated. Upon this wheel, the cycle of life and death persisted without end. Go! Wang Che willed, directing the 5 elements Shumi wheel towards Chu Outyan. Chapter 21. Ascending the Great Emperor's Path. Upon witnessing the 5 elements Shumi wheel, a chill coursed through Chu Outyan's spine. He sensed that this strike had reached the level of a super emperor, and failing to withstand it would lead to dire consequences. He summoned the full extent of his magical power, pointing a finger skyward as an endless gray beam of light emerged above, like divine retribution, tearing through infinite space and illuminating the 5 elements Shumi wheel. The wheel dimmed visibly, yet before it could vanish entirely, it traversed the boundless radiance and severed Chu Outyan in two. With a stifled groan, his bisected body rejoined, and disregarding all else, he seized the moment when the space was torn apart to escape the ancient Immortal Palace at the swiftest pace, emerging unscathed. The onlookers speculated who had truly suffered in this confrontation, only to witness a line of blood appear on Chu Outyan's forehead, splitting him once more. Despite his rapid reconstitution, the image of his divided form remained etched in their minds. Expressions of shock adorned their faces. What calamity had befallen the unfettered emperor within the ancient Immortal Palace? Even upon his exit, he could not suppress his injuries, leaving him torn asunder. It was imperative to note that this was a being who had lived through 3 lifetimes as an emperor. Soon after, they beheld an imperial seal, radiating supreme authority, soaring from the palace's entrance, only to be abruptly halted as if ensnared by some unseen force, slowly retracting back toward the palace. Chu Outyan attempted to intervene. Yet once again, his body split without warning. At that moment, a wave emanated from the ancient Immortal Palace, locking onto him. Panic surged within Chu Outyan's countenance. His body, still not fully healed, slipped into the void and fled with utmost urgency. The current emperor was forced to retreat in disgrace, neglecting even his life-bound imperial weapon. The multitude stood in stunned silence, their minds blank in disbelief. Witnessing this scene, the previously agitated forbidden entities within the eternal heaven disk fell into a profound stillness. Your master has fled. What can a mere imperial weapon do against fate? Return to me. Wang Che intensified his control over the ancient Immortal Palace, forcibly drawing the imperial seal back into its confines. With a resounding crack, the palace doors slammed shut, imprisoning the seal within the chaotic essence. One must concede that while Chu Outyin himself may have been lacking, the imperial seal he crafted was formidable, subtly surpassing even the celestial blade. However, it now belonged to me. Wang Che ruthlessly utilized the chaotic essence to erase its previous marks and deities. Although this process was gradual, in the passage of endless epochs, the imperial seal would eventually become a masterless artifact. At that time, by reimposing my own marks, it would become my private possession. Moreover, this imperial seal bore the essence of Chu Outyin and Appo's path and laws, offering the potential to comprehend his journey. If I could also acquire his scriptures, it would be even more advantageous. Wang Che's expression brimmed with anticipation as he gazed toward the direction of the unfettered Holy Land. In truth, this strike not only wounded Chu Outyin severely, but also left him with profound injuries to his great Tao, leading Wang Che to believe that the era of the unfettered emperor would soon draw to a close. As Wang Che had predicted, a millennium later, the myriad shackles of the universe abruptly vanished. This phenomenon could only signify one thing. The mandate of heaven had slipped from the grasp of the unfettered emperor. Contemporary individuals sighed in reflection. Had it not been for the unfettered emperor and Appo's insistence on assaulting the ancient Immortal Palace, he could have lived for at least another 8 millennia, potentially reaching his 4th lifetime. Yet, it was precisely due to his assault that the tyrannical era finally concluded. Within the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che had melded the laws of strength and soul, crafting the nascent form of his unique Tao fruit, further enhancing his power. It was now time to attempt the elevation of his 3rd domain. Wang Che had long since resolved that this would be the domain of magical power. Among the 9 invincible domains, magical power was the most accessible to enhance, as over the long ages, his magical reserves had reached an astonishing level, with only purity remaining to attain perfection. The unfettered celestial body is renowned for its vastness and purity of magical power. Acquiring the scriptures left by Chu Outyin would undoubtedly expedite the refinement of his magical energy. With newfound vigor, Wang Che felt compelled to act. Now that Chu Outyin was no longer an emperor, few could impede his path. The time had come to settle the score for the past grievances concerning Chu Outyin's assault on the ancient Immortal Palace, beginning with the legacy he left behind. Wang Che teleported from the ancient Immortal Palace, traversing the starry expanse to arrive at the unfettered Holy Land. Although Chu Outyin had fallen from power, the legacy he left behind, comprising 7 quasi-emperors, numerous transcendent saints, and hundreds of sages, remained a formidable force. With a thunderous roar, Wang Che unleashed an unparalleled aura, effortlessly tearing apart the protective formation surrounding the unfettered Holy Land. This terrifying presence immediately drew the attention of countless beings across the celestial realms. Some regarded the spectacle with astonishment. The era of the unfettered emperor had scarcely ended, yet the imperial legacy was already under siege. Who possessed such audacity? Was there no fear of invoking the wrath of the unfettered emperor, who might rise again as a forbidden entity? A quasi-emperor emerged, dismissing any inquiries about Wang Che's identity or motives, and sought to obliterate him with a single strike. Having long been accustomed to their arrogance as Chu Outyin's subordinates, they were unprepared for Wang Che's response. With a mere glance, the dimensional eye manifested, causing the quasi-emperor to plummet from the sky, devoid of life. This shocking scene left all observers gasping in disbelief. To annihilate a quasi-emperor in an instant signified the presence of an unparalleled being. Who are you? And why have you invaded the unfettered Holy Land? The remaining 6 quasi-emperors regarded Wang Che with trepidation, reluctant to advance. I bear a grudge against Chu Outyin today. The unfettered Holy Land shall be disbanded. Wang Che's words floated through the air, laden with an undeniable authority that left the inhabitants of the unfettered Holy Land feeling utterly humiliated. As the legacy of the unfettered emperor, they had never endured such indignity. Yet, since Chu Outyin had not left any imperial weapon for them, they found themselves powerless to contend with Wang Che. The disparity between quasi-emperors and true peak beings was insurmountable. Do you not fear the emperor's wrath should he return to seek vengeance? Even if he survives, the unfettered Holy Land must disband today. With those words, Wang Che unleashed a mighty palm strike, shattering the statue of Chu Outyin within the unfettered Holy Land into mere fragments. Chapter 22. The oppressed dustless emperor. As the statue of the dustless emperor crumbled to ash, silence enveloped the scene. Not a single one of Chu Outyin and Appo's former subordinates dared to step forward. Wang Che had single-handedly suppressed the once mighty imperial lineage. It was common knowledge that, barring unforeseen events, the dustless sacred land would no longer exist after this day. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the eternal forbidden zone, emanating from the lost wilderness. The essence of the Tao contained within it unmistakably belonged to the dustless emperor. Ha ha! The dustless emperor is not dead. You shall pay for your actions today. A quasi-emperor cackled. The expressions of all beings in the world darkened. The dustless emperor had indeed inflicted a self-wounding blow, willingly descending into a forbidden existence, a profound humiliation for the era, regardless of their inner curses. The fact that Chu Outyin had transformed into a forbidden being remained unchanged. With the eruption of the dreadful aura, a beam of light shot down from the heavens. Aimed at Wang Che. Do you think you are still the reigning emperor of this world? Without the shackles of myriad paths and devoid of the imperial realm, Wang Che remained unperturbed, striking upward with a fist, causing the descending celestial light to vanish into the void. What? The cackling quasi-emperor's expression froze, as if witnessing an unfathomable sight. While it was true that the pinnacle of power was not inferior to the supreme, that was only applicable to ordinary supremes. Chu Outyin, as a three-time emperor, would undoubtedly possess greater strength than an ordinary supreme upon attaining that status. How could he possibly be at a disadvantage against the pinnacle figure? The onlookers fell silent, recognizing the formidable strength of this inexplicably emerging pinnacle. It seemed that unless the dustless emperor broke free from his source, he would indeed be unable to contend with this figure. I hereby declare the dissolution of the dustless sacred land. Who dares to oppose? Wang Che returned his gaze from the direction of the lost wilderness, his tone devoid of emotion. A profound silence ensued, as all awaited the dustless emperor's response. However, the aura from the lost wilderness merely lingered for a moment before dissipating. The crowd and Appo's hearts surged. Dissolving the imperial lineage before a recently self-wounded emperor was an act of unparalleled audacity. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity about the identity of this individual, who had never been seen before. It seems no one opposes. Wang Che addressed the crowd of the dustless sacred land. I grant you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Depart from this place. Those who linger beyond that shall perish. Those who dare to plunder treasures shall perish. Those who attempt to revive the sacred land in the future shall perish. With those 3 words, he irrevocably sealed the fate of the dustless sacred land. 3 breaths later, not a single soul remained in the dustless sacred land. Even if there were, it mattered not. Wang Che gathered all the treasures within his sight, including the scriptures left by Chu Outyin. Subsequently, he struck his hand, erasing the ancient star that represented the existence of the dustless sacred land from the annals of history. Once more, a terrifying aura surged from the lost wilderness, hinting at Chu Outyin and Appo's furious wrath. Do you think this is the end? Wang Che soared into the sky, heading directly towards the location of the lost wilderness. Did he truly intend to seek out the dustless emperor? Many believed Wang Che had lost his mind. The disparity in power between a sealed supreme and one who had broken free from their source was vast. If he truly provoked the dustless emperor, bloodshed was inevitable. Who on earth are you? Within the celestial source, Chu Outyin and Appo's gaze was fixed intently on Wang Che. He could not recall having provoked such an adversary. Of those he had once held enmity with, aside from the ancient Immortal Palace and a few supremes, he had eliminated them all. Among those supremes with whom he had grievances, this individual appeared to be absent, as if having materialized from thin air, shrouded in secrets. What does it matter who I am? Wang Che certainly could not reveal that he was the master of the ancient Immortal Palace. That would be far too shocking. Coming here, aside from provoking Chu Outyin, he also wished to test the power of the Tao after his fusion. Show yourself. Wang Che gazed at Chu Outyin. 2 soul-slicing blades shooting forth from his eyes, a power acquired through the comprehension of the soul scripture. The soul-slicing blades? Chu Outyin was taken aback. As an emperor, he naturally recognized these blades, unique to the immortal tomb, capable of severing the very soul, a troublesome ability indeed. To his astonishment, someone had managed to master such a skill. In a moment of crisis, he shielded his soul with celestial light. Yet he underestimated the might of Wang Che's soul-slicing blades and overestimated his own power after having fallen from the imperial realm. As the soul-slicing blades flew forth, 2 wounds appeared on Chu Outyin's soul body. Just from this initial exchange, he suffered a significant setback. Wang Che's eyes radiated with golden light as a clone materialized from the void, charging towards Chu Outyin. The Eye of Annihilation. Though the techniques employed bore considerable differences from those of the Annihilation Emperor, just as Chu Outyin hesitated on whether to break free from his source, Wang Che's clone had already reached him. Bolt. Seeing Wang Che and Appo's clone approach the celestial source, Chu Outyin unleashed a beam of celestial light to sweep it away. The clone, braving the celestial light, shattered the celestial source with a single punch. To think it could withstand my celestial light. Chu Outyin was somewhat taken aback. He could discern that the strength of this clone did not match that of Wang Che's true form, yet it still managed to resist the celestial light, indicating that this individual's power was not to be trifled with. You have destroyed my lineage, and now you seek to provoke me. Do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? He lamented the damage to his celestial source, but having departed from it, he could finally unleash his full potential. Enough with the prattle, let us fight. With a thought, Wang Che and Apos' clone surged once more towards Chu Outyin. Chu Outyin clapped his hands together, summoning two walls of light that suddenly appeared on either side of the clone, crushing it inwards. The clone and Apos' arms creaked under the pressure, unable to halt the merging of the light walls. Once free from the celestial source, Chu Outyin's power had surged significantly, while conversely, this clone possessed only 70% of Wang Che and Apos' true strength. As the clone neared destruction between the light walls, a massive half-human figure emerged above it, pushing the walls apart with both hands. Even the Dharma of heaven cannot prevail, be suppressed. Another wall of light descended from above, pressing down upon the colossal figure, nearly bending its head down. At that moment, the half-formed giant figure sprouted legs, forcefully shattering all three light walls. The clone ascended to the top of the giant figure, commanding it to stomp towards Chu Outyin. This giant figure, a fusion of the laws of strength and the laws of the soul, was dubbed the Demon Void God by Wang Che. With a casual strike, the Demon Void God wielded the full might of a great desolation hand. Chu Outyin unleashed consecutive beams of celestial light to thwart the impending footfall of the Demon Void God. Initially, he matched the Demon Void God strike for strike, but gradually began to gain the upper hand. After all, the Demon Void God was merely a clone, wielding only 70% of Wang Che's true power, while Chu Outyin was a three-time emperor, inherently stronger than an ordinary supreme, making this outcome unsurprising. Let us conclude for today. Farewell. Having tested the limits of the Demon Void God, Wang Che chose not to entangle himself further with Chu Outyin, retreating with his true form while the clone slowly dissipated. Behind him, Chu Outyin wore a dark expression, filled with helplessness. Chapter 23. The perfected power. Upon returning to the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che retrieved the Wuchan Sutra, a sacred text bequeathed by Chu Outyin to the Wuchan Holy Land. After a cursory examination, he discerned that the doctrines inscribed within were neither comprehensive nor particularly sophisticated, rendering it challenging to extract any substantial insights. However, the presence of Chu Outyin's imperial seal transformed the situation entirely. Utilizing the seal, Wang Che endeavored to complete the doctrines of the Wuchan Sutra, through which he gleaned four fundamental laws: the laws of origin, the laws of the firmament, the laws of heavenly punishment, and the laws of purification, the latter being the most encompassing. Reflecting on Chu Outyin and Apos' status as a Wuchan immortal body, Wang Che contemplated the primal beasts inscribed within his own being, suggesting that various physical constitutions might essentially represent the evolution of the Tao and its laws. Should he delve into the study of these diverse constitutions, he might glimpse the essence of the great Tao. The laws of purification bore a resemblance to the eternal light within the eternal celestial disk. This celestial disk perpetually emanated auroras, subjecting any who stepped within its bounds to their formidable assault. The ancient Immortal Palace, ensconced atop the eternal celestial disk, made Wang Che intimately familiar with such radiant phenomena. Using the ancient Immortal Palace, he summoned a beam of eternal light, which circled his hand, revealing that it indeed contained the laws of purification. If he could harness this eternal light to purify his vast reservoir of power, it seemed plausible that even without comprehending the laws of purification, his abilities could reach their zenith. Wang Che's power was immense, yet its vastness rendered it somewhat chaotic, lacking the purity of Chu Outyin and Apos' Wuchan immortal body. Thus, purification could potentially elevate his strength with relative ease. As his thoughts swirled, Wang Che drew forth more eternal light with the ancient Immortal Palace, bathing his form in its brilliance. During this process, wisps of black smoke occasionally emerged from his body, signifying the concentrated impurities within his power. Moreover, his proximity to the eternal light steadily enhanced his comprehension of the laws of purification. This audacity was possible due to his unparalleled physicality, soul, and tremendous power. Had anyone else attempted such a feat without similar attributes, they would likely be annihilated by the eternal light. The ancient Immortal Palace and Apos' voracious absorption of eternal light attracted the attention of forbidden entities dwelling within the eternal celestial disk. They sought to intervene, but found themselves unable to do so. Only the original forbidden entities who had entered the eternal celestial disk could exert a modicum of control over the eternal light. Yet even they could not prevent the ancient Immortal Palace from its consumption. In resignation, they observed for a time before descending back into slumber. 2,000 years passed, and Wang Che's power reached its pinnacle, a sensation that, once experienced, was unmistakable. This culmination also significantly enhanced Wang Che's overall prowess. However, due to his insufficient understanding of the laws of purification, he failed to transmute this into tangible Tao fruits. In the desolate wastes, there existed the Desolate Sutra. In the immortal tombs, the Soul Sutra. It was only logical that scriptures would also reside within the eternal celestial disk. Wang Che teleported to a distant location from the ancient Immortal Palace, masquerading as a passerby, and entered the eternal celestial disk. The struggle against the eternal light naturally drew the attention of the forbidden entities within, and when scriptures indeed manifested within the eternal celestial disk, a supreme being attempted to seize them, only to be repelled by Wang Che's revealed supreme-level might. After acquiring the scriptures, he teleported far from the eternal celestial disk and returned to the ancient Immortal Palace, all without attracting notice. The text, titled the Purification Sutra, bore the 3 prominent characters at its top, indicating its exclusive focus on the laws of purification. Over the course of 500 years, Wang Che fully comprehended the laws of purification contained within the sutra. His next endeavor was to enhance his understanding of the fusion laws and subsequently integrate the laws of purification into the embryonic form of Tao fruits. This process spanned an extensive duration, long enough for several emperors to emerge in the world. Once the laws of purification were amalgamated into the embryonic Tao fruits, skeletal structures and meridians sprouted within his ethereal demonic form, leading to substantial improvements across speed, strength, attack power, and defense. A mere strike now surpassed the might of the Great Desolation Hand at its zenith. Wang Che's strength had firmly exceeded the typical supreme state. Yet should an emperor wield their primal essence, he would still be outmatched. He did not lament his inferiority to the emperor. He had only just reached the pinnacle of 3 realms, and time was on his side. The next pursuit was the 4th realm. Wang Che had long contemplated the enhancement of this aspect, and had already acquired the corresponding scriptures. During his exploration of the laws, he witnessed the growth of a heaven-defying battle body. This constitution boasted unparalleled offensive power. At its zenith, its attack could rival the full might of an ordinary emperor. However, its capabilities were limited solely to offense, lacking the breadth of an emperor's prowess. This remarkable constitution, deemed too formidable, was met with disdain from the heavens. And even if it dominated an era, it could not seize the mantle of destiny. Wang Che personally witnessed the tribulation faced by a practitioner of this battle body as they endeavored to transcend into an emperor. The intensity of this tribulation was unprecedented, posing a lethal risk even to those of emperor status, let alone one yet to achieve such heights. Unsurprisingly, the practitioner of the heaven-defying battle body failed the tribulation, yet managed to retain their life. In their twilight years, lacking an emperor-level Tao fruit, they drew the gaze of a supreme being from the eternal forbidden zone. Legends spoke of those interred within the emperor's tomb rising again one day, prompting some emperors to inter their remains in the tomb, leading to a terrifying metamorphosis into an undying entity that even emperors could not eradicate. However, these undying beings lacked sentience and could not depart the emperor's tomb. The supreme within the emperor's tomb sought to gather various constitutions to create an undying entity capable of retaining its sentience after death and even escaping the tomb, thus fixating on the practitioner of the heaven-defying battle body. In their later years, this practitioner fended off the supreme and Apos' advances repeatedly, despite their age. Yet, under such relentless pursuit, their life essence began to dwindle. Just as the practitioner of the heaven-defying battle body was on the brink of collapse, Wang Che approached them, offering a longevity herb in exchange for insights into their primal power. After some consideration, the practitioner acquiesced. Through studying their primal essence, Wang Che deciphered the laws of annihilation, while the practitioner of the heaven-defying battle body experienced a rebirth through the longevity herb. This was a mutually beneficial exchange. Ultimately, the practitioner of the heaven-defying battle body gazed upon the world for over 10,000 years, and in their final moments, to prevent their body from falling into the emperor's tomb, they resolutely chose to plunge into the abyss of the eternal forbidden zone, vanishing from the realm of mortals. Chapter 24. The Holy Spirit acknowledges the Lord. After comprehending the principles of annihilation, Wang Che ventured into the eternal forbidden zone known as the Imperial Tomb, where he acquired a more comprehensive scripture on destruction. Endless years later, he integrated the principles of annihilation into the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. At this point, the 4 realms reached their zenith, and the principles of annihilation endowed Wang Che with an emperor-level offensive power. Notably, this was a true emperor, distinct from those who had merely severed their own realms to attain supremacy. Should he confront Chu Outyin again, Wang Che could, within 3 moves, compel Chu Outyin to draw upon his imperial essence. Should he seek out Chu Outyin to collect some interest? After some contemplation, Wang Che deemed it premature. Though he possessed the physical, spiritual, magical, and offensive prowess of an emperor, he still lagged in several other aspects. In a genuine life-and-death scenario, he would likely suffer significant losses. He resolved to let his adversary remain comfortable for a while longer. Wang Che also thought of the Emperor of Illusions, the one who had ambushed him in the Lost Wasteland, and all the forbidden entities of the eternal celestial disk. Once he attained enlightenment within the cosmos, he would settle accounts with them all. With 5 realms remaining, he pondered the next realm's elevation. In the midst of these thoughts, he sensed a life form calling out to him from the void. No, rather than a call, it felt more like a plea for help. An unmanifested innate Holy Spirit piqued his interest. Wang Che resolved to investigate. as he had a strong intuition that this innate Holy Spirit could assist in perfecting the remaining realms. Without hesitation, Wang Che transported himself miles away from the ancient Immortal Palace, following the direction indicated by the ethereal call, arriving at an exceedingly desolate ancient life star. This remote star was inhabited only by untamed beasts and a solitary stone egg. Approaching the stone egg, Wang Che discovered an innate Holy Spirit on the verge of birth within. In truth, this stone egg could obscure celestial secrets. Had it not actively called for his aid, he would not have discerned its peculiarities. It could be said that innate Holy Spirits possessed certain unique attributes. Why do you seek my assistance? Wang Che inquired, unable to perceive its true visage, only a vague silhouette within the stone egg. Esteemed Immortal Lord, please allow me to recognize you as my master. Came a timid voice from within, the gender indiscernible. A spirit pet presenting itself so willingly? A strange thought arose within Wang Che, and he scrutinized the stone egg once more. Provide me a reason. Esteemed Immortal Lord, I am different from other innate Holy Spirits. The stone egg hesitated momentarily before resolutely proclaiming, I can grant an extension of life. Even if one has consumed the longevity elixir, swallowing my flesh and blood can still enhance their life essence. I fear being captured by forbidden entities, hence I wish to recognize you as my master. Oh, are you not concerned that I might also take an interest in your flesh and blood? Wang Che replied with a hint of amusement, intending to tease the stone egg. Esteemed Immortal Lord, who in the world does not know you to be a being of eternal life? Surely you would not covet my flesh and blood. The voice from the stone egg grew fainter, losing its confidence. So this is your reason for seeking my aid? Wang Che, disinterested in the flesh within the stone egg, continued, accepting you would mean offending all forbidden entities. What can you offer me? It was evident that once the stone egg truly emerged, the obscured celestial secrets would lose their effectiveness. At that time, all forbidden entities would perceive the existence of this stone egg. In their desperation to replenish their life essence, they would stop at nothing to acquire the innate Holy Spirit contained within. If the entity could not provide substantial benefits, even the protection of the stone egg would not compel him to take action. He was not one to act out of sheer goodwill. I possess the life and 5 elemental laws within me. If you are willing to accept me, I can offer you these 2 laws. The stone egg expressed its anxiety, uncertain whether this condition would sway Wang Che. Do not resist. I wish to confirm something. Wang Che extended his consciousness, meticulously examining the stone egg, and indeed discovered the presence of both the life and 5 elemental laws within. The law of life pertained to the realm of restoration, while the 5 elemental law seemed inclined towards defense. However, as the being within the stone egg had yet to fully develop, both laws remained incomplete. Nevertheless, they could rival the laws contained within the Emperor Scriptures. Were they to be complete, they might not fall short of the scriptures derived from the eternal forbidden zone. If he could safeguard the innate spirit within the stone egg, once it emerged, he would acquire 2 scriptures and simultaneously perfect 2 realms. Wang Che felt a stir of interest and inquired, how long until your emergence? Approximately 1,000 years, the stone egg trembled, nearly fainting under the weight of Wang Che's formidable consciousness. That is not too long. Relax. I shall imprint my soul mark upon you. The soul mark Wang Che intended to inscribe could govern life and death. Even an emperor would not be exempt, provided the recipient consented. Esteemed Immortal Lord, have you agreed? The stone egg was elated. Being marked was preferable to being devoured upon birth, especially as this figure was the master of the ancient Immortal Palace, a legendary remnant of the Immortals. Becoming a subordinate to such a being was akin to seizing an extraordinary opportunity. With the stone egg and Apos' eager cooperation, Wang Che easily inscribed the soul mark. Will you remain here, or do you intend to accompany me? I shall accompany you, though the journey may damage some innate foundations. Could you provide some celestial essence? The stone egg implored, eager to escape this insecure place. A minor issue. Wang Che possessed ample celestial essence and was unconcerned about expending some. He took the stone egg back to the ancient Immortal Palace, placing it in a corner warded by formations, preventing it from glimpsing the happenings within. After leaving some celestial essence for the stone egg, he retreated deeper into seclusion. 1,000 years passed swiftly. As the stone egg neared its emergence, Wang Che released a portion of the ancient Immortal Palace's restrictions. In an instant, a beam of light descended from the heavens, flooding the stone egg with abundant life essence. At that moment, the forbidden entities of the eternal forbidden zone sensed the imminent birth of an innate Holy Spirit. Initially, they had intended to pay little heed, but they suddenly perceived that the flesh of this forthcoming being was akin to a longevity elixir. Consequently, they became frenzied, scouring the cosmos for the stone egg's location, ultimately directing their attention towards the ancient Immortal Palace. Amidst the malicious intent from these incomprehensible entities, the stone egg, receiving the influx of life essence, found it difficult to breathe. While the innate Holy Spirit was exceptionally endowed, its birth would mark the greatest calamity. Should it survive, it would soar to great heights. But should it falter, it would become a feast for others. Things were about to become intriguing. Wang Che opened his eyes, bracing for the impending storm. Chapter 25. Enemies all around Wang Che sat cross-legged within the ancient Immortal Palace, acutely aware of over 30 gazes directed towards him. Among these, more than 20 emanated from supreme beings, including familiar figures such as the Imperator Wuchen, Chu Outyin, the star-seizing emperor, and that supreme entity from the lost wilderness. The remaining gazes belonged to pinnacle beings. Fear not, I shall ensure your safety, Wang Che assured the stone egg, which was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. He possessed unwavering confidence that the ancient Immortal Palace could withstand the might of all supreme beings. In truth, even without his command over the Grand Formation, those supremes would be unable to penetrate the depths of the palace. At best, they could only wander the outer halls. Thank you, Master, the stone egg replied, touched by his words. Such loyalty was rare. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have sought to consume its very essence. As time passed, impatience grew among the onlookers, and one finally ventured to inquire, my friend, that sacred spirit within your palace is of great importance to me. Would you consider a trade for an imperial weapon? Wang Che scoffed. A being at the zenith of evolution would at least be a quasi-emperor, and with exceptional talent. Could even ascend to become an emperor or take an alternative path to enlightenment. To think an imperial weapon could exchange for a sacred spirit was an affront. Naturally, even if the opponent offered something of greater value, he would not entertain the notion of a trade. The mere condescension irked him. Turning his gaze toward the source of the voice, he recognized an elderly man with graying hair from the imperial tomb of the eternal forbidden zone. Old fool, I shall remember you, Wang Che silently vowed. His silence, however, ignited the elder and Appo's irritation. Once a formidable figure, he had never before been so dismissed. Are you hoping I should fetch it myself? The elder and Appo's tone now carried an implicit threat. Wang Che merely chuckled, choosing to ignore him. In my view, that remnant immortal within the ancient palace is the one who looks down upon you. A voice chimed in from the crowd, attempting to provoke. Should you desire the sacred spirit, come forth yourself. Do you think me a fool? The elder remained unfooled, having witnessed the fall of the Imperator Wuchen, severed in two. Do you truly intend to protect that sacred spirit? Spoke a remarkably handsome man from the eternal celestial disk. Wang Che observed him with quiet amusement. My friend, though you are an immortal, there are many of us here. You cannot possibly safeguard that sacred spirit. It would be wise to surrender it, the man continued. Still, no response came. Then, from the depths of the demon burial valley, an indistinct figure suggested, if he refuses to yield, we shall breach in. I refuse to believe that he alone can withstand us all. Indeed, it is said that the ancient palace harbors the secrets of immortality. Why not seize this opportunity to explore them? The handsome man from the eternal celestial disk reiterated. At this, the assembly's resolve began to waver. Though they could temporarily insulate themselves within their immortal sources to delay the decay of life, time would ultimately corrode their beings. For them, the pursuit of immortality was paramount. Let us strike together, a voice commanded from the extreme cold range. In an instant, over 30 attacks converged upon the ancient palace. The sound of thunderous explosions resonated as the palace was engulfed, the surrounding void reduced to chaos. The world watched in terror. It was unprecedented for more than 30 taboo existences to unite in such a display. The reigning emperors, observing from afar, hesitated to intervene. Moments later, the chaos subsided, and the void returned to stillness. The ancient palace remained unscathed. Within, Wang Che observed the scene with a cold gaze. He had noted the identities of those who had attacked him from the 11 great forbidden zones, save for the underworld. And he would hold them accountable when he achieved enlightenment. My fellow friends, I believe the interest in the remnant immortal within the ancient palace extends beyond our ranks. Those of you who stood by, now is the time to act. The handsome man's voice echoed across the 9 great forbidden zones, revealing more taboo existences until their number surpassed 50. Good heavens, such a multitude of taboo existences exists in the world. The onlookers felt an overwhelming heaviness in their hearts, mourning for future generations. Should these beings conspire to incite chaos, even emperors might be torn asunder. An assault by the 9 great forbidden zones upon a single entity was an event unseen throughout history. Yet, curiosity lingered among some, eager to witness whether the remnant immortal could withstand this onslaught. The reigning emperor let out a barely perceptible sigh, feeling an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. Altogether now, let us breach the ancient palace and share in the secrets of immortality, the handsome man proclaimed. With a resounding crash, an even more terrifying assault descended, obliterating the very essence of the Tao. Yet, the ancient palace remained impervious, showing no signs of damage. This resilience left the 50-plus taboo existences feeling powerless. Yet it also fortified their belief in the palace's extraordinary nature, for among the 11 great forbidden zones, only the ancient palace appeared to be crafted by mortal hands. A structure capable of withstanding such ferocity must surely hail from the celestial realm. Moreover, the extraordinary nature of the ancient palace implied that the remnant immortal residing within could not be trivial either. Yet, they remained convinced that the remnant immortal was in a precarious state, Otherwise, it would not remain unresponsive even when bound by the chains of the eternal celestial disk. Still no success. The handsome man from the eternal celestial disk lamented, sinking back into silence. The others mirrored his sentiment. If they could not breach the ancient palace, how could they hope to claim the sacred spirit? Thus concluded a grand endeavor. Yet, Wang Che pondered the implications of one day revealing his identity as the master of the ancient palace. He would undoubtedly become an enemy to the world. Even without such exposure, when the time came to transcend the emperor and Apos' tribulation, those supremes with whom he had past grievances would inevitably seek to obstruct him. They might even deduce that he had existed far longer than they believed. Calculating the odds, he estimated that at least 5, if not more, would stand in his way. He needed a foolproof strategy to navigate the emperor's tribulation. If he could survive that trial, a vast expanse of opportunities would open before him. With this in mind, Wang Che turned his gaze to the stone egg, still in the midst of its transformation. Perhaps the key to overcoming the tribulation lay in attaining imperial-level prowess before the trial, thereby mitigating the attacks from the Supremes. Alternatively, he could eliminate all those with whom he had previously clashed before facing the tribulation. However, such a course would prevent him from personally settling scores with his former foes, leaving a lingering dissatisfaction. Time was of the essence. He awaited the outcome of this endeavor with keen anticipation. Wang Che's eyes sparkled as he watched the stone egg finally approach the culmination of its transformation. Chapter 26. The conclusion of the Emperor's essence. Under Wang Che's gaze, the life essence ceased to flow, and cracks began to appear on the surface of the stone egg, widening gradually. A verdant head emerged from the egg, its eyes darting about with a hint of lewdness. A turtle? Wang Che could scarcely fathom that the innate spirit within the stone egg would manifest in the guise of a turtle, seemingly identical to the creature, notwithstanding the vast life source contained within. Master. Sensing Wang Che's scrutiny, the turtle fully emerged from the stone egg, standing on its 2 feet and bowing deeply in Wang Che's direction, its smooth head appearing particularly ludicrous. Even more absurd, Wang Che covered his forehead with one hand, unable to bear the sight, while others had true dragons, phoenixes, golden crows, and cheelants as their spirit pets. His companion was nothing more than a turtle, and a bipedal one at that. Master? Noticing Wang Che and Apos' prolonged silence, the turtle tentatively called out once more. Wang Che let out a soft hum, his mood somewhat dampened. Please bestow a name upon me. The turtle seemed quite pleased, having attached itself to such a formidable master, free from the worries of its life. You shall be called Little Turtle. Wang Che casually named it. Little Turtle detected the dismissive tone in the name, its mouth twitching slightly before it quickly ingratiated itself. Thank you, Master, for the name. Little Turtle is very fond of it. I shall be called Little Turtle from now on. A mere flatterer. Wang Che inwardly scoffed, then stated, now that you have emerged, I wish to examine the profound laws contained within you. Yes. Little Turtle raised its head, closing its eyes in a posture of surrender. Wang Che clenched his fists. Had it not been for the concern of maintaining his image, he would have liked to deliver a few punches to that insufferable turtle. He extended his consciousness to scrutinize the inherent laws of Tao and Dharma within Little Turtle, leaving no detail overlooked. As initially conjectured, Little Turtle harbored 2 relatively complete laws within, the law of life and the law of the 5 elements. The law of life leaned towards vitality, while the law of the 5 elements inclined towards defense. Additionally, there were some foundational laws, laws of transformation, and laws of deduction. Although these were relatively incomplete, the law of life and the law of the 5 elements were perfectly suited to enhance vitality and defense. Once these 2 aspects approached perfection, he could enter the corresponding eternal forbidden zone to retrieve scriptures, thus achieving true completeness. Wang Che and Apos' previous gloom lifted entirely as he engraved the 2 laws from Little Turtle into his understanding. As for Little Turtle, it was born a sage, and due to its innate advantages, it was a long-lived species, no longer needing to fear being reduced to mere dust after a period of seclusion. After providing Little Turtle with some resources for cultivation, Wang Che entered a state of seclusion. 10,000 years swiftly passed. During this time, Wang Che ventured into the eternal forbidden zones of the buried Demon Valley and the extreme Cold Ridge, acquiring even more complete scriptures of the Great Path. With these scriptures, he elevated both his realms of restoration and defense to their utmost limits. Next, he only needed to integrate these 2 laws into the embryonic form of his Tao fruit to attain the foundation of an emperor, a prospect he eagerly anticipated. A glance at Little Turtle revealed that it had advanced from sage to celestial sage. Compared to other innate spirits, this speed was rather slow. Yet Little Turtle and Apos' lifespan was exceptionally lengthy. It possessed a unique talent. When it fell into slumber, it effectively sealed itself within the source of immortality, consuming its life source at an exceedingly slow rate. Wang Che estimated that Little Turtle would accompany him for a considerable time, once again entering into seclusion. This time his aim was to accelerate the integration of the laws. subsequently merging the law of life and the law of the five elements into the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Wang Che finally opened his eyes. He merely sat there, without releasing a trace of aura, yet the laws of the great path trembled subtly. Little Turtle was startled awake, its eyes wide with fear as it gazed into the depths of the ancient Immortal Hall. Had it not been for the familiar imprint of the soul, it would have wished to flee immediately in the face of such oppressive force. Terrifying. Wang Che exhaled, retracting all extraordinary phenomena. He had now approached the limits of what the great path could encompass. Even against an emperor, he could retreat unscathed. He still had 3 realms yet to attain perfection and had not yet comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth. One could imagine that once these 3 realms were perfected and he comprehended the Tao of heaven and earth, should he succeed, he would become the most powerful emperor in eons. That kind of emperor transcended the super emperors, perhaps deserving the title of ultimate emperor. In truth, that day was not far off. The remaining 3 realms were the heart of Tao, speed, and explosive power. Among these, the heart of Tao was rather unique, contributing little to the enhancement of strength, but representing an unparalleled will. Wang Che had lived long, witnessing the vicissitudes of the world, and as one who possessed longevity, the heart of Tao, in a sense, surpassed that of an emperor, thus requiring no enhancement. He merely needed to traverse the infinite corridor to seek corresponding scriptures of the great path, incorporating them into the embryonic form of the Tao fruit. As for the remaining realms of speed and explosive power, elevating one to perfection would naturally lead the other to reach the same state. All of this was rooted in Wang Che and Apos' solid foundation. It was as if several interconnected puddles, some of which were already filled with water. The remaining puddle could fill up even without direct infusion, relying on the overflow from the others. First, he would visit the infinite corridor, then find a way to enhance the speed realm. Wang Che left Little Turtle in the ancient Immortal Hall and ventured alone into the infinite corridor. As one of the eternal forbidden zones, the infinite corridor itself posed no danger. However, nearing its central region would lead one into a labyrinthine world. This maze could not be destroyed by brute force. Only by locating the exit could one escape. Otherwise, one would be trapped for eternity. The maze was connected to the heart of Tao. Throughout history, every emperor had safely traversed the infinite corridor. And even some peak powerhouses who aspired to become emperors but were limited by their times could exit the infinite corridor without disturbing the supreme beings within the infinite corridor. Wang Che stepped inside. As his gaze shifted, he found himself within the maze. The area was densely packed with passages, yet Wang Che simply sat on the ground. After a brief moment, a great sun emerged from within him, a manifestation of his heart of Tao in the physical realm. Under the illumination of the great sun, the maze world gradually became ethereal until it vanished entirely. Wang Che successfully navigated the infinite corridor. A beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating his heart of Tao within, as if cleansing it of all impurities, further enhancing its purity. After a moment, Wang Che retracted his heart of Tao, distinctly sensing that his transformed heart now possessed an additional ability, the power to see through all worldly illusions. This ability would enable him to withstand the trials of the Emperor and Apos' tribulation without being ensnared by the myriad distractions of the mortal realm. Chapter 27. The completion of the ninefold domain. Although the scriptures were not obtained, the nascent form of the Tao fruit exhibited some transformations. Wang Che summoned the demon void god and discovered that a halo had manifested behind its head. Furthermore, the demon void god adorned itself with battle robes and armor, embodying the principles of life and the 5 elements, which significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities. Now, only speed and explosive power remained to be addressed. Wang Che, adhering to his premeditated plan, sought the Void Clan amidst the cosmos. The Void Clan, a unique race thriving in the void, possessed extraordinary talents, naturally attuned to the laws of the void. Acquiring their scriptures would greatly aid in his subsequent endeavors within the eternal Forbidden Zone's void prison. After a century of cosmic exploration, he finally encountered a member of this clan. Upon seeing Wang Che, they instinctively retreated into the void, overwhelmed by the immense pressure he exuded, as if confronted by an emperor. Yet, with the previous emperor having recently passed, the current world had no such sovereign. Esteemed elder, how may we serve you? One aged member of the Void Clan emerged from the void, bowing respectfully, upon noticing Wang Che and Apos' non-hostile demeanor. I wish to exchange for your clan and Apos' scriptures. Name your price, Wang Che proposed, adhering to the fundamental principle of exchange. Initially, the elder and Apos' expression shifted uneasily at the mention of the scriptures, but upon hearing the latter part of Wang Che's offer, his interest was piqued. Ultimately, Wang Che successfully traded a portion of celestial essence and several unique treasures for the clan scriptures. Although somewhat fragmented, the records concerning the laws of the void were plentiful. Wang Che then entered seclusion to contemplate the laws of the void. The process of understanding these laws proved nearly as intricate as those of fusion. As the laws of the void were distinguished in attack, defense, and speed, According to prior classifications, the laws of the void belong to the upper-tier laws. Ranking prominently among them, Wang Che spent 3 millennia deciphering the scriptures of the Void Clan, yielding remarkable results. Upon concluding his seclusion, he could achieve true instantaneous movement and even create a third space deeper than the void itself. Within this third space, only adversaries with sufficient destructive power to penetrate it or a profound understanding of the laws of the void could reach him. Otherwise, they would be rendered powerless. It was time to venture into the eternal forbidden zone and Appos' void prison. Leaving little Wu at the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che proceeded alone. The void prison, true to its name, was a confinement located deep within the void. Once trapped within, one could only escape by unleashing a strike of extreme domain power to rupture the space or by possessing a profound understanding of the laws of the void. Otherwise, any attempt to advance would result in remaining stationary. Upon entering, he was met with nothingness. Wang Che attempted to utilize his emperor-level power to break the confines of space. But to no avail, only upon entering the third space could he manage to shift a short distance. He progressed slowly deeper into the void prison, his speed diminishing as he neared the center. Ultimately, it took over 10,000 years to reach his target location, where he obtained the Great Tao Scripture, the Void Scripture. Compared to the other 8 scriptures, the Void Scripture was the most challenging to acquire. Wang Che surmised that even an emperor with insufficient comprehension of the laws of the void might perish in their attempts to forcibly seize the scriptures. His extended lifespan was the only reason he could endure such a trial. While emperors could freely access the eternal forbidden zone, none had reportedly acquired any scriptures. It appeared that only cultivators below the emperor realm could enter the eternal forbidden zone, facing trials to obtain the Great Tao Scriptures. Even if someone succeeded, they would likely acquire only 1 or 2 pieces, unlike Wang Che, who had already gathered 7. It seemed that, apart from the ancient Immortal Palace and the yet-to-be-visited Heavenly Pit and Underworld, these eternal forbidden zones resembled trial grounds. Was it possible that the eternal forbidden zone served as a testing ground? Wang Che pondered, with the Void Scripture in hand. 2,000 years were spent integrating the laws of the void into the nascent Tao fruit, resulting in the demon void gods sprouting a pair of wings. With speed and explosive power reaching their zenith, only the final scripture remained to be absorbed into the nascent Tao fruit, preparing for the transcendence into the Tao of heaven and earth. The heavenly pit, from an exterior view, appeared as an unfathomably deep chasm. Once one fell within, they would plummet endlessly. Gazing down from the edge of the pit instilled an uncontrollable sense of panic. Legends spoke of a black hole at the pit's bottom, while others claimed it connected to the celestial realm, though neither rumor had been substantiated. In truth, even emperors were reluctant to delve too deeply into the pit, reportedly sensing an eerie threat from within. I shall witness for myself the veracity of these tales, Wang Che declared, leaping into the pit. A strong force of attraction pulled him downward. He attempted to enter the third space, but the descent persisted unless he unleashed a continuous burst of emperor-level strength to halt it. However, Wang Che remained unperturbed, eager to uncover what lay beneath the heavenly pit. He fell for a considerable duration. Suddenly, a profound sense of impending doom enveloped him, sending chills down his spine. Despite his formidable power, he felt the weight of this foreboding threat. Higher-level cultivators possess increasingly acute senses, especially when confronted with mortal peril. Reluctant to descend further, he summoned his full strength to resist the pull of the chasm, propelling himself upwards. Emerging from the pit, he discovered a scripture suspended in the void, the Ascension Scripture. With all 8 scriptures now collected, he pondered what secrets the underworld might hold. Wang Che then visited the underworld. It was rumored to conceal the mysteries of reincarnation. He had personally sensed Lin Yi's fragment of true spirit being drawn into the underworld, but just as he was about to enter, a voice resonated from deep within, sighing. Master of the ancient Immortal Palace, please return. It is not yet your time to be here. You know me? Wang Che felt a surge of caution. This was the first instance his identity had been exposed. After waiting for a considerable time, the voice offered no further response, seemingly unwilling to engage further. In light of this, Wang Che prudently decided against forcing his way in and chose to retrace his steps. At present, his foremost priority was to integrate the final scripture and Appos' principles into the nascent Tao fruit and transcend into the Tao of heaven and earth. As for the secrets of this place, they could be explored in the future. Chapter 28. The Golden Age has finally arrived. Inside the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che stretched languidly, having been in seclusion for an indeterminate amount of time. He had finally integrated the last principle of the Great Tao into the nascent form of his Tao fruit. Although he had yet to attain enlightenment in the realm of heaven and earth, he already possessed the strength of an emperor. He merely awaited the tribulation of ascension to emperorhood, ready to take the ultimate leap and seize his destiny, thereby becoming an unparalleled supreme emperor throughout the ages. Wang Che had initially intended to calculate how long until his destiny would manifest, only to discover that it coincided perfectly with an era of golden prosperity. If the era were likened to an ocean, then the Golden Age would represent the highest waves it could produce. The heights to which a fish might leap through the Dragon Gate depend not only on its innate ability but also significantly on the height of the waves stirred by the ocean. With the enhancement of this Golden Age, his strength post-enlightenment would surely be augmented. Alas, all the prodigies of this era would merely serve as his backdrop. Regretful though it was, Wang Che felt no pity. The path to emperorhood was one that required the sacrifice of countless lives. In any given era, only one individual was fated to become an emperor. With merely a year remaining until destiny would unfold, it was time to make his move. Wang Che awakened Xiao Wu, instructing him to accompany him outside. "Master, you are finally taking me out," Xiao Wu exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. During Wang Che's previous outings, he had not been included, and as a turtle, he had never left the confines of the ancient Immortal Palace since his birth, feeling as though he were imprisoned. In this moment, he longed to utter, "Do you have any idea how I have endured these countless years?" "Stop feigning pity. I never restricted your excursions," Wang Che rebutted, finding the sight of a turtle weeping comically absurd. While it was true he had not imposed limits, Xiao Wu mused silently that he had never dared to venture out on his own. He carried Wang Che on his back towards their destination, the Emperor's Star. The Emperor's Star, since ancient times, had been the convergence point of destinies. All cultivators aspiring to become emperors would gather there before destiny revealed itself, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the path to emperorhood to seize their fates. Wang Che arrived at the Emperor's Star atop Xiao Wu, exuding an extraordinary demeanor yet drawing no attention, for saints and great saints were commonplace here. Even the rarely seen heavenly saints and quasi-emperors from other eras could occasionally be spotted. Wang Che casually found a place to comprehend the Tao, sipping tea while listening to the surrounding conversations about the intriguing matters of this age. Naturally, the most widely discussed topic remained who among them would ascend to emperorhood in this era. In my view, the most likely candidate is the Chaos Body, Li Qiuxian. Historically, the Chaos Body has been the most formidable constitution. Once it emerges, there is no doubt it will ascend to emperorhood, someone asserted with conviction. The emergence of a Chaos Body was hardly surprising, especially in an age of golden prosperity. Wang Che initially reacted with mild surprise. Then realization dawned as he deduced clues regarding the Chaos Body. He discovered that the heavenly secrets surrounding it were shrouded in chaos, indicating that the Chaos Body either possessed a treasure that obscured these secrets or had already reached a considerable level of mastery. Judging by the earlier praise, he leaned towards the latter conclusion. Your assertion is overly definitive. Although the Chaos Body is indeed extraordinary, capable of contending against emperors in its perfected stage, the principle of the Great Tao is vast and intricate. The heavenly transmutation body, Jiang Dao Yi, may not necessarily be weaker than the Chaos Body, and could equally possess the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Someone contested. The heavenly transmutation body has emerged as well. Wang Che was once again astonished. The heavenly transmutation body was the antithesis of the Chaos Body. If the Chaos Body represented the unity of all things, the heavenly transmutation body symbolized the transformation of one into many. However, the heavenly transmutation body was slightly inferior, as it was overshadowed by the primordial body, which represented the true essence of formlessness and substance, the genesis of all things. Among these, the human sovereign body represented the essence of the one that had been transcended. Should the heavenly transmutation body acquire the essence of the human sovereign body, it could potentially evolve into the primordial body. The same held true for the human sovereign body. Wang Che was taken aback by the simultaneous emergence of the heavenly transmutation body and the Chaos Body, an occurrence that seemed almost implausible. Even in an age of golden prosperity, such an extraordinary phenomenon could only arise if this golden age were destined to surpass all previous golden ages, thereby nurturing both constitutions concurrently. Upon reflection, Wang Che discerned that this golden age indeed harbored peculiarities. Should he ascend to emperorhood in this era, it would likely not be merely a slight enhancement, but rather an opportunity to achieve immortality. For him, immortality was of little consequence, yet for others, it represented the ultimate aspiration of their lives. While I am indifferent to the pursuit of immortality, I may have the chance to take another step beyond the ultimate emperor. Should that occur, once I attain immortality, I would become the strongest among the immortals. The notion of being the strongest was a pursuit shared by many, a desire that transcended mere longevity, and Wang Che was no exception. At that moment, another voice chimed in. I have greater faith in Feng Xingtong. Feng Xingtong is a long life body. It is said that he reached the pinnacle several millennia ago. With such an accumulation over the ages, his strength must have reached a truly terrifying level, perhaps already exhibiting some semblance of imperial grandeur. The long life body was a rather unique constitution, offering no advantages in combat or in understanding the Great Tao. Its sole distinction lay in its prolonged lifespan. Without the need for celestial resources to seal their fate, they could live for 50 to 60,000 years, surpassing even those who had lived multiple lifetimes as emperors. Wang Che had once pondered if he might be a long life body, but after careful examination, he concluded that he was not. His longevity stemmed from deeper, yet undiscovered reasons. He understood that the deeper the accumulation of cultivation, the more formidable the source of life became, rendering the endpoint of life virtually invisible. Fang Xingtong had opportunities to become an emperor in previous eras, yet he had waited for this era. With millennia of accumulation, he too had the chance to ascend to the throne of emperorhood. Many acknowledged Fang Xingtong's strength. However, Xiao Wu remained unconvinced, deeming a mere few millennia insignificant, especially in the presence of Wang Che. He was perplexed as to why Wang Che had come to the Emperor's Star. Was it merely to observe others ascend to emperorhood? Surely he did not intend to attain enlightenment himself. You haven't overlooked the dark god body, Lu Yufan, have you? He hails from the eternal forbidden zone and wields several imperial Dao techniques. At the mention of Lu Yufan, a shadow fell over the crowd. This individual not only possessed an extraordinary constitution, but also hailed from the imperial grave of the eternal forbidden zone, with supreme beings backing him. When he faced the tribulation of ascension, those supreme beings would undoubtedly assist him. The imperial grave was replete with the remains of emperors, and the dark god body possessed the ability to devour, leaving many to wonder how many remnants of emperor-level essence Lu Yufan had absorbed and how many imperial Dao techniques he had evolved. If he were to attain emperorhood, it would not be long before another dark epic ensued. Chapter 29. The extraordinary of the current age among the remarkable figures of this era. There are the Heavenly Dragon Emperor and the Flying Star Emperor, as well as the divine body of the Prison Suppressor and others. As long as they can survive the Emperor's tribulation, they all have the opportunity to attain enlightenment and become one with the heavens. If we categorize the chaotic body, the heavenly transformation divine body, the longevity body, and the dark divine body as the first tier with potential to become emperors, then the various disciples and other divine bodies would constitute the second tier, followed by some exceptional talents in the third tier. After all, achieving the status of an emperor depends not only on one's strength, but also on who can traverse the emperor and Appo's tribulation with greater swiftness. In this light, it appears that there are indeed many prodigies in this age. Wang Che glanced at the little raven. With its innate Holy Spirit essence, it too possesses an opportunity to attain enlightenment. However, in this lifetime, he is destined to become the emperor, while the little raven must wait for several more lifetimes. Suddenly, a commotion erupted around them. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor and the Flying Star Emperor were to duel ahead of schedule in the starry sky. Everyone rushed to witness the spectacle. Master, shall we also go and see the excitement? The little raven asked eagerly. Let us go, Wang Che replied, sitting upon the little raven's back and following the crowd. In the starry expanse, a young man clad in golden battle armor and another in white garments exchanged glances across the void. Both, as emperors, exuded an extraordinary presence. However, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor radiated brilliance, while the Flying Star Emperor maintained an air of cold arrogance. I shall ask you once more, will you submit? The Heavenly Dragon Emperor, resplendent in his golden armor, pointed his spear at the Flying Star Emperor. Is that all you have? Retorted the Flying Star Emperor dismissively, gesturing with his hand. Countless starry rays erupted around him, shooting forth like spears, enveloping the very space where the Heavenly Dragon Emperor stood. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor brandished his spear, summoning a golden dragon head that emerged as a shield before him, advancing towards the Flying Star Emperor while deflecting the myriad of star spears. The two, in a clash of wills, engaged in battle, igniting excitement among the onlookers. This confrontation between two emperors could, in a sense, be viewed as a continuation of battles among the great. Stars fell from the heavens as the Heavenly Dragon soared. The phenomena resulting from their clash were extraordinary. Every strike was executed with unparalleled speed, and in the span of a breath, they had exchanged blows once again. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor transformed, taking on a dragon-headed human form, using immense brute force to rend the Flying Star Emperor apart. In a moment of opportunity, the Flying Star Emperor struck back, his finger piercing the chest of the Heavenly Dragon Emperor with a burst of starry light. Their bodies healed rapidly, and they resumed their fierce contest. Ultimately, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor emerged victorious by a narrow margin. He did not slay the Flying Star Emperor, for at this level, unless one possessed extraordinary means or was lacking in life essence, it was challenging to vanquish an opponent. With his spear pointed at the Flying Star Emperor, he asked, will you submit? The Flying Star Emperor's expression was frigid. I admit your strength is slightly superior, but that alone does not qualify you to command my submission. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor smiled. I never said I require your submission to me, rather to those who follow me. At this declaration, many gasped in astonishment. Who possesses such strength that an emperor would choose to follow them? Who is that person you follow? The Flying Star Emperor inquired, voicing the curiosity of the crowd. Lu Yufan, replied the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. The dark divine body, Lu Yufan, was almost certainly from the eternal forbidden zone. In this context, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor's willingness to follow Lu Yufan suggested either an intention to ally with the eternal forbidden zone or that the Heavenly Dragon Emperor had become a dark sovereign himself. This revelation was undoubtedly a significant blow to those who revered the Heavenly Dragon Emperor. Humph. I have no interest in being a dog for those from the eternal forbidden zone, the Flying Star Emperor declared, turning to leave. I extended the invitation due to your commendable strength. In this era, the one who holds the fate will inevitably be Lu Yufan. One day, do not regret your choice. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor warned, a hint of menace in his tone. He can survive the trial of Li Qiuxian first, the Flying Star Emperor scoffed, showing no intention of pausing. If you refuse to submit, then perish, a cold voice suddenly resonated from afar, followed by a small black hole hurtling towards the Flying Star Emperor at great speed. Already injured, the Flying Star Emperor could only resist momentarily before being engulfed. When the black hole dissipated, the Flying Star Emperor's aura had become exceedingly feeble, suspended in midair by a single hand gripping his neck. The figure who held him was a young man exuding an ominous aura, clad entirely in black, his presence reminiscent of a black hole, perpetually devouring the surrounding light. You have arrived. The Heavenly Dragon Emperor acknowledged the youth, clearly identifying him as Lu Yufan, the Dark Divine Body. Lu Yufan grasped the Flying Star Emperor, his tone icy. I shall ask you one final time. Will you submit or die? The Flying Star Emperor's hair bristled in indignation. As a proud emperor, he found it intolerable to be treated thus. In a desperate attempt, he consumed his life essence to break free from Lu Yufan's grasp and unleashed his most powerful strike. It seems you have made your choice. Death, Lu Yufan stated impassively, conjuring a black hole with his bare hands, intending to pull the Flying Star Emperor back within. At that moment, the space between them distorted, and the distance that had been mere meters suddenly stretched to thousands of feet. Grant me a favor, let this matter rest. A gentle voice emerged as a figure donned in azure, exuding a serene demeanor, stepped forth from the warped void. The lifeless expanse was instantly imbued with vibrant life upon his arrival. An impressive void treasure technique, Wang Che discerned instantly, recognizing its connection to the laws of the void, and surmising that this individual was likely Feng Xingtong, the longevity body, given the richness of life surrounding him. You are nothing but a trifling being. How dare you expect me to grant you a favor? Lu Yufan retorted arrogantly, dismissing Feng Xingtong. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly engage you, Feng Xingtong replied, maintaining his gentle smile despite the provocation. I shall bear witness to this battle, a young man in white, adorned with a golden crow atop his head and treading upon an azure dragon, approached, accompanied by a phoenix and a qilin, with a radiant wheel of light emerging behind him, exuding an aura of grandeur akin to an immortal descending from the heavens. Without a doubt, this individual, harmonizing so closely with the laws of the great Tao and possessing numerous treasure techniques, was Jiang Daoyi, the heavenly transformation divine body. Lu Yufan retracted his haughty demeanor, recognizing that Jiang Daoyi clearly sided with Feng Xingtong. Even for him, facing both of them simultaneously would pose considerable pressure. Suddenly, the crowd felt an inexplicable sensation and turned their gaze toward the northeast, where a young man sat cross-legged in the void, exuding a majestic aura, surrounded by chaos. Attentively observing the scene before him, the chaotic body, Li Qiuxian, expressions turned grave as everyone understood that in the pursuit of becoming an emperor, none dared claim they could secure a decisive victory against him. Noting Li Qiuxian and Appo's intent to intervene, Lu Yufan scoffed, leading the Heavenly Dragon Emperor away from the scene. Thus, the tumult subsided. Intriguing, Wang Che mused, retracting his gaze, suddenly feeling a sense of anticipation for the impending struggle for fate. Chapter 30. The emergence of the Emperor's path. Over the course of a year, Wang Che had observed numerous imperial heirs and divine bodies on the Emperor's star. Yet he had refrained from revealing his own brilliance. It was not until the convergence of destiny that the Emperor and Appo's path manifested, prompting all aspirants to greatness to step forth. Wang Che summoned Little Turtle, saying, "Let us embark. Master, you too will tread the Emperor and Appo's path?" Little Turtle was astonished. Wasn't Appo's Wang Che an ancient immortal? Why would he venture onto the Emperor and Appo's path? Soon, it dawned on him that perhaps Wang Che sought to assist him in attaining enlightenment. At this thought, Little Turtle and Appo's entire form bristled with excitement as he bore Wang Che into the Emperor and Appo's path. Step aside. A quasi-emperor struck at Little Turtle with a palm. The one who should step aside is you. Radiating with a kaleidoscope of brilliance, Little Turtle retaliated, striking the quasi-emperor and causing him to cough blood. Witnessing this, the onlookers swiftly recoiled, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable turtle was, in fact, an apex being. Even more astonishing was the individual seated upon its back, suggesting that the turtle was merely a mount for this formidable figure. Who could possibly ride atop such an extraordinary turtle? Could he also be an exceptional divine body or imperial heir? The spectators dared not stare too long, fearing to provoke Wang Che. Yet, one individual defied the norm, shouting at Wang Che, "Descend and face me in combat." This challenger, though lacking in physical appeal, emanated an aura that shook the very ground beneath him, as if the weight of the universe bore down upon him. It is the prison suppression divine body, someone recognized, noting its esteemed reputation. Among those vying for the title of emperor, the prison suppression divine body ranked in the second tier. Upon realizing this, some of the onlookers hesitated to advance, adopting expressions of anticipation. You dare challenge my master? Allow me to defeat you. Little Turtle's eyes gleamed with fierce intent, eager to showcase his prowess before Wang Che. He thrust his right claw forward, summoning a towering mountain that surged towards the prison suppression divine body. You, a mere beast, presume to use suppression against me? I shall counter with my own suppression. The prison suppression divine body and Appos' demeanor was grim as its essence roared to life. Its hand cleaved through the mountain above with the might of a colossal axe before launching a kick toward Wang Che. Under the force of this kick, the void was immobilized, and the laws of the universe coalesced into an unyielding cage. How audacious! Little Turtle fumed, revealing his true form, which soared to immense heights as he shattered the confines of the imprisoned space. He unleashed a kaleidoscopic radiance, piercing forth with greater power than the singular elemental laws. The clash between Little Turtle and the prison suppression divine body raged on for thousands of exchanges, with neither able to gain the upper hand. This spectacle astonished the onlookers, who recognized that Little Turtle, merely a mount, could contest with the prison suppression divine body. They speculated just how formidable Wang Che must be, perhaps a figure rivaling the eternal body or the celestial transformation divine body. Yet, the prison suppression divine body's countenance darkened. To be evenly matched with a mere mount was a profound humiliation to its dignity. Fool, are you not bold enough to face me? It attempted to provoke Wang Che. Wang Che, however, did not engage in idle chatter. His eyes glimmered with golden light, and with a mere glance, the void wherein the prison suppression divine body resided collapsed. Countless laws disintegrating. Two soul-severing blades bypassed all defenses, striking directly at the essence of the prison suppression divine body. In an instant, the prison suppression divine body suffered its gravest injury, its presence diminishing, eyes clouded, shifting between mindless laughter and violent rage. The surrounding crowd was rendered speechless, witnessing the once mighty prison suppression divine body reduced to such a state. Was this truly a quasi-emperor? Master is magnificent. Little Turtle eagerly extolled. Let us depart. Wang Che maintained a calm demeanor, for he had withheld much of his strength. Otherwise, a single strike could have claimed the prison suppression divine body and Appos' life. Of course, the entity had merely issued a challenge, not deserving of death. Had it been a truly wicked adversary, he would not have shown restraint. Applause resounded from behind as someone approached. Impressive. You possess the qualifications to pursue Lu Yufan. I offer you a chance, swear your loyalty. The heavenly dragon imperial heir looked down upon Wang Che with an air of superiority. Seeking death? Little Turtle seethed, preparing to unleash a powerful technique. Wang Che gently patted its shell, calming it, and inquired of the heavenly dragon imperial heir, does Lu Yufan hail from the eternal forbidden zone? At this point, there is no need for concealment. Both he and I originate from the imperial tomb of the eternal forbidden zone. Should you ally with us, there may come a time when you serve beside an emperor. The heavenly dragon imperial heir believed Wang Che sought to ascertain Lu Yufan and Appos' strength and disclosed this information without hesitation. Excellent. You may now perish. Confirming that both Lu Yufan and the heavenly dragon imperial heir hailed from the eternal forbidden zone, Wang Che turned his gaze once more, summoning dozens of soul-severing blades that surged toward the heavenly dragon imperial heir. How dare you? The heavenly dragon imperial heir and Appos' expression shifted dramatically, unprepared for Wang Che and Appos' abrupt aggression. He had not anticipated that, despite revealing his background, Wang Che would still choose to strike first. Faced with the onslaught of blades, he found himself unable to fend them off. As he faced imminent doom, an artifact he carried shattered, propelling him away at incredible speed. Wait for me. Our deaths shall be settled, he cried defiantly, yet Wang Che pressed his palm downwards, manifesting a colossal hand that descended upon the fleeing heavenly dragon imperial heir, reducing him to mere pulp mid-flight. The heavenly dragon imperial heir and Appos' form reconstituted, and he fled in terror, too frightened to utter another word. Shall we pursue him, master? Little Turtle inquired. Wang Che shook his head. From the artifact the heavenly dragon imperial heir had wielded, he sensed a familiar imperial aura, reminiscent of a dark sovereign who had once besieged the ancient Immortal palace. If he were to recklessly slay the heavenly dragon imperial heir now, it would undoubtedly attract further powerful opponents, particularly those sovereigns he had previously encountered, who might recognize him. At this juncture, the priority was to reach the end of the emperor and Appos' path. There would be time for reckoning after attaining the title of emperor. The spectators, having witnessed Wang Che and Appos' overwhelming defeat of both a divine body and an imperial heir, felt a wave of suffocation wash over them, extinguishing any thoughts of contending for destiny. Competing against such terrifying strength was an utterly futile endeavor. A multitude halted their advance, retreating from the emperor and Appos' path. Yet, others still pushed forward toward the finish line. The chaotic body, celestial transformation divine body, eternal body, and dark divine body, the four figures of the first tier, emerged with an overwhelming presence. However, as they approached the end, the likelihood of encounters among the various paths increased. At the intersection of Wang Che and Appo's route, the dark divine body and eternal body had arrived first, igniting a fierce battle. Chapter 31. The unyielding body of defeat before them. A fierce clash unfolded, a spectacle of terrifying might. The celestial river ahead flowed backward. Space itself warped as vibrant green, and profound darkness entwined in a fierce struggle. Those present, fearful of being swept into this dreadfully chaotic tempest, dared not advance further. Yet, Wang Che was not among them. As all the tumultuous waves of battle surged forth, he remained unharmed, shielded by the colossal form of Little Wu. A third party has intruded. Both the eternal being Fang Xingtong and the dark divine body Lu Yufan noted simultaneously. Lu Yufan's countenance instantly turned frigid. You are the one who injured Zhou Zihao? You refer to the celestial dragon, the emperor and Appo's son? That would be me, Wang Che readily acknowledged. Then prepare to meet your demise. Lu Yufan, abandoning Fang Xingtong, lunged toward Wang Che. Fang Xingtong did not intervene. He wished to gauge Wang Che's strength through Lu Yufan's hand, and he understood that on the path to ascension, enemies would abound. Even if he harbored disdain for Lu Yufan, he would not hinder Wang Che from reaching the finish line first. Are you considering harming my master without consulting me? Little Wu and Appo's voice resonated with a kaleidoscope of brilliance, sensing Lu Yufan and Appo's extraordinary nature. A primal holy spirit? Lu Yufan discerned Little Wu and Appo's true nature at a glance, morphing into a black hole that actively devoured the vibrant luminescence. Little Wu extended its massive claws to strike at the black hole, which expanded, intent on consuming the claw as well. The collision of the claw and the black hole resulted in the latter dispersing, yet the scales on Little Wu's claw were torn asunder. Great darkness engulfs the heavens. The area surrounding Lu Yufan was engulfed in profound shadow, light itself consumed. As darkness shrouded half of the starry sky, swallowing both Little Wu and Wang Che. Within this darkened expanse, the laws of the universe were suppressed, with only the laws of darkness and space enhanced. Little Wu, mastering the elemental and primordial laws, found its full might diminished under such conditions. Rendered helpless against the oppression it faced. This is infuriating, Little Wu lamented internally. Yet, the hard truth remained. Its power was indeed inferior to that of the dark divine body. It came to a sobering realization that, even with Wang Che and Appo's assistance, it could never attain the path of the emperor in this era. Lu Yufan pressed forward through the darkness toward Wang Che. Annihilate. Wang Che uttered 2 words. And with a wave of his hand, a unique ripple manifested in space, causing all darkness it touched to dissolve silently. As the wave reached Lu Yufan, disbelief painted his features, for it obliterated half of his corporeal form. The onlookers, initially speculating about the happenings within the darkness, were astounded as it receded mere moments later, revealing a calm Wang Che and a battered Lu Yufan, his armor shattered. The contrast between them made it evident who had suffered the greater loss. Who exactly are you? Lu Yufan demanded, his voice reverberating with incredulity. From Wang Che and Appo's strike, he sensed a power that transcended even the supreme, leading him to question if, were it not for his own pursuit of ascension, he might have doubted Wang Che and Appo's humanity altogether. Lu Yufan at a disadvantage? Fang Xingtong regarded Wang Che anew, unable to fathom the depths of this seemingly ordinary young man, leading him to ponder a state of primordial simplicity. Could he be an ancient supreme? Despite his suspicions regarding Wang Che's identity, he felt no sign of decay in his vitality. Rather, the overwhelming essence he occasionally perceived from Wang Che filled him with awe, a unique ability of the eternal being to sense the vitality of others. Step aside. Wang Che maintained an indifferent demeanor. Were it not for his concern about attracting the Dark Supreme prematurely, he would have readily dispatched Lu Yufan on the spot. Lu Yufan's expression fluctuated. Yielding would invite questions about his authority, shattering his invincible resolve, yet refusing to yield left him utterly lacking confidence to withstand Wang Che. Ultimately, under the gaze of the gathering crowd, he chose to retreat toward the terminus of the Emperor and Appo's path. Did Lu Yufan waver? The observers and Appo's eyes on Wang Che transformed. For to have repelled the dark divine body at the first tier demonstrated a terrifying depth of strength. Wang Che then turned his attention to Fang Xingtong, who still stood before him. Receive my strike. Fang Xingtong inhaled deeply, summoning an ancient tree that towered behind him, its roots firmly planted in the void, adorned with multiple imprints of the fundamental laws. Unquestionably, this was the embryonic form of the fruit of Tao he had cultivated over several lives. And his next strike would undoubtedly be his most formidable. The ancient tree morphed into a staff under Fang Xingtong and Appo's command, radiating supreme ferocity as it descended. Defend. Wang Che flicked his finger, summoning a five-colored veil that obscured half the heavens. The staff struck the veil but could not budge it in the slightest. Fang Xingtong fell silent, subsequently retracting all manifestations, hastening toward the terminus of the Emperor's path. Even if he could not surpass the individual before him, there remained hope for his ascension, for the process of attaining Tao also depended on who could traverse the tribulations of the Emperor and Apos' path more swiftly. Wang Che patted little Wu and, too, proceeded toward the terminus of the Emperor and Apos' path. The techniques he employed against Lu Yufan and Fang Xingtong were merely demonstrations of his prowess in the realms of ultimate offensive and defensive capabilities, annihilation scripture and elemental scripture, respectively. Of course, he had not exerted his full strength. Only when he manifested his complete form as the Void Demon would he truly unleash his full potential. In another direction along the Emperor and Apos' path, the chaotic body Li Qiuxian encountered the heavenly transformation divine body Jiang Daoyi, and they engaged in a breathtaking duel. In the end, Li Qiuxian emerged victorious, advancing ahead to the terminus of the Emperor's path, closely followed by Jiang Daoyi. Experiencing defeat along the Emperor and Apos' path does not preclude one from attaining Tao. It merely risks fracturing the invincible resolve, potentially intensifying the inner demons during the trials of ascension. As long as one reaches the terminus, all have the opportunity to ascend. However, this step is not without its challenges, at the very least. Those beneath the pinnacle cannot achieve it. This is an era of golden prosperity, and the tribulations along the Emperor and Apos' path are more formidable than ever before, leaving only a precious few, merely 9, to reach the terminus. This is merely the conclusion of the journey. The true test lies in overcoming the tribulations of ascension. As the convergence of destiny approached, a moment lingered, and the unspoken allure among the strong drew Li Qiuxian's gaze toward Wang Che. He sensed that this individual was the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. The fragmented visions he gleaned from the Tao validated his intuition. As Wang Che had previously clashed with both Lu Yufan and Fang Xingtong, he hesitated for a heartbeat, contemplating whether to engage Wang Che before facing the trials of ascension. A victory would allow him to ascend with an unblemished resolve, while a defeat, even if he could still attain Tao, would leave his heart far from perfect. Yet, this moment of indecision lasted but a second, as Li Qiuxian boldly approached Wang Che. Let us battle. He, the chaotic body, possessed the strongest physique known, and preemptive fear was not in his nature. Very well, there is still a brief interval. I shall indulge you in this contest. Wang Che perceived Li Qiuxian's intent and resolved to accommodate his desire for battle. Chapter 32, The Commencement of the Tribulation at the Terminus of the Imperial Pass. The gazes of Jiang Daoyi, Fang Xingtong, Lu Yufan, and others were fixed upon Wang Che and Li Qiuxian, although they were reluctant to concede. They could not deny that these two individuals were indeed the most formidable beings beneath the Emperor. What puzzled them even further was the enigmatic emergence of Wang Che. Never had they encountered any prior information regarding him. Among all sentient beings, only the little crow was privy to Wang Che and Apos' secrets, yet it too was engulfed in confusion. What was Wang Che truly aspiring to? Did he genuinely seek to attain the Emperor and Apos' Tao? Yet, having already reached the realm of immortality, was there any necessity for him to pursue such a path? Suddenly, an audacious thought struck the little crow. What if Wang Che was not an immortal? But how could one who is not immortal possibly endure for so long? The more it pondered, the more it felt a sense of dread. Thus, it resolved to abandon such thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Li Qiuxian had already engaged in combat with Wang Che. As a being of chaos, Li Qiuxian was impervious to myriad laws, and even a casual strike from him exuded an overwhelming might. However, Wang Che remained remarkably composed, clad in a robe of radiant hues, effortlessly deflecting all of Li Qiuxian and Apos' assaults, even compelling him to evade with merely a gaze. The chaos bell. Li Qiuxian decided to unleash his true potential, forming a seal with his hands. The principles of the Tao coalesced above his head, materializing into a dark-hued bronze bell. Its surface etched with an intricate tapestry of loss. Its mere presence seemed to signify the singularity of the cosmos, unyielding through the ages. What a terrifying treasure! Jiang Daoyi and the others bore grave expressions, introspectively questioning whether they could withstand the impending onslaught from Li Qiuxian if they were in his place. They wondered how that mysterious figure would respond. The Chaos Bell, having encapsulated a dozen principles of the Tao, was indeed a testament to Li Qiuxian and Apos' prowess as a being of chaos. In terms of the number of laws, the bronze bell surpassed the Void Demon God. Yet, Wang Che discerned that the progress of the laws inscribed upon the bell was far inferior to that of the Void Demon God. If the progress of the various laws on the Void Demon God was quantified as 10, then that of the bronze bell rested around 4 or 5. Nevertheless, such power was still commendable, particularly considering Li Qiuxian's relatively recent cultivation and Wang Che's accumulation spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Your strength is commendable. You qualify for me to engage with a modicum of seriousness. Wang Che and Apos' eyes deepened, his aura transforming, as though a celestial king was awakening. Just a modicum of seriousness? Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present turned peculiar. It is known that a fully realized being of chaos can contend against an emperor. Yet this individual claimed merely to engage with a hint of seriousness. Was this mere bravado, or did he truly possess such might? Li Qiuxian displayed no sign of elation or despair. He merely pressed his palms together, causing the chaos bell to tremble. A formidable sound wave surged forth toward Wang Che, transforming the void into chaos, annihilating all laws within its wake. This strike represented the pinnacle of the Tao. However, in the face of this assault, Wang Che remained tranquil, observing as a colossal phantom, though incomplete, ascended from the ground. Despite its incomplete form, it soared to an impressive height. Its arm descended like a scythe, cleaving through the terrifying sound wave and creating a rift, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloping the surroundings. Li Qiuxian and Apos' expression turned grave, as he summoned every ounce of power within him to channel into the chaos bell. The intricate patterns upon the bell became more pronounced, as if it were on the verge of manifesting into reality. Go. He pointed a finger, and the chaos bell emanated an unparalleled celestial might, delivering a blow that transcended the pinnacle of the Tao. All principles, all matter, were rendered non-existent. Is this the true form of a fully realized being of chaos? A wave of helplessness surged through the hearts of the many prodigies present. They could perceive that this strike had surpassed a typical emperor's blow. Even if the Supreme One were to descend, it would likely be obliterated. Wang Che's demeanor remained unperturbed. The void demon god behind him first materialized bones, then donned battle attire, and finally encased itself in armor, elevating its strength by 3 grades in mere moments. Even as the void transformed into chaos and the laws vanished, the void demon god stood immovable, resembling a demonic deity surveying the heavens. You shall also taste my strike. Wang Che assumed a sword-drawing posture and brought his arm downward. The void demon god extended its hand, conjuring a long sword from the shattered chaos, suffused with an aura of destruction, and aimed it at Li Qiuxian. This sword was directed solely at Li Qiuxian, yet the overwhelming dread it inspired compelled the others to intervene. Zhang Dao summoned a 3-legged cauldron, its opening revealing a clarity reminiscent of the world and Apos' inception. Fang Xingtong conjured a staff formed from the ancient celestial tree, stirring the firmament. Liu Fan transformed into a black hole, devouring all in its path. The others also unleashed their most potent attacks to confront the descending sword. Li Qiuxian, no longer indifferent, felt a shift in his expression. He had heard tales of the might of a fully realized being of chaos capable of overpowering an emperor. Yet now, he felt as though he were facing not merely an emperor of this era, but a being who had transcended into a second life as an emperor. The chaos bell loomed over him, resonating with waves of sound. Yet, these sound waves were insufficient to diminish the speed with which the long sword descended. Boom. The long sword cleaved through the various assaults, striking the chaos bell with a thunderous explosion, reminiscent of the world and Apos' annihilation. The chaos bell shattered into fragments, scattering in all directions before merging back into the void. The long sword hovered steadily above Li Qiuxian and Apos' head, having not truly descended upon him. Defeated, a singular thought emerged collectively among all present. This strike not only vanquished Li Qiuxian, but also shattered their invincible resolve, for this attack had been a combined effort. Yet they had still succumbed. It could be said that Wang Che had single-handedly triumphed over them all. Li Qiuxian stared at the sword above him, his gaze lost. Throughout his journey, he had never faced defeat, yet he had not anticipated that a single loss would be so utterly devastating. Had it not been for the imminent convergence of fate, he would have considered fleeing on the spot. Yet, even with fate approaching, he harbored no confidence in seizing the opportunity to attain the title of emperor before that individual. A bitter smile graced Li Qiuxian's lips as he regarded Wang Che and inquired, "May I know your name?" Wang Che. Wang Che retracted the void demon god, his mind tranquil as the ancient waves of his consciousness remained undisturbed. Li Qiuxian was formidable, yet it was of little consequence, for he had encountered Wang Che. From that moment forth, all present became aware of Wang Che and Apos' name. Suddenly, an extraordinarily sacred radiance erupted in the celestial firmament. The convergence of fate had arrived. The defeated individuals regained their composure. As long as they could surpass Wang Che and successfully weather the tribulation, they still held the prospect of becoming emperors. In the face of the miraculous ascent to emperorhood, what did a single defeat amount to? Consequently, they all ascended towards the heavens simultaneously, invoking the thunder tribulation. At that moment, the supreme being, long dormant within the eternal forbidden zone, awakened and cast its gaze upon this scene. After eons of waiting, the moment of truth had finally arrived. Within Wang Che and Apos' heart, an insatiable yearning ignited alongside boundless faith. In this era, no force could thwart him from achieving the status of emperor. not even the Thunder Tribulation, nor the Supreme Being. Chapter 33. The most terrifying heavenly tribulation in history, the terrifying lightning calamity, illuminated the world. There are two approaches to traversing the heavenly tribulation. One is to patiently wait, as the tribulation comes wave after wave. And the other is to boldly enter the storm and face multiple waves of tribulation at once. In pursuit of speed, Wang Che, Li Qiuxian, Zhang Daoyi, Fang Xingtong, and Lu Yufan chose the latter method, while the remaining few opted for the former, wagering that Wang Che and his companions would fail. Only Xiao Wu remained in place, refraining from attempting to ascend to the throne of emperors. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning erupted around Wang Che's body, yet they could not harm him in the slightest. Not intense enough, bring it on. Wang Che summoned even more thunder, and in an instant, the cacophony of thunder separated him from the others by a significant margin. At this rate, he would surely be the first to overcome the tribulation. Some cast their gaze towards Lu Yufan. With a mere thought, Lu Yufan shattered a token. Originally intended to hinder Li Qiuxian, now aimed at Wang Che. A colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, emerged from the eternal forbidden zone, plunging into the tribulation to strike at Wang Che. As expected, he had resorted to such despicable means to impede others. Get away from me, Wang Che roared, using only his physical prowess to shatter that enormous hand. What terrifying physical strength! However, the supreme beings, being supreme, could not be easily repelled. Even the Dragon Emperor, who stood behind the heavenly dragon prince, chose to intervene. A massive hand and a gigantic dragon struck simultaneously. Wang Che and Appos, eyes turned icy as a colorful veil. Composed of the 5 elements and Appos, principles, manifested, shielding him from the hand, the dragon, and the tribulation itself. They could not harm him. Lu Yufan and Appos' eyes narrowed with trepidation, and he shattered a second token. The number of supreme beings attempting to obstruct Wang Che had now escalated from 2 to 3. Even Wang Che, without resorting to his hidden cards, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He could only execute his second plan. Initially, Wang Che wished to avoid attracting the attention of the supreme beings he had previously clashed with, but that notion had undoubtedly failed. He struck out with his palm, suppressing the 2 incoming attacks with the Great Wilderness Hand, while the remaining attack was deflected by the 5 elements veil. It's you. You're still alive? The resonance of the Great Wilderness Hand caught the attention of the Thousand Illusions Emperor, although he was unaware of how Wang Che had survived until now. It did not prevent him from intervening to obstruct Wang Che's ascension. The true dragon, the true phoenix, and the great sun appeared, and with the Thousand Illusions Emperor being a super emperor himself, the power of his technique surpassed that of the previous 3 supreme beings. Golden light filled Wang Che's eyes as the soul-cutting blade flew forth, cleaving the true dragon, the true phoenix, and the great sun die. Suddenly, the eternal forbidden zone resonated with a profound aura, unleashing a beam of celestial light, soon followed by a withered yellow glow. It was Chu Outyin and the supreme being who had once contended for the wild beasts. Truly, they were relentless. Wang Che's expression turned frigid. With former adversaries now involved, he no longer felt the need to hold back. The scriptures of destruction, 5 elements, purification, and void manifested. Yet this only drew the attention of even more supreme beings. I never expected you to gather 8 scriptures, and even your Tao heart has reached perfection. The supreme beings targeting Wang Che were astonished, yet the more astonished they became, the more they were determined to prevent his ascension, fearing that he would seek retribution upon succeeding. The number of intervening supreme beings swelled to 15. Even Lu Yufan was taken aback by how events had escalated, and he felt a chill run through him. Despite the presence of 15 supreme beings, they could not harm Wang Che, who stood as if he were a true emperor. In the absence of supreme beings reaching their ultimate form, they simply could not contend with him, as Wang Che appeared to be on the brink of overcoming his tribulation. Chu Outyin could no longer remain passive. He burst forth, striving to prevent Wang Che from becoming an emperor, even at the cost of his own ascension. Good. Wang Che sneered, realizing that Chu Outyin was willing to go to such lengths. Then none shall have it easy. He summoned even more heavenly tribulations, actively targeting Chu Outyin. Are you mad? Chu Outyin retreated swiftly, remembering that he had once been an emperor. If he were caught in the heavenly tribulations, the strength of the calamity would elevate to a level even emperors would struggle to withstand. Wang Che said nothing, merely drawing closer. Everyone, intervene to stop him, or I will not prevent him. Chu Outyin shouted at the other supreme beings, perceiving their desire to remain uninvolved, allowing him and Wang Che to perish together. But he would not allow that to happen. If they did not act, they should prepare to face Wang Che and Appos' retribution afterward. The Thousand Illusions Emperor and others reluctantly joined forces to obstruct Wang Che, preventing him from getting any closer. Yet even the means of the supreme beings could not halt him. Quickly, reach your ultimate form, Chu Outyin urged. At his command, 2 supreme beings hesitated briefly before unleashing their emperor-level essence to confront Wang Che. In such circumstances, even Wang Che found the opposition formidable, akin to facing 3 emperors simultaneously. Damn it, Wang Che muttered under his breath, summoning the complete form of the demon void god, fully unleashing his emperor-level prowess. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation underwent a qualitative change. The thunderclouds shifting from blue to gold, and a sense of world-destroying dread permeated the air, alerting Chu Outyin and the others to the imminent danger. The tribulation had escalated to a level aimed explicitly at emperors. Ha! One supreme being laughed maniacally, ceasing to obstruct Wang Che and retreating into the distance. In truth, under such a heavenly tribulation, any further intervention would risk their own demise. Enjoy yourself. Chu Outyin and the Thousand Illusions Emperor concealed themselves, none daring to confront Wang Che directly. However, some supreme beings from the Imperial Tomb shifted their focus to obstruct Li Qiuxian, for aside from Wang Che, Li Qiuxian was also progressing through the tribulation at a pace surpassing that of Lu Yufan. Thinking of escaping? Wang Che continued to press towards Chu Outyin. Now that the heavenly tribulation had reached such power, he had no reason to hold back. If he were to take a gamble, he might as well seize the opportunity to eliminate a few formidable foes. Chu Outyin seemed to see through Wang Che's intentions as he fled in the direction of the ancient star of life, shouting, "Do you wish to annihilate the world?" Wang Che regarded him deeply, choosing not to pursue further. Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Outyin completely concealed himself, and the other supreme beings did the same. Crack! A golden bolt of lightning, wide as the heavens, descended, utterly obliterating Wang Che. The onlookers shivered at the sight, realizing the terrifying might of this heavenly tribulation, which felt less like an ascension trial and more like a world-ending calamity. The golden tribulation raged for a quarter of an incense stick's worth of time, and when the storm subsided, Wang Che emerged from the chaos. Even with defenses and a physique at the pinnacle of realms, he was left battered and bruised. As the laws of life activated, his body swiftly healed. Wang Che glanced towards Li Qiuxian and the others, noting that although they too were enduring the Emperor tribulation, the intensity of their tribulations was entirely different from his own. Is heaven targeting me specifically? He mused. Is my strength the reason for this disparity? Damn the heavens. Wang Che and Apos' lips twitched, feeling unfairly treated. Throughout history, he had never heard of such a stark difference in tribulation intensity during simultaneous ascensions to emperorhood. Chapter 34, The Failure of the Ascension? Crack! Another bolt of golden thunder struck Wang Che, enveloping him in black smoke. The pain was excruciating. Wang Che cursed inwardly, wondering why he alone was suffering while others were crossing the emperor tribulation. He glanced at Lu Yufan, malicious intent stirring within him. How could he contend with those supreme beings? Could he not even deal with a quasi-emperor? Don't come near me. Lu Yufan retreated frantically, but his speed paled in comparison to Wang Che, who mastered the ultimate swiftness. Within moments, he was ensnared by the golden thunder. Save me. He cried out for help from the supreme beings at the Imperial Tomb. They merely cast him a fleeting glance before resolutely choosing to abandon him. Unwilling to be ensnared in such a perilous golden tribulation, struck by a bolt of golden thunder, Lu Yufan was reduced to ashes in mere moments. This terrifying scene instilled fear in Zhang Dao as he looked at Wang Che, while even Li Qiuxian and Apos' gaze turned wary, fearing that Wang Che might redirect the heavenly tribulation toward him. Yet Wang Che paid them no heed. Instead, he pinpointed the location of the heavenly dragon emperor and obliterated him as well. The rumble of thunder grew increasingly ominous. For others, it was a tribulation. But for Wang Che, it felt like an ocean of lightning. Eventually, the tribulation transformed into celestial warriors, charging at Wang Che, some even employing treasured techniques. Is this even possible? Wang Che was left speechless. Throughout ancient history, he had never encountered a tribulation that could manifest forms and wield techniques. Why didn't he transform into an emperor? In the next moment, amidst the golden sea of thunder, a phantom emanating imperial might emerged. No way. This is real? Wang Che and Apos' brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. The emperor tribulation, as its name suggests, was meant to lead one to ascend to emperorhood, embodying death intertwined with rebirth. Yet this golden tribulation imparted a sense of impending doom. Boom. The phantom surged forward, exuding imperial might, confirming through their clash that this apparition possessed emperor-level power. How can this be? Wang Che was perplexed. His ascension tribulation was already distinct. Why did it seek to eradicate him? Was it merely because of his formidable strength? Upon further reflection, Wang Che suspected the cause lay within his own body. His vessel, capable of achieving immortality without ascending to emperorhood, might have drawn the ire of heaven and earth, thus provoking such a dreadful tribulation. If this were indeed true, heaven and earth might not permit him to ascend to emperorhood. Ridiculous. I need no acknowledgement from heaven and earth to ascend. Wang Che, enraged yet mocking, engaged in combat with the complete embodiment of the demonic phantom and the emperor phantom. After 300 exchanges, he felled the emperor phantom amidst the sea of thunder. To slay an emperor before even ascending was a sight that left everyone, including the supreme beings, in shock. If Wang Che succeeded in his ascension, what chaos would ensue? However, despite their apprehension, The Golden Tribulation had the power to slay emperors. They could not afford to risk their lives to thwart Wang Che, and even interference became impossible. Li Qiuxian, on the verge of crossing his own tribulation, felt a stark contrast in strength between himself and Wang Che. Although Wang Che was gravely wounded from battling the Emperor Phantom, the heavenly tribulation had yet to relent, and the Sea of Thunder was still brewing something ominous. Do you truly believe I am afraid? Wang Che's gaze turned icy, his hair billowing wildly as he raised his fist to the heavens, embodying an audacious stance. From antiquity to the present, heaven had never birthed consciousness, yet no one dared to provoke its wrath, for heaven indeed dispensed punishment. For phantoms, each bearing imperial might, emerged from the Sea of Thunder, converging upon Wang Che. 4 against 1, it was a blatant provocation. At this juncture, retreat was not an option for Wang Che. He would forcibly ascend to emperorhood through sheer force of will. Golden light cascaded from his eyes as 3 identical figures emerged from the void, summoning an incomplete demonic phantom to confront the 3 emperor phantoms. Meanwhile, Wang Che charged toward a middle-aged emperor phantom. The complete demonic phantom towered over 20,000 zhang, its movements swift, resembling an enraged ancient demon as it lashed out with its long sword. Despite the middle-aged Emperor Phantom possessing Emperor-level offensive, defensive, and speed capabilities, it lacked the essence of life at the Emperor level. Once injured, it could only siphon energy from the Sea of Thunder for recovery. And the Golden Tribulation was not truly inexhaustible. As time passed, the Golden Tribulation thinned, insufficient for the Emperor Phantom to squander. As Li Qiuxian neared the conclusion of his tribulation, Wang Che's fury intensified. His own tribulation was not only overwhelmingly powerful, but also anomalously prolonged. How could 2 emperor tribulations occur simultaneously, one being consumed while the other progressed faster? Wang Che was now utterly convinced that heaven and earth were determined to prevent his ascension to emperorhood. Yet at this point, heaven and earth could not hinder him. Open for me. The demonic phantom cleaved through the emperor phantom, simultaneously slicing through the golden tribulation. The remaining 3 emperor phantoms dissipated into the void due to insufficient energy to sustain themselves. Wang Che ultimately crossed the emperor tribulation before Li Qiuxian, stepping into the firmament, awaiting the fusion of destiny. So be it. Li Qiuxian crossed the Emperor Tribulation a step later, yet he felt no resentment. After all, Wang Che and Apos' strength was evident. It was over. The expressions of the Supreme Beings darkened. Wang Che and Apos' ascension to emperorhood would surely lead to reckoning, leaving them to wonder just how formidable he would become after merging with destiny. However, to everyone's astonishment, destiny bypassed Wang Che and gravitated toward Li Qiuxian. What? Wang Che was dumbfounded as destiny fused into Li Qiuxian and Apos' being. In the next instant, unparalleled imperial might erupted, forming myriad shackles. Li Qiuxian ascended to emperorhood. Is this even possible? Not just Wang Che, but Li Qiuxian and the numerous supreme beings were left agape, unable to comprehend such an event. It was unprecedented in the annals of history. Ha ha, well deserved. A supreme being cheered, relieved that Wang Che had not ascended to emperorhood. Surely, you have angered heaven, and it has no desire to see you ascend. Chu Outyin emerged, mocking Wang Che for failing to ascend. Wang Che was now merely an ordinary emperor, a being who could only contend with 2 supreme beings at best. Meanwhile, he was a 3-time supreme, having once stood on the threshold of becoming a super emperor. Should Wang Che dare to challenge him, the outcome would remain uncertain. Wang Che and Apos' expression shifted between fury and despair as he unleashed a torrent of curses at the heavens. Damn heavens, he vented, his words laced with vulgarity. As the curses echoed, the emperor tribulations of Jiang Dao Yi and the others had not yet fully dissipated and suddenly converged above Wang Che and Apos' head. Witnessing this, the supreme beings laughed even more heartily, believing heaven was about to punish Wang Che. Yet, in a surprising turn, Wang Che acted contrary to expectation, boldly confronting the thunder tribulation. This time, he did not resist. Instead, he allowed the tribulation to strike him, even actively absorbing its power. Surely, he has lost his mind. The supreme beings mocked, for the tribulation was not ordinary lightning. It contained profound laws of the great Tao, which could not be consumed. As the tribulation dissipated once more, Wang Che and Apos' body became charred and blackened, as if all vitality had been extinguished. Chapter 35. The beginning of liquidation. Is he dead? Observing the lifeless form of Wang Che, Li Qiuxian and Apos' expression was a medley of emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Che had once journeyed alongside him to attain enlightenment, even besting him in combat. He was undeniably a prodigious talent, and if he were to perish in such a manner, it would be an unfathomable loss. My master, you cannot die. Little Wu dashed towards the charred corpse, tears streaming from its eyes, struggling to accept the reality of Wang Che and Apos' demise. A fitting end. A supreme being laughed maniacally, while another supreme attempted to ensure Wang Che was truly dead by extending a colossal hand toward him. Begone. Li Qiuxian unleashed his divine might, shattering the approaching gigantic hand. Do you intend to protect his corpse? The Supreme bellowed. As the reigning emperor, I shall not permit your chaos. Li Qiuxian traversed the void, advancing towards the Supreme who had obstructed his ascension through the heavenly tribulation. The Supreme, unable to withstand Li Qiuxian and Apos' might, swiftly elevated himself, drawing upon the essence of an emperor, yet even that was insufficient to match Li Qiuxian's prowess. Come and assist me. Do you truly believe he would spare you after slaying me? The beleaguered Supreme implored another Supreme who had previously clashed with Li Qiuxian. After a moment's hesitation, the second Supreme regained his emperor-level cultivation, joining the fray against Li Qiuxian. Moments later, a third Supreme, having fully ascended, also entered the assault on Li Qiuxian. Faced with 3 opponents, even with his chaotic physique, Li Qiuxian found himself struggling. After all, those who attained the title of emperor had fought tooth and nail against countless prodigies, having vanquished various divine bodies long before their ascent. And now it was 3 against 1. As Li Qiuxian began to falter, the silhouettes of the other Supremes flickered in and out of existence. Should his situation worsen, they would not hesitate to take advantage, encircling him to divide the essence of the emperor. Fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. Was a dark event about to unfold? One where a newly minted emperor would meet his end? I shall aid you. Jiang Daoyi, fueled by righteous fervor, could not bear to witness Li Qiuxian and Apos' potential demise. Despite their previous rivalry, as a peak figure, he could momentarily halt one of the fully ascended Supremes. Add me to the fray. Fang Xingtong also joined, collaborating with Jiang Daoyi to impede one of the Supremes. Only Little Wu remained by Wang Che and Apos' side, weeping incessantly. At that moment, a colossal dragon roared forth, lunging towards Wang Che. It was the heavenly dragon emperor, seeking to vent his wrath upon Wang Che and Apos' corpse. My master is already dead, and you dare to attack his remains? How utterly devoid of compassion. Little Wu seethed, revealing its true form and utilizing its shell to shield against the dragon. You and Apos' slain my child. Today, I shall display your corpse. The heavenly dragon emperor, not fully ascended, found it challenging to subdue Little Wu and thus redirected his attention elsewhere. Lu Yufan, my painstakingly cultivated successor, now lies in ruin. Your master shall meet a similar fate. The Void Emperor gestured, layering the space around Little Wu, rendering it incredibly formidable and temporarily trapping him within. Seizing the opportunity, the heavenly dragon emperor summoned a massive dragon, intent on devouring Wang Che's remains. Do not touch my master. Little Wu's eyes widened in fury as it desperately slammed its body against the surrounding space, yet breaking free proved arduous. As the dragon prepared to engulf Wang Che and Apos' corpse, a sudden spark of vitality emanated from within the dragon and Apos' form. Not good, he is not dead. Both the heavenly dragon emperor and the void emperor launched their assaults upon Wang Che, alongside Xu Outyan, who had previously dismissed the notion of attacking a corpse, and the seemingly lifeless Qianhuan emperor. For attacks from the Supremes converged upon Wang Che within the dragon's confines. Boom. The very space surrounding the dragon was obliterated. The 4 emperors fixated their gazes intensely upon the dissipating void, only exhaling in relief when the emptiness returned to its original state, devoid of the figure they had feared. Even if Wang Che had not perished, being swept into the chaotic void would render his return to this world nearly impossible. Suddenly, the void split open, 2 hands inserting themselves to gradually pry it apart. Draped in tattered garments, bloodied and battered, Wang Che emerged. He lowered his gaze, contemplating his hands, seemingly lost in thought. Moments later, he abruptly lifted his head and erupted into raucous laughter, his mirth bold, arrogant, and indomitable. Ha ha ha, by the heavens, I have succeeded. The heavenly emperor unleashed dozens of dragons, encircling and tearing at Wang Che. Annihilate. With a mere flick of his wrist, Wang Che obliterated the multitude of dragons in an instant, and then, as if liberated from the confines of this realm, he vanished from sight. Where is he? The heavenly dragon emperor was left astounded, unable to fathom how someone could disappear beneath his very gaze. There. The void emperor turned his attention to Little Wu, witnessing Wang Che extracting the trapped creature from the void. Astonishingly, he had donned a pristine black robe, his bloody wounds healed, his black eyes deep and enigmatic, and his hair billowing wildly in the tempest of battle nearby. Master, are you unharmed? Little Wu wiped away its tears, its face alight with human-like astonishment. Could anything harm me? Wang Che patted Little Wu and suddenly fixed his gaze upon the heavenly dragon emperor and the void emperor. A chill enveloped both men. For although Wang Che did not exude any aura, their former instincts as emperors screamed in alarm. How can this be? Was he not supposed to fail his tribulation? In an instant, the heavenly dragon emperor contemplated a possibility, an alternative path to enlightenment, though devoid of divine acknowledgement. Such a path could yield power rivaling that of an emperor, transcending the shackles of myriad laws. From a distance, Li Qiuxian, engaged in battle with the 2 Supremes, abruptly lifted his head, acutely sensing a significant rupture in the myriad chains, as something transcended the constraints of the laws. It's over. The previously belligerent Supreme, who had faced Wang Che, turned pale. Wang Che had slain emperors before attaining enlightenment. Could he now possess foes after his ascension? As anticipated, Wang Che harnessed the power of the heavenly tribulation, forging the embryonic form of his Tao fruit into its final manifestation, elevating it to an unprecedented zenith. This notion first crystallized in his mind during the collective assault by the Supremes within the ancient Immortal Hall, where he surmised that they would never allow him to ascend as an emperor, thus contemplating an alternative path. When the golden heavenly tribulation emerged, it became evident that the heavens themselves denied him the title of emperor, prompting him to pursue this idea. Regrettably, the energy of the golden tribulation was insufficient, leaving the embryonic Tao fruit on the cusp of transformation, until he ultimately drew upon the tribulations of Jiang Daoyi and others to catalyze its complete metamorphosis, soaring to greatness. At this moment, he was not merely an emperor, but transcended the very concept of one. Perhaps, he should now be referred to as the Sovereign Emperor. Chapter 36. Slaying the Supreme as one would slaughter chickens and dogs. Fear not, my comrades. Let us unite, for we shall undoubtedly vanquish him. As Wang Che and Apos' gaze fell upon him, the heavenly dragon emperor felt as though his very soul was encased in ice. Death. In the next instant, Wang Che descended before the heavenly dragon emperor, and with a single punch, he was transformed into a rain of crimson droplets. Alas, the heavenly dragon emperor did not perish. His fragmented body began to reconstitute as he invoked the essence of the emperor. Yet, even upon regaining his imperial strength, he remained ensnared within Wang Che and Apos' grasp, repeatedly obliterated until he was utterly annihilated. Is he truly dead? The onlookers, supreme beings, gazed in stunned silence. Having anticipated an increase in Wang Che and Apos' power following his unconventional path to ascendance, yet none could have fathomed such an exaggerated elevation. After all, he had just dispatched an emperor, a protagonist unique to an era, with such ease, akin to the slaughter of mere livestock. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All Supremes fled for their lives, including the trio that had besieged Li Qiuxian. Attempt to escape? Wang Che cast a glance, and two soul-cutting blades soared forth. Even the Void Emperor, retreating into the third space, could not elude the death decree, as the blades relentlessly struck at his essence, leaving behind only a decaying corporeal form. And you shall all perish. Wang Che pursued the remaining Supremes of the Emperor's tomb, having previously suffered their attacks. He momentarily disregarded the likes of the Thousand Illusions Emperor and Shuoyan, knowing that even if they managed to escape temporarily, they would ultimately have no choice but to await him within the eternal Forbidden Zone. For only within that realm could time and Apos' passage be mitigated. Elsewhere, it would not take long before the Supremes would exhaust their life essence and succumb. Wang Che chased relentlessly into the Emperor's tomb within the eternal Forbidden Zone, not pausing for breath, with Li Qiuxian following closely behind, his expression a mixture of complexity. Who truly held the mantle of emperor? The world was stirred with fervor. For after many years, an emperor was once again assaulting the eternal Forbidden Zone with such overwhelming might. Wang Che, do you truly wish for an unending conflict with my emperor's tomb? The fleeing Supreme attempted to sound a note of caution. Having previously obstructed me, and even attempting to slay me during the tribulation, our fates have long been intertwined in a deadly dance. Wang Che and Apos' gaze was frigid, with a colossal handprint. He enveloped the entire eternal Forbidden Zone. You are mistaken. It is they who have wronged you. We have not made an offensive move against you. A voice from within the Emperor and Apos' tomb interjected, eager to avoid incurring Wang Che and Apos' wrath. All who are supreme shall be slain. Wang Che dismissed the need for explanation. These Supremes had once hunted the ancient Immortal Palace. None among them were innocent. You are far too arrogant. Do you believe you alone can suppress us all? Let us strike together. Today, either he dies or we perish. The seven Supremes within the Emperor and Apos' tomb simultaneously ascended to their utmost heights, wielding ultimate imperial weapons to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Such a spectacle was rarely witnessed throughout the ages. Yet, all seven ultimate imperial weapons were suppressed beneath Wang Che and Apos' enormous palm, some even shattering under its weight. Li Qiuxian and Apos' blood surged with excitement. This was the essence of an emperor. In contrast, his own stature felt almost fraudulent. Marvelous. Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong applauded in delight. Were it not for their lack of strength, they would have joined in the assault against the eternal Forbidden Zone, the god of annihilation. Wang Che and Apos' eyes radiated golden light as a Supreme was mercilessly cleaved by the soul-cutting blades. Annihilation. With a mere gesture, another Supreme was silently obliterated. Not satisfied with the carnage, he conjured 3 avatars, each reducing a Supreme to a bloody pulp, only to restore them and extinguish them anew. Wang Che, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? The remaining 2 Supremes trembled in terror. You shall all be extinguished. Wang Chei's voice resonated with lethal intent. Did you hear that? He intends to annihilate us all. Why do you not act? One Supreme shouted downward. Alas! With a sigh echoing through the air, the sun, moon, and stars dimmed. Li Qiuxian looked down. Merely a voice had instilled a sense of threat within him. A contemporary emperor. Zhang Dao Yi and Fang Xingtong were aghast, rendered unsteady by the sheer terror of that sound. Friend, spare those who can be spared. The voice continued. Wang Chei and Apos. Eyes glimmered with golden light as he fixed his gaze upon a certain direction, coldly declaring, You too must perish. Friend, you do not even know who I am, yet you dare to speak so boldly? After a few seconds of silence, the voice and Apos' owner seemed provoked. I care not who you are. Wang Chei's fist thundered down towards a specific location. Before the impact could land, a sudden torrent of blood surged up to intercept him. Annihilate. Wang Chei and Apos' words shattered the blood river, inch by inch, as he advanced towards its source. Crack. The source of the immortal essence shattered, revealing a blood-red, otherworldly youth who slowly ascended into the sky. You are the Blood Emperor? Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Qiuxian's expression grew increasingly grave. I thought, how could it be that no one recognizes me? The Blood Emperor's face bore a self-satisfied grin. The Blood Emperor was an ancient figure born at the dawn of our era. His fragmented history recounts that he lived through 5 lifetimes, his power unfathomable. Li Qiuxian recounted tales of having acquired a stone tablet inscribed with ancient history, which indicated that among the many emperors, the Blood Emperor was notably exceptional. Friend, may I now take my leave? The Blood Emperor's gaze fell upon Wang Chei, a confident smile gracing his lips. Just a mere super emperor. What confidence do you possess to demand my departure? Wang Chei regarded the Blood Emperor with indifference, even prior to his ascension. He had possessed the strength to slay an emperor. It was reasonable to surmise that after achieving such a state, his power would surpass that of a super emperor, potentially reaching the legendary realm of the ultimate emperor. At present, the Blood Emperor presented himself as a fitting opponent for gauging strength. What did you say? The Blood Emperor and Apos' expression turned icy, a pungent scent of blood filling the air. Death. I trust you heard that clearly this time. Wang Chei and Apos' eyes glinted as dozens of soul-cutting blades surged forth. The Blood Emperor snorted coldly, summoning a river of blood that enveloped him, rendering Wang Chei and Apos' soul-cutting blades ineffective against its corrosive power. Wang Chei sensed the essence of the soul within the blood river, deducing that the Blood Emperor had likely specialized in the soul as well. At that moment, the blood river surrounding the Blood Emperor rapidly expanded, surpassing the bounds of the life-giving ancient star, transforming from a river into a vast sea of blood. A tempest of waves surged within the blood sea, carrying a decaying aura that threatened to engulf Wang Chei. Decay within my blood sea. The Blood Emperor cackled maniacally. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the blood sea, dwarfing the very sea that spanned an ancient life star, which barely reached its knees. Wang Chei stood atop the head of the demonic figure, casting a lofty gaze down upon the Blood Emperor. Chapter 37. Breaching the eternal forbidden zone, such a colossal presence. The Blood Emperor's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the towering behemoth before him. Size alone does not guarantee strength, yet it certainly does not imply weakness either. It may be merely a facade masking fragility. The Blood Emperor endeavored to merge the demon void god with the corrosive essence of the blood sea, only to find the dissolution process painfully sluggish. He attempted to fashion the blood sea into bindings, coiling it around the god's legs, but with a mere movement. The demon void god shattered its restraints effortlessly. He was utterly powerless against this immense entity. Now it is my turn. With a single step, the demon void god crushed the Blood Emperor underfoot, yet the latter and Apos' form seemed intrinsically linked to the blood sea, swiftly reconstituting itself. Futile. This vast blood sea is my corporeal being. To slay me, you must extinguish this sea. The Blood Emperor laughed with arrogance. You are indeed a benevolent soul, divulging to me the very means of your annihilation. Wang Chei cast a deep glance at the Blood Emperor, commanding the demon void god to draw forth the sword of destruction. With a sweeping stroke, vast swathes of the blood sea were reduced to nothingness. Impossible. The Blood Emperor and Apos' eyes bulged in disbelief. This was the result of 5 lifetimes of accumulation. How could it be so effortlessly obliterated? Little did he know. The demon void god was forged from 8 principles, each honed from the depths of his own heart, and these principles surpassed the progress of those he commanded. I cannot permit this devastation to continue. From the blood sea, 10 blood beasts emerged, towering at the waist of the demon void god, encircling it. Slice. The demon void god swung its sword, decapitating 3 blood beasts in front, yet they quickly coalesced new heads from the depths of the blood sea. Fundamentally, this was still the power of the blood sea. Wang Chei paid no heed to the blood beasts, concentrating on their eradication, for they posed no threat to the demon void god. The blood beasts surged towards the demon void god, attempting to entrap its limbs, but it was in vain. The power coalesced within the demon void god was insurmountable, the disparity akin to that between an adult and a 3-year-old child. The demon void god continued to wield its colossal sword, and in mere moments, the blood sea thinned to a point where its boundaries became visible. If this persists, I shall perish. The Blood Emperor felt a pang of panic, for the fear of death gripped him for the first time in eons. Suddenly, the blood sea fractured violently, splintering in all directions as the Blood Emperor fled. Do you think you can escape? Several incomplete forms of the demon void god emerged from the void, pursuing the retreating blood sea. Although these avatars possessed less than a tenth of the original's power, the latent strength within the blood sea was even more diminished. In mere breaths, accompanied by a cry of despair, the Blood Emperor vanished entirely from the realm of mortals. Wang Che seized a fragment of the Blood Emperor's primal essence, which he could later utilize to conjure a phantom of the Blood Emperor using the Eye of Annihilation. Now, who remains to support you? Wang Che turned his gaze towards the remaining two sovereigns. Do not kill me. I can submit. One of the sovereigns pleaded, for sometimes. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of death. I too. The other sovereign relinquished their dignity as an emperor. Unnecessary, die. The demon void god delivered a lethal strike, obliterating their souls, leaving no chance for bodily reconstitution. Thus, an eternal forbidden zone was breached by Wang Che. Li Qiuxian beamed with satisfaction. With one forbidden zone dismantled, the burdens upon him as a contemporary emperor lightened considerably. Zhang Daoi and Fang Xingtong were stirred with emotion. They had not participated, yet they bore witness to this historic moment. Tears of joy filled the eyes of the populace, as the shadow that had long loomed over them was vanquished, and they believed this was merely the beginning. For Wang Che's display of power was unprecedented. Arguably the strongest in ancient history, Wang Che collected 7 ultimate imperial weapons and scoured the imperial tomb, discovering 2 longevity herbs and various materials suitable for forging imperial weapons. Just in time, for he still sought an appropriate weapon post-enlightenment. He contemplated what weapon could be forged from these materials combined with chaotic essence. Where do you plan to go next? Li Qiuxian approached to converse. Though unfamiliar with Wang Che, he sensed through various actions that they shared common ground. To the eternal celestial disk. Wang Che directed his gaze towards the disk, recalling how those detestable beings continued to bind his ancient celestial palace with chains forged from eternal celestial gold. Zhang Daoi felt a surge of exhilaration. This signified an impending campaign against the second eternal forbidden zone. I shall accompany you. Li Qiuxian wished to partake, primarily fearing that should anything befall Wang Che, he could provide support. As you wish. Wang Che was indifferent. With his current prowess, he was not merely a contender but one of the foremost strongmen. Furthermore, in the battle for the eternal celestial disk, he could manipulate the ancient celestial palace. The group hastened towards the ancient celestial palace. Not good. They are heading our way. Within the eternal celestial disk, a sovereign was keeping a watchful eye on Wang Che and his companions. We did not intervene while they ascended to supremacy. Why are they coming here? A robust sovereign appeared apprehensive. Perhaps they are heading for the ancient celestial palace. After all, the conquering emperor and the unparalleled Zhao Wushuang had both visited the remnants of the celestial beings within. An elder-like sovereign speculated. It is best that it is so, otherwise, with our strength, we would only find ourselves fleeing before him. The robust sovereign displayed a commendable self-awareness. Everyone, remain silent. It is advisable not to provoke them. A female sovereign spoke decisively. Wang Che descended into the eternal celestial disk, noticing the sovereigns within suppressing their auras, and could not help but let out a scoff. A gaggle of bullies. I shall settle accounts with you later. He descended directly before the ancient celestial palace, wielding his hand like a blade. Enveloped in the laws of annihilation, striking towards the chains of eternal celestial gold. The chains shattered by a third. Renowned for their resilience, the eternal celestial gold, refined by the light of eternity, naturally did not break with a single blow. Just as Wang Che prepared to deliver a second strike, the elder-like sovereign could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Are you mad? Did we not agree to avoid provoking him?" The faces of the other sovereigns paled in alarm. The elder sovereign, despite his resolve, was acutely aware of the gravity of his situation, having lived for so long. Even inciting a dark upheaval and gathering the blood of myriad spirits could scarcely replenish his life essence. The remnants of celestial beings within the ancient celestial palace represented his last hope for longevity, and he gambled on Wang Che and Apos' restraint against unrelated sovereigns. What I do requires no inquiry from you. Die. Wang Che's gaze pierced through, and 2 soul-cutting blades surged forth. You merely ask a question, and I am to die? Is that not excessive? The elder sovereign invoked the essence of an emperor, yet even this was insufficient to deter the soul-cutting blades, resulting in his utter obliteration. The remaining sovereigns fell silent, paralyzed by fear, not daring to utter another word. Chapter 38, the transformation of the ancient immortal palace with a series of decisive strikes. Wang Che severed the remaining chains, and during this time, none of the supreme beings dared to intervene. Your breathing is disturbing me, Wang Che remarked, turning his gaze towards the assembled supreme beings. You are being excessively tyrannical, they replied, their expressions darkening, clearly feeling oppressed. What of it? You shall perish. Wang Che declared, exuding an overwhelming aura as he enveloped all the supreme beings within the confines of his power. How infuriating. Let us strike together. The supreme beings realized Wang Che's intent to eliminate them. One by one, they erupted with their true powers, regaining their emperor-level capabilities. Yet, it was futile. Will you not take action? A female-appearing supreme being called out towards the forbidden zone. Similar to the emperor and Appo's tomb, the eternal celestial disk also housed a formidable supreme being. The everlasting emperor, the very figure who had rallied all the supreme beings to assault the ancient immortal palace. But it was still in vain. Once Wang Che manifested the demonic void deity, he easily subdued it. We have not wronged you. Why do you treat us thus? Do you intend to oppose all supreme beings? The everlasting emperor questioned, unwilling to accept his impending demise. This astute inquiry posed a dilemma for Wang Che. If he affirmed it, he would offend all supreme beings, but if he denied it, he would lose justification for his actions. At that moment, the other supreme beings turned their gazes towards Wang Che, eager to discern his stance, knowing it would influence their forthcoming decisions. Li Qiuxian and the others held their breath, effectively forcing Wang Che to make a choice. In response to the collective anticipation, Wang Che wielded the demonic void deity and decisively annihilated the everlasting emperor, asserting, "Supreme beings must die." As his words echoed, a chorus of disdain erupted from the assembled supreme beings. Arrogant, presumptuous, you are courting death. Why bark like a dog? Those who refuse to comply, step forward, and I shall slay you now, Wang Che retorted, his demeanor icy, his sword aimed unerringly at them. Yet, none among the supreme beings dared to step forth. A bunch of rodents, Wang Che laughed heartily, realizing he had subdued dozens of supreme beings single-handedly. Although they bore resentment, the chilling gaze from Wang Che silenced their protests, for he possessed both the strength and the willingness to act. This is how cultivators should be. At that moment, countless practitioners were stirred with fervor, yearning to howl at the heavens. This was the essence of a true emperor. Li Qiuxian's eyes shone with admiration, and Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong were filled with an overwhelming desire to follow Wang Che, though they restrained themselves, fearing their own inadequacies might provoke his disdain. Ultimately, Wang Che turned to depart, not heading to another eternal forbidden zone, but after parting ways with Li Qiuxian and the others, he returned to the ancient immortal palace. Master, your valor today was extraordinary. Xiao Wu seized the moment to flatter him. Stay here and do not wander, Wang Che replied, casting a glance at Xiao Wu. He was eager to return to the ancient immortal palace due to sensing some changes therein, transformations that had occurred following his unique attainment of the Tao. A new layer of space had emerged. Upon entering the inner sanctum, Wang Che discovered that the area where he had previously resided now contained a layer of space filled with various materials required for crafting imperial artifacts, such as eternal celestial gold, chaos stones, dragon scale black gold, and phoenix feather red gold. With these materials at his disposal, he could swiftly forge a fitting imperial artifact. Furthermore, the ancient immortal palace had acquired a new function, allowing it to merge with extraordinary locations and extract corresponding laws stones for cultivators to comprehend the power of the laws. Moreover, should anyone join the ancient immortal palace, this space would perfectly replicate that individual's Tao fruit. Essentially, if an emperor were to join, the space would generate a Tao fruit. And if one could integrate this Tao fruit, they would grasp all the profound laws contained within it. This was an exceedingly formidable strength. If many emperors were willing to join the ancient immortal palace, Wang Che mused, Wu and Appo's, I simply enhance my power by merging Tao fruits? His eagerness to test this theory was palpable. Coincidentally, the eternal celestial disk was a wondrous location currently devoid of a master. He utilized this space to merge with the eternal celestial disk. With a rumble, the Tao rhythm within the eternal celestial disk dissipated, and a new training ground emerged within the ancient immortal palace, while the space began to yield law stones. As Wang Che grasped a law stone, he probed within, discovering it contained the purification law. This purification law was more comprehensible than that found in the outside world, and it also enhanced his existing mastery of the purification law. In that moment, Wang Che was utterly enraptured. So the purification law can be utilized in this manner. His understanding of the purification law continued to deepen. However, he soon extricated himself from this state. Besides the eternal celestial disk, the emperor's tomb was another unclaimed entity. The ancient immortal palace slipped into the void, positioning itself above the emperor's tomb, absorbing the Tao rhythm contained within, thus generating a corresponding training ground and law stones. On this occasion, two types of law stones were produced, the destruction law stone and the immortality law stone. The presence of the immortality law within the emperor's tomb elucidated why the emperor's corpse transformed into an immortal entity after burial. Wang Che was enlightened. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Could the laws be refined at the heavenly punishment peak? As his thoughts raced, the ancient immortal palace again vanished into the void, arriving above the heavenly punishment peak. With a series of rumbling sounds, the heavenly punishment peak ceased to unleash its thunderous strikes. Instead, A new training ground for lightning emerged within the ancient Immortal Palace, alongside the appearance of Thunder Law's stones. On that day, the Emperor's Tomb and the Eternal Celestial Disk ceased to retain their titles as Eternal Forbidden Zones, and the Heavenly Punishment Peak, along with several other life-restricted areas, vanished from the cosmos. It is time to implement the second idea. Wang Che summoned Xiao Wu and presented the Thunder Law's stone. Master, what is this? Xiao Wu's gaze fixated on the Thunder Law's stone, sensing the pure thunder laws within. If it could be comprehended and assimilated into the embryonic form of the Dao fruit, given its foundation, the chances of achieving a unique Dao would be substantial. Do you desire it? Wang Che asked with a smile. For his second idea was to cultivate a loyal emperor or an extraordinary being within the ancient Immortal Palace, merging Dao fruits to augment strength. After all, his pace in comprehending the law's stones was still too slow. Having more individuals would not only expedite the process, but also provide additional manpower, thus transforming the ancient Immortal Palace into an unparalleled power. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. I will first leave a mark on you. Do not resist. Wang Che inscribed a fragment of the ancient Immortal Palace and Appo's mark within Xiao Wu and Appo's being. What do you feel? I feel as though I can sense the position of the ancient Immortal Palace through this mark, and it seems I can freely teleport in and out of the palace. Xiao Wu responded after some contemplation. And now, Wang Che severed the permissions within Xiao Wu and Appo's fragment mark through the main imprint. I can no longer sense the position of the ancient Immortal Palace, nor can I teleport in or out, Xiao Wu replied. Chapter 39. The siege plan. After experimenting with Little Wu to ensure that the marking would not pose any threat to the ancient Immortal Palace, he handed over the stone of the Thunder Law. Thank you, Master. Little Wu, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately began to comprehend the stone's essence. It could sense that the laws contained within this stone were far easier to grasp than those within the Emperor's Sutra previously provided by Wang Che. With this stone in hand, it felt confident that it could attempt an alternative path to enlightenment within a century. Master, this stone must be quite precious. You are truly too kind to me. Little Wu was moved to tears, believing that such a miraculous stone could yield great benefits even for one at its pinnacle. And it was likely worth no less than the elixir of immortality. Do you think that if I used this stone as an offering, others would be inclined to join the ancient Immortal Palace? Wang Che pondered aloud. Master, as long as you reveal your identity, even without presenting this stone, many would be eager to join the ancient Immortal Palace, Little Wu replied. That is true. However, some fundamental benefits must still be provided. Wang Che had already devised a plan to recruit individuals after some time, though not just anyone, only geniuses and those of resolute character would be considered. Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong seemed promising candidates for the ancient Immortal Palace. Should the opportunity arise, he most hoped for Li Qiuxian to join. Before that, he needed to forge the Emperor artifact. With a wave of his hand, various materials appeared within the ancient Immortal Palace. He had already conceived a preliminary idea of what type of Emperor artifact to create. In the Eternal Forbidden Zone, the Lost Wilderness, Chu Outyin, the Withering Emperor, the Thousand Illusions Emperor, and the Star-Picking Emperor, some who had previously obstructed Wang Che during his tribulations, had gathered together. Wang Che and Appo's formidable strength and his earlier resolute annihilation of supreme beings left them all feeling uneasy. Does anyone have a plan? If this continues, we may have no choice but to temporarily abandon the Eternal Forbidden Zone and hide in some remote place for the rest of our lives. The Withering Emperor spoke with resignation, never having anticipated that a mere act of seizing a wild beast would result in such a formidable adversary. Only the Eternal Forbidden Zone can mitigate the effects of time on the essence of life. If we were to retreat elsewhere, even if we sealed ourselves within the immortal source, we would surely not survive him, the Thousand Illusions Emperor remarked. Perhaps not. His strength is so great that even with the elixir of immortality, he may not necessarily achieve a second life, the Star-Picking Emperor rationally assessed. The stronger one is, the less the elixir extends their lifespan. For instance, a third-generation emperor may only gain 5,000 years if they consume the elixir in their fourth life, while someone like Wang Che would likely gain no more than 1,000 years. But how can you be sure his lifespan is merely 10,000 years? Chu Outyan's expression darkened. I fought with him over 100,000 years ago. When I sealed myself away, he was already active in the world. And that was over 20 years ago, the Thousand Illusions Emperor disclosed. Even if he sealed himself in the immortal source, he should and Appo's have lived this long. The Star-Picking Emperor said, furrowing his brows, unaware that when he had intercepted Lin Yicheng, the protector of Lin Yicheng was none other than Wang Che himself. Perhaps he possesses a rare constitution similar to that of an immortal being. The group concluded that Wang Che's lifespan undoubtedly exceeded 10,000 years, and even if they hid, they might not outlive him. What should we do? We cannot simply wait for him to come to us. I have no confidence in surviving his onslaught. The Withering Emperor sighed. Despite once being an emperor, he felt compelled to yield before someone as unparalleled as Wang Che. His previous hardline stance had shifted, and now he worried that more than just a few of them shared this concern. We could unite with other supreme beings to encircle him, Chu Outyin proposed. I know of an ancient formation. If we can gather 15 supreme beings and elevate it to its utmost potential, we may be able to slay an immortal. The Thousand Illusions Emperor stated. You possess such a technique? The other three were elated. In theory, it can slay an immortal, though it is somewhat incomplete. And its power may be diminished, the Thousand Illusions Emperor replied, somewhat begrudgingly. The star-picking emperor was taken aback, realizing that the disparity in power between a complete formation and an incomplete one was significant. After some thought, he suggested, perhaps we could seek the aid of the Lord of the Immortal Tomb. He might be interested in someone with Wang Che and Apos' level of power. Do you know anything about the Lord of the Immortal Tomb? The Thousand Illusions Emperor asked curiously, aware only that the Lord possessed formidable strength, surpassing even that of the Blood Emperor and the Evergreen Emperor, who were the strongest within the Imperial Tomb. He is likely a figure from the previous epoch. The Star-Picking Emperor replied uncertainly. Is that true? The Thousand Illusions Emperor was taken aback. The previous epoch had occurred at least 500,000 or 600,000 years ago. Even if an emperor sealed themselves in the immortal source, it would be exceedingly difficult to live for such a duration. More crucially, the previous epoch was largely a blank slate for those of the present era, as ancient history was nearly impossible to trace. The Blood Emperor was from the early days of our epoch, but the Lord of the Immortal Tomb has always held that title. No one has replaced him. I learned this from that fellow, Whitebone, the Star-Picking Emperor remarked. You suggest that we are largely ignorant of the events of the previous epoch. What exactly transpired? The Withering Emperor inquired. I have a hypothesis, but please do not speak of it recklessly, the Star-Picking Emperor cautioned. I have long suspected that the source of the dark turmoil does not stem from us or the Lord of the Immortal Tomb, but rather from a deeper layer. He pointed upwards. The three fell silent, refraining from further speculation. Let us return to how we might deal with Wang Che. How confident are you in persuading the Lord of the Immortal Tomb? Chu Outyin redirected the conversation. 50%, the Star-Picking Emperor replied, extending his palm. That is merely a coin toss. The others refrained from pointing out. Perhaps you could also inquire if the ancient ones in your midst are interested in the essence of Wang Che's life, the Star-Picking Emperor suggested, looking at Chu Outyin. Very well, I shall give it a try. Regardless, this siege must succeed. Failure is not an option, for it would mean our demise, Chu Outyin declared through gritted teeth. One more question. Once we gather our forces, how do we locate Wang Che? He has embarked on an unconventional path to enlightenment. Unlike the current emperors who are easily sensed, the Withering Emperor queried. That is simple. We shall instigate the dark turmoil, and I doubt he will remain hidden. The Thousand Illusions Emperor replied with confidence. Agreed. This also provides an opportunity to replenish some life essence before the battle. The group reached a consensus, finalizing various details before dispersing to prepare for the impending siege. Chapter 40. Invitation. A century has swiftly passed since the breach of the Imperial Tomb and the Eternal Immortal Ridge. During this time, the sovereigns within the Eternal Forbidden Zone have remained undisturbed, and Wang Che has not rushed to settle accounts with them. Instead, he has dedicated himself to forging Imperial weapons. These weapons, known as Imperial artifacts, accompany the Emperor throughout his battles. However, upon achieving the status of the Ultimate Emperor, Wang Che and Apos' journey is only just beginning, with a great possibility of ascending to immortality or divinity in the future, necessitating that his Imperial artifacts possess the potential for growth. This aspect pertains to the forging materials. Fortunately, the ancient Immortal Palace possesses ample resources, though the time required for smelting various materials is a slight inconvenience. While Wang Che was engaged in the creation of the Imperial artifacts, Little Wu finally integrated the Thunder Laws comprehended from the Stone of Thunder Law into the embryonic form of his Tao fruit. On this fateful day, he attracted a heavenly tribulation, seeking an alternative path to enlightenment. Dark thunderclouds enveloped the skies, and the tumult of the tribulation caught the attention of the contemporary Emperor Li Qiuxian and the divine body Jiang Daoyi. Upon realizing that the one attaining enlightenment was Little Wu, both were taken aback. They recalled that Little Wu had barely matched the strength of the prison suppression divine body, which ranked among the second tier of potential emperors. Yet, merely a century later, while Jiang Daoyi, a first-tier individual, had made no progress, Little Wu was on the verge of an alternative enlightenment. Witnessing Little Wu and Apos' resolute resistance against the tribulation, they felt that his success was highly probable. How could this be? The immense disparity left Jiang Daoyi in a daze. Despite possessing the divine body of the heavenly transformation, he saw no hope for his own alternative enlightenment. To some extent, it could be said that breaking through the myriad shackles of the Tao was even more challenging than achieving the status of an emperor. Boom. The heavenly tribulation relentlessly struck Little Wu, rendering his body battered and bruised. Yet, bolstered by an immense life essence, he persevered. Ultimately, the tribulation faded, and the aura surrounding Little Wu deepened profoundly. Congratulations, Li Qiuxian remarked, sensing that although Little Wu may not surpass him, he was not far behind. Jiang Daoyi's expression grew more intricate. In the present world, there were now more than 3 individuals whose power eclipsed his own. Little Wu, brimming with confidence, proclaimed. From this day forth, The world shall know me as Wu Invincible. Invincible? Wang Che cast a sidelong glance at little Wu. If you are invincible, then what am I? Master, you are always above invincibility. Little Wu reverted to a sycophantic demeanor, appearing far from a being on the verge of alternative enlightenment. Having successfully attained enlightenment, it seems inappropriate for you to continue calling me master. From now on, refer to me as Palace Master, Wang Che suggested thoughtfully. With little Wu's enlightenment, his lifespan had notably increased, and with the abundance of law stones within the ancient Immortal Palace, the possibility of reaching immortality or divinity was no longer out of reach. Master, do not say such things. Everything I possess is granted by you. Even if I achieve enlightenment, you will forever be my master, little Wu insisted, refusing to change his address. Palace Master lacks the warmth of master. As for dignity, what is that? Does it enhance one and amp, oppose, as strength? Palace Master? Li Qiuxian pondered. Judging from the title, Wang Che was indeed the master of a palace, yet he had never heard of any particularly renowned palace forces, the only famous one being the ancient Immortal Palace. Could it be? Jiang Dao Yi shared the same suspicion. Recalling how Wang Che had severed the chains binding the ancient Immortal Palace and inexplicably dealt with the sovereigns of the eternal heavenly disk, his gaze towards Wang Che shifted, pondering whether he was indeed the legendary remnant immortal of the ancient Immortal Palace. Wang Che had previously contemplated inviting Li Qiuxian and Jiang Dao Yi into the ancient Immortal Palace, which was why he did not conceal his identity before them. I am indeed the Palace Master of the ancient Immortal Palace, he declared. With this revelation, Li Qiuxian and Jiang Dao Yi were further astonished, for the figure before them was a living legend. Then, what of your ascension during the Emperor's tribulation? Li Qiuxian queried, perplexed. Isn't the Palace Master of the ancient Immortal Palace already an immortal? Why would you undergo the Emperor's tribulation or seek alternative enlightenment? It is an experiment of a certain Tao, Wang Che replied without elaboration. Li Qiuxian and Jiang Dao Yi soon grasped the implication. Such an existence was either recovering from injuries or exploring paths beyond immortality. It became clear why Wang Che and Apos' strength was so formidable right after his enlightenment. Everything fell into place. The reason I reveal my identity to both of you is to extend an invitation for you to join the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che stated. This left Li Qiuxian and Jiang Dao Yi exchanging glances, engulfed in hesitation. They were arguably the strongest individuals in the present world besides Wang Che and Little Wu. Joining the ancient Immortal Palace would undoubtedly place them at a lower status, and despite the person before them being a legendary immortal, both were proud individuals. Strength did not necessarily compel their submission. If you are willing to join the ancient Immortal Palace, I shall bestow upon you this item. Just as they were about to refuse, Wang Che produced several pieces of the lost stones. Although Li Qiuxian was unaware of their nature, he could sense the distinct thunder laws within them. As a chaos body, he found it easier to comprehend laws from the great Tao, yet the more he encountered, the more time it consumed. If he could acquire these stones, it would undoubtedly save him considerable time, allowing him to advance rapidly. Thunder, purification, immortality. Jiang Dao Yi felt a surge of desire. If he could obtain even one, he believed he could attempt alternative enlightenment within a century. At that moment, Little Wu interjected. My success in attaining enlightenment is entirely due to the law stones bestowed by my master, and within the ancient Immortal Palace, there exist sacred places for cultivation. Comprehending the law stones there yields great results. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dao Yi could no longer contain his yearning for enlightenment and inquired, what must we do to join the ancient Immortal Palace? He was weighing the pros and cons. If the constraints were not too severe, he would join. You need not do anything. Simply refrain from harming the world, Wang Che assured them. He indeed required nothing from them. Their comprehension of the laws and subsequent enhancement of strength would be the greatest assistance to him. Just as Little Wu had recently attained enlightenment, a fruit of the Emperor and Apos' Tao emerged from the depths of the ancient Immortal Palace. In a moment, we can test the effects of that Emperor and Apos' Tao fruit. So simple? Jiang Dao Yi's expression was one of astonishment. This was akin to having no constraints. Were it not for Wang Che's identity, he would suspect being deceived. It is indeed that straightforward. Should I require your assistance in the future, I shall also offer additional rewards, Wang Che smiled. Then I shall join. Jiang Dao Yi replied without hesitation, dismissing any prior pride. Before the allure of genuine opportunity, all else became inconsequential. I shall join as well. Li Qiuxian was equally enticed, yearning for advancement. This is the insignia of the ancient Immortal Palace. Once you merge with it, you will establish a connection with the palace and gain free access to it. Wang Che presented two insignias. After inspecting them, both found them to be mere insignias, devoid of any other elements, and thus accepted them. Chapter 41. The demon-dispelling ruler. After Li Qiuxian and Jiang Dao Yi completed their fusion of the mark, Wang Che guided them into the ancient celestial palace. Li Qiuxian chose the stone of annihilation and entered the sacred land of annihilation. Within this sacred realm, there lay a scripture known as the Annihilation Sutra. This sutra, a profound text obtained by Wang Che, was designed to deepen one's understanding of the law of annihilation. He presented it to Li Qiuxian to facilitate his comprehension, as Li Qiuxian had only recently joined the ancient celestial palace, where a Tao fruit had appeared in the internal space. The scriptures here were not to be disseminated. After leaving this instruction, Wang Che ventured deeper into the palace. Upon merely glancing at the Annihilation Sutra, Li Qiuxian recognized it as a text surpassing the imperial level of the Tao. He was astonished that Wang Che was so generous as to leave such a high-caliber scripture so casually displayed. Subsequently, as he contemplated the Annihilation Sutra, he also absorbed the essence of the law of annihilation within the sacred land, while simultaneously reflecting on the stone of annihilation. This tripartite engagement allowed him to grasp the Tao at an unprecedented pace, an enhancement even more remarkable than that afforded by the chaotic body. If he were to continue cultivating here, achieving the third and fourth generations would not pose a significant challenge. Li Qiuxian, brimming with ambition, considered the lengthy lifespan of his first life while already contemplating his third and fourth lives. Moreover, Wang Che and Amp. Appo's generosity and the benefits offered by the ancient celestial palace significantly bolstered his sense of belonging there. Meanwhile, Jiang Daoyi chose the stone of purification, eagerly immersing himself in the law of purification. If only I had joined the ancient celestial palace sooner, perhaps I would be the one attaining imperial status. The effects of the stone of purification exceeded his expectations. It represented the most precious opportunity he had encountered thus far. And the only prize for such a rare chance was his membership in the ancient celestial palace. Thank goodness this is not a dream. Otherwise, I would wake up laughing. In a century, when I achieve the Tao, it will be Fang Xingtong who is left dumbfounded. The thought of Fang Xingtong experiencing the same feelings he had today made him chuckle. Fang Xingtong had not come today because he had sealed himself within the celestial source. The combination of the longevity body and the celestial source and Amp. Appo's ability to preserve the essence of life would allow Fang Xingtong to endure until the day Li Qiuxian extracted the heavenly mandate, granting him the opportunity to ascend to the next era and attain imperial status. Jiang Daoyi resolved to visit Fang Xingtong's sealed location after achieving the Tao, ready to showcase his newfound prowess. In the depths of the palace, Wang Che stood before two imperial Tao fruits. The first belonged to Xiao Wu and contained the essence of three laws, the familiar laws of life, the laws of the five elements. In addition to the law of thunder, each of these laws was something he held his own understanding of. However, interpretations of the same law could vary from person to person. He believed that merging with this Tao fruit would yield unique insights for him. It seemed he could merge it directly. Wang Che assimilated the Tao fruit into his body, and in an instant, a torrent of realizations erupted in his mind, allowing him to intuitively sense an elevation in his understanding of the three laws. This enhancement was direct, akin to stealing knowledge from others' minds without the need for familiarity, enabling immediate application. Wang Che anticipated that the Tao fruit would yield significant benefits, yet he had not expected such an extraordinary enhancement, devoid of any side effects. Exhaling deeply, he reflected that within a mere day, this Tao fruit had further augmented his strength. If his initial strength was rated at 10, the enhancement from this Tao fruit was a modest 2/10. While it was somewhat less than he had hoped, given that the three laws understood by Xiao Wu overlapped with his own, his gaze shifted to Li Qiuxian's Tao fruit, which exhibited 12 distinct colors, symbolizing the fusion of 12 fundamental Tao laws. Although the progress of each was not particularly high, the sheer quantity was advantageous, and the laws overlapping with his own were few. Wang Che eagerly anticipated the strength that this Tao fruit would bestow upon him. He then integrated this Tao fruit into his being, and various insights began to surface. 2 days later, the process of comprehension concluded. This time, Wang Che and Appo's overall strength surged by 20%, not because Li Qiuxian and Appo's strength had exceeded his by that margin, but rather due to the substantial impact of Li Qiuxian's insights on his own. Moreover, this enhancement clarified the threshold for achieving a higher realm. He was uncertain whether this threshold pertained to celestial beings or something else entirely, but he sensed that with 2 or 3 more enhancements, he could touch that threshold and even step into it. He hoped that Jiang Daoyi would successfully attain the Tao, and he wished to find an opportunity to invite Fang Xingtong to join them. Furthermore, with Li Qiuxian and Xiao Wu making further advancements, they would likely produce new Tao fruits. Even if they did not, he could still contemplate the power of the laws, albeit requiring more time. Wang Che immersed himself in crafting imperial weapons, and as his strength advanced, he conceived even more ideas for these creations. Perhaps once this imperial weapon was unveiled, it would surpass all imperial weapons throughout history. Time swiftly passed, and 80 years elapsed. During these years, although Wang Che had not actively participated in worldly affairs, tales of his feats, piercing through the imperial tomb and the eternal celestial disk, continued to circulate. The populace bestowed upon him several titles, such as the Demon-Dispelling Emperor, the Demon-Dispelling Celestial, the Eternal Celestial, and the Chaos-Disrupting Emperor, among others. Wang Che bore no significant objections to these titles, choosing instead to name the imperial weapon he had crafted. The demon-dispelling ruler, after the term demon-dispelling from the title of the celestial. Before Wang Che materialized a ruler, 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, it appeared pristine, untouched by the earthly realm. To the untrained eye, it seemed merely an ordinary ruler. However, to those of higher cultivation, it emanated the essence of universal truths, encapsulating myriad concepts. In reality, the demon-dispelling ruler embodied Wang Che and Apos' Tao, where myriad paths converge into one. With a mere flourish of the ruler, all things could be shattered, following the principle of utilizing strength to dismantle all. Thus, the demon-dispelling ruler possessed but one capability: unparalleled offensive power. In terms of sheer might, the demon-dispelling ruler eclipsed even the destruction sword of the void demon. Yet, despite its formidable strength, the demon-dispelling ruler did not amplify other aspects of the void demon. Perhaps I should also forge an imperial weapon capable of comprehensively enhancing strength. There is no rule dictating that only one imperial weapon can be crafted. As long as materials are sufficient and time allows, one may forge as many as desired. Just as Wang Che was about to commence the creation of a second imperial weapon, a region in the cosmos was engulfed in boundless darkness. Seeking death, a cold glint flashed in Wang Che and Apos' eyes, yet someone moved faster than he. As a contemporary emperor, Li Qiuxian possessed a mastery of the universe that surpassed Wang Che and Apos'. He directly teleported from the ancient celestial palace, racing towards that location. He sought not Wang Che's assistance, for the responsibility of maintaining the world lay with the current emperors. Naturally, should he encounter danger, Wang Che would not remain indifferent. Chapter 42. The advantage lies with me, Emperor Wuchen. You were once a great emperor. Why do you treat us this way? A voice emerged from the black mist, revealing the anguished face of Chu Outyin, who let out a desperate roar. What need is there for so many questions? You, as mere ants, should possess the awareness befitting your status. With a mere clench of his hand, countless beings erupted into a crimson mist, which coalesced into the essence of life, drawn into his mouth. Witnessing this scene, those fortunate enough to survive were filled with rage, their eyes bulging as they cursed the beast before them, questioning how such a creature could claim the title of emperor, as if heaven itself were blind. It is your honor to be transformed into my power. With a sweeping motion, Chu Outyin unleashed another wave of destruction, and within mere breaths, an entire star domain was left devoid of life. Yet, he was not satisfied. He shrouded the next star domain in black mist. Emperor Wuchen, you deserve death. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the suffocating darkness. Before Chu Outyin could retort, Li Qiuxian had already arrived before him. Launching a full-force strike, there was no room for dialogue with such a beast. Li Qiuxian harbored but one thought in his mind: to obliterate Chu Outyin. In an instant, Chu Outyin ascended to his full emperor-level prowess, breaking through the confinement of myriad laws. Having once been a 3-time emperor, his strength surpassed that of Li Qiuxian, who had only recently ascended. Only Li Qiuxian's unique physique, the chaos body, had prevented a disastrous outcome. Others with less formidable constitutions might have already faced dire consequences. The Chaos Bell. Li Qiuxian clasped his arms together, summoning the Chaos Bell from the boundless void. Since attaining the position of emperor, the bell had become more fearsome than any imperial weapon. Faced with Li Qiuxian and Apos' full-fledged assault, Chu Outyin too could not afford to underestimate him. After all, forcibly elevating one's realm left little life essence to expend. In a critical moment, he bellowed into the black mist. All of you, strike together. Only when harvesting the blood of myriad beings do you disregard us, yet now you remember our existence. Voices of discontent emerged from the mist, and soon, the empires of Qianhuan, Ku Rong, and Zhaixing stepped forth, encircling Li Qiuxian in a quadrilateral formation. Were you not afraid of exposure? Our objective today is to eliminate the chaos body first, then deal with Wang Che. Chu Outyin tempered his arrogance, recognizing that while Ku Rong stood on equal footing with him, the other two had one foot firmly planted in the realm of super emperors. Today, their collective strength was merely a prelude to seizing Li Qiuxian's life essence, which would prolong their own power in battle. Is your true aim Wang Che? By this point, Li Qiuxian understood he had fallen into a trap. Yet, he felt no fear, for through the connection with the ancient Immortal Palace, he knew they were lurking nearby, concealed within the void. As expected, before Chu Outyin and his companions could act, Wang Che emerged from the depths of the void. Wang Che, the sight of him sent a wave of dread through the four. Despite their restored emperor-level strength, they had not detected his arrival. Gather everyone. Let us act in unison. Wang Che surveyed the four with indifference, his expression akin to that of one observing mere grasshoppers. You've noticed us? Ku Rong and Apos' heart tightened. It was not fear of discovery, but rather the audacity of Wang Che to reveal himself, indicating he held them in utter contempt. What of your discovery? Today, he shall die. Qianhuan Emperor, brimming with confidence in his formation, clapped his hands. In an instant, 11 supreme beings materialized from the void, their eyes gleaming with malevolence as they gazed upon Wang Che. coveting his life essence. Why waste words? Attack! Zhaixing Emperor declared decisively, forming seals with his hands as the laws resonated around him. Simultaneously, the others took their positions, restoring their emperor-level might, weaving a grand formation. A formation composed of 15 emperors? Li Qiuxian and Amp, Apos, S countenance shifted, but upon recalling Wang Che's identity, he relaxed. Wang Che was the master of the ancient Immortal Palace, a being of true immortality, far beyond the reach of any emperor. Do you believe that 15 quasi-emperors and a formation can challenge a true emperor? The chasm between emperors and immortals was far greater than that between emperors and quasi-emperors. Wang Che, meet your demise. Qianhuan and Amp, Apos, S low growl commanded the formation to intertwine its laws, materializing into a copper furnace enveloped in crimson flames, engulfing both Wang Che and Li Qiuxian in a fierce blaze. This formation, known as the Li Hua Liantian formation, could summon the southern brightly fire, a flame born from the vermilion bird, renowned as a primordial deity whose fire could incinerate even immortals into nothingness. Alas, the formation Qianhuan commanded was incomplete, yet he remained confident it could refine Wang Che. For it was impossible for him to ascend to immortality within just 200 years of becoming an emperor. In this era, immortals had become mere legends. Though it was rumored that a true remnant immortal resided within the ancient Immortal Palace, none had ever witnessed the true visage of an immortal. In essence, it was merely a rumor. So hot, the flames blazed intensely, and Li Qiuxian felt the oppressive heat, a sensation that even the protection of the Chaos Bell could not fully mitigate. If this continued, he would be refined to ashes. Just then, a colossal entity known as the Mo Su Shun materialized from the void, sheltering the two within its embrace. As the heat dissipated, Li Qiuxian keenly observed that the Mo Su Shun seemed to have grown stronger since their last encounter. Wang Che stood atop the Mo Su Shun, quietly observing the flames as it absorbed the Dao fruits of Xiao Wu and Li Qiuxian. Though its exterior remained unchanged, its core had undergone a significant enhancement. The flames raged fiercely, and the Mo Su Shun showed no signs of merging. As time passed, some of the supreme beings began to falter. It seems he is unharmed. One supreme noted, "Surely, he is feigning weakness, attempting to trick us into dismantling the formation so he can escape," Qianhuan Emperor asserted, unwavering in his belief in the formation's strength. "Remember, 15 against 1, the advantage belongs to us." Qianhuan's words rang true. With 15 of them against 1, they were determined to outlast him, believing victory would soon be theirs. Zhaixing Emperor echoed this sentiment. With that declaration, the other supreme beings unanimously agreed. Today, they would refine Wang Che. Chapter 43, Lord of the Celestial Ridge in a vast expanse of the Starry Realm. Few were aware that 15 supreme beings were besieging Wang Che. However, as time passed, it was the 15 supremes who faltered first. "I cannot hold on any longer," one aged supreme lamented, struggling to maintain the imperial level of power, a task that drained the very essence of life. The strain of sustaining the grand formation was immense, and his life force was withering, threatening to plummet from the realm of emperors at any moment. Just a little longer, and he will be refined by the formation. "Trust me," comforted Emperor Qianhuan, who found it hard to accept that abandoning their efforts would render their previous struggles futile. Moments later, the aged supreme could withstand no more. His power collapsed, and the formation shattered. The backlash of the formation proved too much, and his body disintegrated, blood spilling into the void. "Is that all?" Wang Che and Amp, Apos, S-like questioning stripped Emperor Qianhuan of his dignity. Even those who had previously supported Emperor Qianhuan, such as Emperor Zhaixing, turned to him, awaiting an explanation. "What are you all looking at?" "It was a weakling who faltered first. Otherwise, we would have succeeded in refining him," Emperor Qianhuan stubbornly insisted, unwilling to take the blame for the lives lost. "Humph," Emperor Zhaixing scoffed, relieved he had prepared a backup plan. Otherwise, they would have fallen victim to Emperor Qianhuan and Apos' foolishness. "Not fleeing? It seems you have other preparations," Wang Che observed with interest, eager to discern what Emperor Zhaixing and the others had in store. Emperor Zhaixing ignored Wang Che and instead bowed to a certain spot in the void, requesting assistance. Yet, no response came. Gritting his teeth, he offered, afterward, "We are willing to sacrifice 30% of our life essence." "What? Are you mad?" The expression of the other supremes shifted at the mention of sacrificing 30% of their life essence, which was already scarce. Some might not survive this epic. 50%. A cold voice echoed from the void. "Agreed," Emperor Zhaixing reluctantly acquiesced. "I oppose this." A voice rose in protest, turning to leave. Suddenly, a skull the size of an ancient star appeared and swallowed the dissenting supreme whole. "Let me out," he screamed, thrashing inside, but he could not escape the skull, ultimately meeting a gruesome fate. At this, the remaining supremes fell silent. With 2 coughs, a frail-looking youth emerged from the void, his complexion pale, appearing no older than 15 or 16, resembling a scholar. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, it would have been hard to believe this boy devoured a supreme. Yet, his voice was hoarse, Fools, if I did not consider your desperate struggle would consume your life essence, even 50% would be too little. I could easily annihilate all of you. His implication suggested that eliminating these Supremes was not a challenge, and the display of power he had just exhibited was indeed formidable. Who is this? One Supreme inquired telepathically to Emperor Zhaixing. The Lord of the Celestial Ridge, came the response. Although they communicated through thought, both Wang Che and the Lord of the Celestial Ridge heard clearly. So, you are the Lord of the Celestial Ridge, Wang Che assessed the young man. Aware of his reputation, knowing he predated the Blood Emperor and likely hailed from the previous century, surviving from that era until now with a robust life force, indicated the Lord's strength was not to be underestimated. I sense the essence of time within you. Your existence rivals mine. Who exactly are you? The Lord of the Celestial Ridge inquired gravely, aware that claiming equality was modesty, yet he dared not ponder further. For the events of the previous century were gruesome and had granted him a clear understanding of the universe's true nature. Does it matter who I am? Now that you have appeared, do not retreat. Wang Che and Apos' gaze was frigid. From the Lord of the Celestial Ridge, he perceived an unfathomable resentment, greater than that of all the Supremes he had encountered combined, indicating the magnitude of lives he had extinguished. It seems you are not an old acquaintance. Very well. I shall capture you and delve into your soul. The Lord of the Celestial Ridge pointed into the void, summoning the colossal skull to bite at the demonic figure. However, the demonic figure shattered the skull with a punch. Yet, the skull swiftly reformed. You cannot obliterate this skull, the Lord of the Celestial Ridge declared. His eyes bloodshot as he conjured 8 additional skulls to gnaw at the limbs of the demonic figure. The demonic figure repeatedly smashed the skulls, yet could not destroy them. Although the skulls could endlessly reconstitute, they were unable to pierce the demonic figure's defenses. The situation seemed momentarily at a standstill. The skulls were composed of infinite resentment. And the Lord of the Celestial Ridge, unable to eradicate his own resentment, knew that eliminating the skulls would not be simple. Yet, why should he be fixated on their destruction? Wang Che turned his attention to the Lord of the Celestial Ridge. In the next moment, the demonic figure flapped his wings and teleported before him, delivering a sudden punch. The Lord of the Celestial Ridge was sent flying, his body ruptured. Before he could recover, the demonic figure was upon him again, raining down blows. Boom, boom, boom. The body of the Lord of the Celestial Ridge exploded repeatedly, each reconstruction consuming vast amounts of life essence. Enough, he roared, the 9 skulls merging to shield him. In the next instant, the demonic figure drew forth the sword of annihilation, cleaving through the skulls and shattering the Lord of the Celestial Ridge and Apos' body. You brute! The Lord of the Celestial Ridge seethed, producing a small banner that expanded dramatically, enveloped in thick, dark resentment. He retreated within the banner. Behold my annihilation banner. The surrounding laws were eroded by the black resentment, imparting an oppressive aura. This was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a conventional imperial weapon. Even Li Qiuxian and Emperor Zhaixing recognized that the power of the annihilation banner far exceeded that of an imperial weapon, appearing to transcend any such limitations. This annihilation banner has been refined over an epoch. It has long since evolved beyond an imperial weapon into a quasi-immortal artifact. Once I ascend to immortality, it shall be a true celestial weapon, the Lord of the Celestial Ridge boasted, as if it were a matter of great pride. In truth, aside from the refinement process, it was indeed a weapon worthy of envy, for it touched upon the domain of immortality, and the term quasi alone indicated its extraordinary power. Chapter 44. The Truth of the Universe. The Celestial Artifact. Indeed a celestial artifact. The awe of Emperor Qianhuan and others was palpable, with such an artifact in hand. Wang Che was surely doomed today. A quasi-celestial artifact? Wang Che scoffed at the Mishi banner, dismissing its classification as a quasi-celestial artifact as absurd. Sensing the derision in Wang Che's expression, the Lord of the Celestial Tomb felt a surge of anger as he wielded the Mishi banner, unleashing countless vengeful spirits like a colossal wave, crashing down upon the demon void deity. Despite the formidable defenses of the demon void deity, he was visibly eroded at an alarming rate. The Lord of the Celestial Tomb beamed with satisfaction, envisioning Wang Che being consumed entirely. However, he was oblivious to the fact that the rate of erosion paled in comparison to the demon void deity and Apos' recovery speed. A pristine ruler materialized in Wang Che and Apos' hand, and with a gentle wave, the tidal wave of vengeful spirits dissipated, leaving only a few lingering around the demon void deity, which posed no threat. A celestial artifact? The smile on the Lord of the Celestial Tomb vanished abruptly as his gaze fixated on the demon-dispelling ruler. It was not a celestial artifact, merely an imperial weapon. Wang Che swung the demon-dispelling ruler again, creating a gash in the Mishi banner, from which the Lord of the Celestial Tomb fell, his body irreparably damaged. How could this be? The expression on Emperor Qianhuan's face morphed into one of sheer horror. The Lord of the Celestial Tomb, who had seemed invincible just moments ago, was so easily vanquished. Impossible. Emperor Zhaixing shook his head in disbelief. Among all the masters of forbidden zones he had encountered, The Lord of the Celestial Tomb was the strongest, and how could Wang Che, who had only been cultivating for a mere 200 years, defeat him? Chu Aoyan and Apos' eyes flickered with intensity as he silently melded into the void. Did you think I would let you escape? In the next moment, Wang Che lightly waved the ruler towards him, erasing any trace of Emperor Qianhuan and the now invisible Chu Aoyan from existence. Their once proud imperial life sources were utterly powerless against the demon-dispelling ruler. Impressive. Li Qiuxian had anticipated Wang Che's strength. Yet he was astounded that Wang Che could defeat the Lord of the Celestial Tomb, who wielded a quasi-celestial artifact, in 2 blows, simultaneously annihilating 14 exalted beings. He sensed that this was not even Wang Che's full power. How could you be so strong? The Lord of the Celestial Tomb's face turned ashen at this juncture. He had abandoned any thought of fleeing, knowing that his speed would never surpass the ruler and Apos' swing. Now I ask, you answer. Wang Che descended before the Lord of the Celestial Tomb with an air of superiority, inquiring, aside from you, are there others from the last era still alive? If so, they were either like the Lord of the Celestial Tomb, who harvested countless lives, or possessed an utterly terrifying strength. It seems you are truly not from the last era. Otherwise, you would know of the events that transpired. The Lord of the Celestial Tomb gleaned a semblance of understanding from Wang Che and Apos' question. What happened in the last era? Wang Che pressed on. Do you think I would reveal that to you? If you manage to survive until the end of this era, you will understand what true despair is. Do not delude yourself into thinking you can escape to other universes. They are no different. The Lord of the Celestial Tomb laughed maniacally, a blend of hatred and sorrow. Humph, even if you remain silent, I have my methods of knowing. Wang Che and Apos' ruler extinguished the essence of the Lord of the Celestial Tomb, forcibly extracting his memories. In truth, he was reluctant to employ this method, as delving into another and Apos' soul could taint his own memories, requiring extensive time to cleanse the contamination, and if left unchecked, he might risk becoming another person entirely. To minimize this pollution, Wang Che directly accessed the Lord of the Celestial Tomb and Apos' earliest memories. In those memories, he confirmed that the Lord of the Celestial Tomb was indeed from the previous era. After skipping through inconsequential cultivation experiences, he fast-forwarded to the end of that era, which was marked by a brutal and dark upheaval. Although the Lord of the Celestial Tomb had already become a master of the Forbidden Zone, he felt utterly powerless in the face of this turmoil, even harboring fear, for the instigator of the chaos was a being whom all aspired to become, a celestial. This celestial was terrifying. Merely standing there caused the universe to tremble, as if the very laws of existence could not withstand the aura he exuded. The celestial spoke not a word, solely focused on harvesting the powerful beings within the universe, rendering even the exalted utterly defenseless until he encountered the Lord of the Celestial Tomb. Seemingly concerned that forcibly slaying the Lord of the Celestial Tomb would deplete his life source excessively, the celestial proposed a deal, allowing the Lord to offer half of his life essence in exchange for his survival. The Lord complied, thus managing to live on and uncover part of the truth. It turned out that this universe had always been connected to the celestial realm, with the ascension pathway lying beneath the Valley of Demonic Burials, where its master willingly served as a sentinel. Every end of an era, celestial beings would descend into this universe through the valley, ruthlessly purging all powerful beings, yet leaving behind seeds and methods of cultivation. For the celestial, this universe was merely a field to harvest endlessly, while the exalted beings within the forbidden zones were but slightly more robust crops. Upon discovering this truth, the Lord of the Celestial Tomb fell into despair, realizing that the other side of ascension to the celestial realm was guarded by celestials. Even if he defeated the master of the valley, ascending would equate to willingly walking into the jaws of the enemy. The so-called ascension had always been a deception. Other universes were no different. They were all gardens governed by the celestial beings. So it is. Wang Che exhaled, no longer perusing the Lord and Apos' subsequent memories, having obtained the answers he sought. The source of the dark upheaval stemmed from the celestials, and those exalted who prided themselves as instigators were merely crops awaiting harvest. A truly pitiful revelation. From the Lord of the Celestial Tomb and Apos' memories, he also learned that all eternal forbidden zones had descended from the upper realm, and even in the upper realm, these zones were extraordinary, occupied by powerful cultivators. Among them, the ancient celestial palace and the underworld were particularly unique. The celestials had once sought entry into the ancient celestial palace, but were thwarted at the threshold. They had lingered before the underworld, yet seemingly deterred by some fear. They dared not step inside. From these two pieces of information, Wang Che deduced that celestials could not contend with the ancient celestial palace. Should the end of an era arrive, he too could seek refuge within its confines, evading disaster. Yet, such a course did not align with his nature. The celestials did not appear overwhelmingly powerful. Wang Che discerned certain strategies from the Lord of the Celestial Tomb's memories, which he too could replicate. But that did not imply he could rival the celestials. Perhaps that was merely a fragment of their full strength. To truly contend with the celestials, one must at least touch upon that threshold. Chapter 45, The Astonished Fang Xingtong After Vanquishing the Lord of Xianling. Wang Che ventured into other eternal forbidden zones to eradicate the supreme beings within, subsequently absorbing their essence into the ancient immortal palace. Thus, the palace was enriched with various stones of law and several sanctuaries for cultivation. However, the pit, despite not being an eternal forbidden zone, still connected to a mysterious realm, instilling in Wang Che a profound sense of danger. He sealed that passage to prevent any unfortunate souls from falling into it. Ultimately, he journeyed to the Valley of Mourning Demons, where he slayed its master, yet arrived too late, upon learning of the demise of the Lord of Xianling. The master of the valley had already relayed the news to the higher realms. The upper realm responded, indicating they would soon descend to harvest Wang Che, whom they referred to as a potent elixir. Wang Che felt the blatant disdain emanating from the returned message, a cold glimmer ignited in his eyes. Once he breached that threshold, it would be uncertain who the true elixir was. During the ensuing time, Wang Che remained in seclusion within the ancient immortal palace, forging another imperial weapon while also contemplating the stones of law. 30 years swiftly passed. Zhang Daoi began to explore an alternative path to enlightenment and, as anticipated, succeeded, resulting in the emergence of another emperor's Dao fruit in that realm. Wang Che integrated the Dao fruit into his being, enhancing his strength, and he was now but a step away from that threshold. Subsequently, Zhang Daoi, bearing a mission, sought out Fang Xingtong, who was sealed within the source of immortals. This aura. Have you succeeded in your alternative path to enlightenment? Zhang Daoi did not conceal his aura, and Fang Xingtong immediately discerned the change in his power. His eyes widening in astonishment, a complex array of emotions crossing his face. Indeed, Zhang Daoi replied with a beaming smile, reveling in the moment. How long has it been? Fang Xingtong, having been sealed within the source of immortals, lacked a clear sense of time. However, considering Zhang Daoi's success, he surmised that several millennia must have passed. Alas, Zhang Daoi sighed, adopting a tone that suggested he had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. It has been a long time, just over 200 years. Upon hearing the first half of that statement, Fang Xingtong wanted to console Zhang Daoi, realizing that, given the length of time, a long-lived individual like him must have endured the loss of loved ones. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, he realized something was amiss. How long did you say? Just over 200 years? Fang Xingtong questioned his own hearing, suspecting that Zhang Daoi had misspoken. Indeed, just over 200 years, Zhang Daoi confirmed with a nod. You call that long? Fang Xingtong thought he might just lose his composure. Surely, Zhang Daoi wasn't he deliberately flaunting his success before him? I have only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years. Is that not brief? Zhang Daoi blinked innocently. Huh. Fang Xingtong was convinced that Zhang Daoi had come to boast, feeling a mix of shock and incredulity. How was it possible that he achieved enlightenment in just over 200 years? This could not merely be a matter of talent. If it were, those who had ascended to emperor status in the past would not have been limited to Li Qiuxian. He cast a questioning glance at Zhang Daoi, who merely wore an amused expression, as if to say he would not divulge any information unless prompted. How did you accomplish this? Fang Xingtong gritted his teeth, swallowing his frustration to ask again. What do you mean by how? Zhang Daoi feigned ignorance, delighting in Fang Xingtong's vexation. This feeling, in a single word, was exhilarating. How did you manage to attain enlightenment in such a short span of time? Fang Xingtong urged himself to remain calm, asking once more. Oh, so that and Oppos, that's what you were asking. Zhang Daoi exclaimed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. It was because I joined the ancient immortal palace. And the palace master bestowed upon me a stone of law, which contained clear power of the laws. It was with that I succeeded in just over 200 years. You actually joined the ancient immortal palace? Fang Xingtong was more astonished by this revelation than by the answer he sought. To him, the ancient immortal palace represented transcendence and mystery. Although it had never instigated dark turmoil, it was still part of the eternal forbidden zones, and joining it recklessly posed great risks. Indeed, not only me, but Li Qiuxian also joined, Zhang Daoi added, delivering another bombshell that left Fang Xingtong even more astounded. What did you say? Li Qiuxian has also joined the ancient immortal palace? That is impossible. Fang Xingtong shook his head in denial. Li Qiuxian was a contemporary emperor, the strongest chaotic body in history. Even without the use of longevity elixirs, he had a high probability of living through several lifetimes. How could he possibly join the ancient immortal palace for a mere stone, subjecting himself to constraints? I am not lying. Li Qiuxian indeed joined the ancient immortal palace. And he did so alongside me, Zhang Daoi affirmed. Seeing that Zhang Daoi did not appear to be lying, Fang Xingtong pondered for a moment, as if contemplating some possibility. What did you have to do to join the ancient immortal palace? You might not believe it, but we had to do nothing at all. We merely needed to register our names in the ancient immortal palace, Zhang Daoi shrugged. This condition was so incredible that it seemed almost surreal, yet it was the truth. Over the past 200 years, Wang Che had indeed not required them to do anything. Not only had he not imposed any demands, But he also frequently inquired about their well-being, asking if they had enough stones of law. Were it not for Li Qiuxian receiving the same treatment, he might have started to suspect a familial connection with Wang Che. This, Fang Xingtong was at a loss for words. This condition felt as though it were non-existent. Had it not come from Jiang Daoyi and Apos' lips, he would have thought the other was merely jesting. Actually, there is one condition. Jiang Daoyi seemed to recall something. Fang Xingtong exhaled, thinking, as expected, there must be a condition. If there were only one, it would surely be quite severe. After joining the ancient Immortal Palace, we are forbidden from causing chaos in the world. Otherwise, the Palace Master will personally hold us accountable. Jiang Daoyi explained. Fang Xingtong was left speechless. Is that even considered a condition? Why not? The Palace Master will undoubtedly follow through on that promise. Although we haven't spent much time together, I can sense that he is the type who harbors a deep-seated aversion to evil, Jiang Daoyi opined based on his instincts. Don't let him deceive you. Fang Xingtong expressed concern for his friend. From the description given, this seemed like an incredible stroke of luck. And he had never believed that such fortune would fall upon him. Chapter 46. The opportunity for ascension I cannot, for what I say is grounded in truth. Jiang Daoyi replied with a faint smile. Such as? Fang Xingtong pressed. 30 years ago, a supreme initiated a dark upheaval. The Palace Master not only vanquished the supreme responsible for this turmoil, but also accounted for all eternal forbidden zones, save for the underworld. Recalling the events of 3 decades prior, Jiang Daoyi felt his blood surge with fervor. Is he truly that formidable? Fang Xingtong, no longer questioning the veracity of the tale, realized that one could easily corroborate it with a casual inquiry. In fact, you are acquainted with the Palace Master of the ancient Immortal Palace. Jiang Daoyi observed with a curious glance at Fang Xingtong. I am. Fang Xingtong and Apos' brow furrowed as he recalled the enigmatic powerful figures he had encountered. Yet none seemed to match the stature of the ancient Immortal Palace and Apos' master. It was possible the individual had deliberately concealed their identity at the time, eluding his recognition. Who, then, is it? Wang Che, Jiang Daoyi replied succinctly, without any hint of obfuscation. Impossible. Fang Xingtong and Apos' immediate reaction was disbelief. Wasn't Apos' he with us during the heavenly tribulation? He later took an alternative path to enlightenment. Would someone of the Palace Master and Apos' caliber truly need to seek another path? According to Jiang Daoyi, Wang Che had merely been experimenting with a different avenue. Fang Xingtong pondered this, realizing that, as an ancient immortal, the Palace Master could engage in any manner of action without raising eyebrows. Moreover, if Wang Che indeed was the Palace Master, it would elucidate why he exhibited such extraordinary prowess immediately after achieving enlightenment. You Haven and Apos' come here merely to flaunt your successful enlightenment and discuss these matters, have you? He inquired. You and Apos, guessed it. I am here on behalf of the Palace Master to invite you to join the ancient Immortal Palace. Jiang Daoyi revealed his primary intention. Will joining the ancient Immortal Palace grant me access to the kind of rule stones you mentioned? The privileges Jiang Daoyi enjoyed within the palace, along with the remarkable accomplishments of his alternative enlightenment over a mere 200 years, greatly tempted Fang Xingtong. Most importantly, Wang Che's actions to eradicate the eternal forbidden zones resonated deeply with him. Indeed, Jiang Daoyi affirmed, producing a stone imbued with the essence of the Thunder Rule. Fang Xingtong and Apos' gaze fixated on the stone. Even from a distance, he could sense the palpable power of the rules contained within. In the next moment, he extricated himself from the celestial source and grasped the stone. Jiang Daoyi made no attempt to stop him, as the stone was intended for Fang Xingtong's comprehension. What an extraordinary stone. Although I have never delved into the Thunder Rule, with this stone's enhancement, I could master a formidable path of thunder within 400 years. Fang Xingtong exclaimed, exhilarated. That is merely the beginning. Within the ancient Immortal Palace lies a sanctum of cultivation steeped in the Thunder Rule. Should you immerse yourself there, it would not only expedite your progress, but could potentially reduce the time needed by a third, Jiang Daoyi elaborated. Fang Xingtong found himself in a quandary. While the stone was indeed enticing, the Thunder Path was incompatible with his chosen trajectory. Integrating the Thunder Rule into the nascent form of his Tao fruit could jeopardize his enlightenment. You need not worry, aside from the Thunder Rule stone. The ancient Immortal Palace also possesses stones of the Annihilation Rule, the Immortal Rule, the Space Rule, and the Tidal Rule. Jiang Daoyi enumerated several rule stones in one breath. These had emerged from Wang Che's endeavors to absorb the forbidden zones, where some contained a single rule, while others housed 2 to 3, coupled with various natural hazards. The ancient Immortal Palace boasted no fewer than 20 types of rule stones. Fang Xingtong and Apos' eyes sparkled at this revelation. Among the stones Jiang Daoyi mentioned, 3 aligned perfectly with his current path. If these rule stones possessed similar efficacy to the Thunder Rule stone, combined with the benefits of the sanctum, he felt confident in attempting enlightenment within 300 years. Very well, I shall join, he declared. 300 years, neither excessively long nor excessively short. Before Fang Xingtong could summon the heavenly tribulation, Wang Che had already, through sheer effort, brushed against that threshold. He sensed that crossing it would elevate his strength significantly, perhaps even multiple times over, akin to the leap from quasi-emperor to true emperor. Yet he faced a perplexing dilemma. He was uncertain how to transcend that threshold. It felt akin to wielding a longsword without knowing where to strike. The matter of breaking through realms could not be approached haphazardly, as a misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. In that moment, Fang Xingtong endeavored to achieve enlightenment. As anticipated, he succeeded, manifesting a new emperor's Tao fruit within the space. First, he would merge this Tao fruit before contemplating how to break through. Wang Che, upon merging the Tao fruit, mastered several new Tao laws within a day. Yet his strength remained unchanged. As expected, he had reached a limit. Without surpassing it, he could not augment his power. However, should he breach this limit, all the prior unrealized strength would surge forth. How to overcome this threshold eluded him. A reference point would be invaluable. Suddenly, Wang Che recalled the Lord of the Underworld. In this universe, if anyone's strength remained inscrutable to him, it was the Lord of the Underworld. Moreover, the memories of the Lord of the Celestial Tomb indicated that even the Celestial was wary of the Underworld Lord, suggesting the latter had undoubtedly traversed realms beyond that of Emperor. He recalled how the Underworld Lord had recognized his identity and remarked on the timing of his arrival. Was now the time to visit? Even if it was not, he could seize the opportunity to inquire about the methods for breaking through to realms beyond Emperor. Regardless of the outcome, it was worth the attempt. Wang Che traversed the vast cosmos, arriving at the threshold of the Underworld. What brings you here? An ancient voice echoed from the depths of the Underworld. The inquiry of what brings you here rather than an invitation to converse indicated that the moment was not yet ripe for an audience. Wang Che muttered to himself before asking, I seek knowledge of the realms beyond Emperor. After a moment of silence, the ancient voice responded, Beyond Emperor is the realm of the immortal. To step into the domain of immortals, without isolating oneself, the Tao fruit must endure the passage of time, at least half an era, after which one must sacrifice the Tao fruit, igniting the Tao fire to become an immortal. Failure results in utter obliteration. Thus, it was required to maintain the Emperor and Apos' realm for over half an era before attempting a breakthrough. Wang Che contemplated his situation, struggling to find a standard, for as an immortal being, the test of time bore no relevance, and he had already sensed the threshold. Do you believe I am capable of igniting the Tao fire at this juncture? Wang Che inquired of the Lord of the Underworld, reasoning that if the other recognized him, he would likely possess some understanding of his condition as an immortal. Once more, the Lord of the Underworld fell into silence, this time for the length of half an incense stick, before ambiguously replying, If you believe you can, then you can. Chapter 47. The True Immortal. What does it mean to say, I think it is possible, so it is? Surely, you cannot be unaware? Wang Che silently scoffed, inquiring about the specifics of igniting the Tao fire and the realms of immortality. Sacrificing the Tao fruit, using the principles of the great Tao as flames. Igniting it. Only when the Tao fire burns eternally does one attain the status of an immortal. Upon igniting the Tao fire, if one generates indestructible matter within, filling both body and soul, one becomes a true immortal. Understanding the principles of the great Tao and condensing the imprint of the Tao in the higher cosmos elevates one to the rank of celestial immortal. Should one use the imprint of the Tao as a seed to cultivate the realm of the Tao, they ascend to the rank of immortal king. The Lord of the Underworld explained that the speed of generating indestructible matter from Tao fire correlates with the understanding of the principles and the number of laws one can integrate. The higher the progress and the greater the number of integrations, the quicker the generation of indestructible matter. Even in the higher cosmos, a celestial being wishing to become a true immortal must endure for several epochs or risk gradual decline and eventual demise before the Tao fire extinguishes without filling their body and soul with indestructible matter. Understanding this, Wang Che's thoughts expanded. He now grasped how to break through to immortality and further inquired about the spatial connections behind the abyss and the valley of fallen demons. The Lord of the Underworld advised against venturing into the passage behind the abyss, as it was fraught with peril. The valley of fallen demons, however, connected to the divine realm. The Lord of the Underworld shared insights about the divine realm, stating that at the end of each epoch, divine-level cultivators descend to harvest the blood of living beings. True gods seldom leave the divine realm, while celestials are the apex cultivators who oversee it. Viewing the multitude of beings as mere fleeting wisps, their lives are devoted solely to pursuing realms beyond that of celestials. Through the Lord of the Underworld and Apos' descriptions, Wang Che acquired a rudimentary understanding of the divine realm and subsequently inquired about the surrounding lower universes. The Lord revealed that the neighboring universes were also low tier. Yet the boundaries between them occasionally manifested unstable spatial passages, which could connect either to other lower universes or to the divine realm. Should the latter occur, entering the passage would only require enduring the risks of instability, without encountering resistance from cultivators on the other side. Wang Che pondered the disappearance of Zhao Wuxuang, concluding that she must have either ventured to another universe or reached the divine realm. If she had indeed reached the divine realm, her talents could very well lead her to become a great emperor. Although the divine realm is a continent, it is vast and can simultaneously harbor several great emperors. Moreover, due to the presence of immortal gods, great emperors within the divine realm may have access to indestructible matter, granting them lifespans far surpassing those of their counterparts in the lower realms. If Zhao Wuxuang had indeed gone to the divine realm, perhaps there would come a day when they might meet again. Finally, Wang Che posed a question: why not intervene to halt the dark turmoil? He hoped this inquiry would reveal whether the Lord of the Underworld was an ally. It is not that I do not wish to intervene, but that I cannot. Should I take action, the consequences could lead to the destruction of both this universe and the surrounding ones. The Lord of the Underworld sighed. By refraining from action, only a portion of beings may be harvested, but should I engage, none would survive. Weighing the pros and cons, I am left with no choice but to observe from the sidelines. Wang Che and Apos' spirit trembled. The Lord of the Underworld was at least a true immortal or celestial immortal. An existence that so stealthily dwelled within a low-tier universe might harbor unfathomable reasons. However, he chose not to inquire further, as it bore no relevance to him. After some contemplation, Wang Che decided to ask yet another question. You previously mentioned that my timing was not right. When is the true timing? That is a question only you can answer. All truths lie within your true self, the Lord of the Underworld replied. Ask myself. If I knew, would I still inquire of you? Wang Che felt a sense of helplessness, entirely unaware of any agreements his previous incarnation may have made with the Lord of the Underworld. True self? The Lord of the Underworld seemed to imply that Wang Che was not yet himself. How could that be? He, a native of the Blue Star, had inexplicably arrived in this world. Surely, he could not be the reincarnation of another. Or perhaps he was a significant figure in his past life. Wang Che sensed a deepening enigma. Ultimately, he departed with lingering questions. Ambiguous. The Lord of the Underworld murmured, having seen no signs of reincarnation in Wang Che, nor indications of the ancient immortal palace master and Apos' path. Yet, the current Wang Che was markedly different from the ancient immortal palace master he had known, leaving the Lord perplexed about Wang Che and Apos' true state. Returning to the immortal palace, Wang Che cast aside all distractions and began to attempt igniting the Tao fire using the method imparted by the Lord of the Underworld. Although his Tao fruit had not endured the test of time, he had unmistakably touched upon a threshold, and regardless of his comprehension of the laws or progress, his strength showed no signs of enhancement. This situation mirrored his earlier experience when he had achieved perfection across 9 domains. Once he broke through to the realm of immortality, he would undoubtedly stand among its elite. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited upon the Tao fruit, rapidly expanding. The heavens and earth became a crucible, refining Wang Che within. As the flames burned, Wang Che felt an internal metamorphosis, not reliant on external forces, but rather a natural evolution triggered by his own accumulation. This transformation was extraordinary. Without traversing celestial tribulations, his power surged as if propelled by a rocket. At the onset, his life essence had already undergone a qualitative elevation. In truth, Wang Che was unaware that, had another individual ignited the Tao fire, they would inevitably face near-fatal tribulations. The process of expanding the Tao fire resembled a heavenly calamity. Those with flawed Tao fruits would be consumed into nothingness by the Tao fire. Yet, Wang Che experienced none of this. He felt utterly at ease, as if steeped in the essence of heaven and earth. The metamorphosis persisted for half a month, and when Wang Che opened his eyes, the Tao fruit within him had been replaced by a vibrant, multicolored flame. This flame appeared gentle and harmless, yet contained formidable power. Any being below the immortal realm that came into contact with this flame would be reduced to nothingness, a means of combat and a display of dominion. Beyond this Tao fire, Wang Che and Apos' life essence had ascended to an unprecedented height. Without even attempting to measure, he sensed a vast chasm separating his power, speed, and magical energy from before. Is this the strength of an immortal? Lacking a point of reference, Wang Che was uncertain of his current prowess, yet he surmised that even among immortals, he would not be deemed weak. The Tao fire can generate indestructible matter, which is key to enhancing an immortal and Apos' strength. Wang Che urged the flames to burn more fiercely, and in an instant, vast quantities of black matter erupted from the Tao fire. This black matter was extraordinarily dense, embodying an essence that time itself could not erode. Not only could it prolong life, but it was also immensely resilient, carrying terrifying power when integrated into the Tao laws. It surpassed even the might of the Tao fire itself. Indestructible matter was likely a means of combat among immortals. Wang Che marveled at the wonders of indestructible matter and endeavored to use it to reshape his body. However, as time passed, he found himself astonished. Was there an excessive amount of indestructible matter being generated from his Tao fire? Although he lacked a point of reference, it seemed too abundant. In a mere moment, he had already sculpted his hands using the indestructible matter. Could it be related to my body? Wang Che contemplated the immense vitality within him. This vitality was merely a byproduct of the indestructible matter, even before becoming an immortal. His life force had been so robust. Did this indicate that indestructible matter had dwelled within him all along, sealed for some reason? Perhaps it was only upon igniting the Tao fire that the indestructible matter was released. If that were the case, it would indeed provide a comprehensive explanation. The original form was an immortal, which suggests that its standing within the hierarchy of immortals is not insignificant. Wang Che continued to fuse indestructible material, and before long, his physical body was entirely shaped by this substance. After some time, his soul was also molded from the indestructible material. Is this true immortality? Wang Che was taken aback. The original form must be at least a true immortal, for it would be impossible to harbor such an abundance of indestructible material otherwise. Ironically, he found himself somewhat looking forward to the descent of the deities from the divine realm. In truth, he was the type who most disliked exerting dominance through his realm. Yet the constraints of his strength compelled him otherwise. Alas, it was a source of great frustration. Chapter 48. The distinction between immortals and gods. No one could fathom that within a mere fortnight, Wang Che had successively transcended 2 significant realms. Now, merely emanating a trace of his essence caused the surrounding environment to descend into chaos. This lower universe could no longer withstand his presence. Should he wish to continue his ascension, he would have to venture into a higher universe. The primary distinction between a higher and a lower universe lies in the completeness of the Great Tao. The Great Tao of a higher universe is far more integrated, imposing stricter constraints upon practitioners, and can sustain beings above the true immortal level. Wang Che sensed that if he unleashed his full power, he could potentially obliterate this universe. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Despite his capability to annihilate the cosmos, he found himself unable to shake the ancient immortal palace. The palace was beyond the true immortal level, possibly a relic of the celestial immortal tier. This led him to ponder whether his original form was indeed a celestial immortal. Celestial immortal. Wang Che murmured the term. Now faced with 2 choices, to remain in this universe, where time could not erase him, allowing him to become its absolute sovereign, or to pursue a higher realm and ascend to the divine realm. Weighing his options, Wang Che decided to first apprehend the practitioners descending from the divine realm before making a judgment. Thus, a millennium passed. The world transformed. People came and went. The practitioners of the world had changed many times over, yet figures like Li Qiuxian persisted, comprehending the great Tao through the Stone of Laws, living out their second lives. Similarly, within the depths of the ancient immortal palace, a singular fruit of the emperor's Tao had sprouted, embodying the essence of the great Tao. By assimilating this fruit, Wang Che and Appos' power continued to grow, for the true immortal was not his limit. On this day, 2 figures traversed the spatial passage within the Valley of Demons and descended into this universe. Boom. 2 terrifying auras erupted, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread among the myriad beings across the realms. I truly detest visiting such a lower universe, where the great Tao is so fragmented. The man on the left, exuding an ethereal demeanor, remarked disdainfully. Alas, such is the nature of a lower universe. The man on the right, clad in azure, replied as he scanned his surroundings. Strange, where are the servants to greet us? His mention of servants referred to the Lord of the Valley of Demons. Could it be that he was vanquished by the so-called demon-purging celestial lord? The demon-purging celestial lord, huh? What audacity, the man on the left scoffed. Just a country bumpkin, likely never even set foot in a higher universe. Upon encountering us, he would surely bow in submission. The man on the right shook his head. He dares to destroy so many precious herbs. Even if he kneels and begs for mercy, I will ensure he finds no escape from his plight. Recalling the matter, the left man felt a surge of anger. Those precious herbs were to be offered to the Supreme Elder. No matter, since he dared to destroy our herbs, we shall reap a greater harvest of souls instead. After all, this universe is abundant in life. His tone was calm, yet the malice in his words was palpable. Let us first locate the demon-purging celestial lord, and then we shall harvest the blood of the holy beings, the man on the left declared. Just as they were about to depart, the fabric of space before them collapsed, revealing a youth with black eyes and hair stepping forth. The very essence of the great Tao recoiled in his presence, quietly observing them. The youth instilled a familiar tremor in their souls, an unmistakable fear reserved for those confronting a true god-level powerhouse. Who are you? The man on the left managed to suppress his fear and inquired. Me? Did you not come seeking me? Wang Che replied with a playful expression. You are the demon-purging celestial lord? The man on the right was struck dumb, bewildered that the entity they believed to be an emperor had transformed into a true god. Has the Lord of the Valley of Demons lost his mind? Exchanging glances, they suddenly bolted toward the spatial passage behind them. Were you not seeking me? Now that I have presented myself, why do you wish to flee? Wang Che extended his right hand, and they found themselves rooted in place, unable to move, their bodies burdened by immense pressure, on the brink of being crushed. It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The man on the right hastily pleaded. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, I shall ascertain for myself. Wang Che pressed down with his palm, and their bodies groaned under the strain. We are of the Celestial Dominion. If you dare to slay us, the Celestial Dominion will not let you go unpunished. The left man threatened, albeit his voice quivered. What Celestial Dominion? I have never even heard of it. You shall die. Wang Che pressed down once more, and they were reduced to a puddle, yet not dead. Their innate substances were at work. However, in the next instant, they were crushed again. Within a breath, they approached the brink of death countless times. Although their innate substances could repair their bodies and souls, they were not infinite. After repeated use, they would eventually deplete. Feeling that it was sufficient, Wang Che extracted their souls to glean specific information about the divine realm. Now a true immortal, he possessed a significant resistance to memory pollution. From their memories, he discerned that they hailed from a sect known as the Celestial Dominion. The Celestial Dominion resided in the southern continent of the divine realm, governing nearly 100 lower universes, dispatching its divine beings to harvest at the end of each epoch. Within its ranks were beings at the heavenly god level, making it a formidable entity on the southern continent. A heavenly god-level being. Wang Che furrowed his brow. Continuing to investigate, in their memories, he learned that it was significantly easier for a heavenly god to annihilate a true god than for a true god to extinguish a deity. Yet the silver lining was that heavenly gods could not leave the divine realm. This distinction pertained to the divide between immortals and gods. Immortals step into the realm of immortality through their own strength, continually breaking through by their own efforts. In contrast, gods are akin to positions. The divine realm possesses something akin to fate, yet more advanced, known as the divine seal. Those who wield the divine seal can utilize it to elevate their realms. The higher their realm, the greater the constraints imposed by the divine seal. Heavenly gods, due to the restrictions of the divine seal, cannot leave the divine realm, nor can they depart from areas enveloped by the divine seal. Should they do so, their strength would drastically diminish. Conversely, true gods can leave the divine realm, albeit with a reduction in power. Gods are the practitioners least influenced by the divine seal. The divine seal is categorized into upper, middle, and lower divine seals, corresponding to the heavenly god, true god, and god realms respectively. The limits of the lower divine seal cap at the god realm, unless one acquires a middle divine seal to transcend to the true god realm. The same applies to the middle divine seal. It can be said that there is a strict correlation between rank and position. While the number of heavenly gods in the divine realm is limited, there is no such constraint for immortals. In the same realm, there exists no hierarchy among immortals. They enjoy greater freedom, while gods possess swifter cultivation speeds. The Celestial Dominion is a colossal entity endowed with multiple divine seals. Should one true god perish, another would immediately take their place. Wang Che's brow furrowed. Although heavenly gods cannot depart the divine realm, true gods can enter this universe. While he bore no fear of true gods, the potential for a one versus many scenario loomed ominously. Should conflict arise, this universe would face annihilation. I have slain 2 of the Celestial Dominion's deities. This will not be easily settled. A confrontation is inevitable. Either I will engage in a battle with the true gods of the Celestial Dominion in this universe, or I will ascend to the divine realm for a confrontation there. After much contemplation, Wang Che ultimately chose the latter. The destruction of the universe and the death of its beings were outcomes he wished to avert. Divine beings can only descend for a maximum of 1 year. Within this time, I must set forth for the divine realm. With that resolve, Wang Che extinguished the souls of the 2 men, extracting 2 divine seals from their essence before returning to the ancient Immortal Palace. On that day, he summoned Qi Wu, Li Qiuxian, Jiang Daoyi, and Fang Xingtong, inquiring whether they would be willing to accompany him to the divine realm. During this discourse, he elucidated the perils of their journey to the divine realm, clarifying that should they choose not to embark, he would obliterate the spatial passage upon his arrival, ensuring that the followers of the Master of Heaven would not descend again to harvest. My lord, wherever you go, I shall follow, declared Qi Wu, the first to express his allegiance. Attaining immortality is my aspiration. I shall venture to the divine realm, Li Qiuxian remarked with a glimmer of longing in his eyes. I too shall join. I do not wish to miss the opportunity for ascension, Jiang Daoyi added. Without immortality, I would merely return to dust after several millennia. Though the journey to the divine realm bears risks, I am willing to stake everything, Fang Xingtong asserted. Very well, then let us proceed together to the divine realm, Wang Che proclaimed, brandishing his sword towards the heavens, determined to ensure that the name of the ancient Immortal Palace would resonate throughout the divine realm, becoming an eternal sanctuary of a different kind. Chapter 49. The Divine Realm. Although the journey to the divine realm was imminent, there were several considerations to ponder beforehand. For instance, the spatial passage leading to the divine realm opened into the territory of the Zhangtian sect. How would one navigate the blockade established by this sect? To address this concern, Wang Che consulted the Lord of the Underworld regarding the strength of the ancient Immortal Palace. He learned that while the palace could withstand deities of the heavenly god level, it could not subdue them. To achieve such dominance, Wang Che's own strength needed to be enhanced. I shall first secure you within the ancient Immortal Palace. Once we have departed from the Zhantian sect's domain, I will release you, Wang Che assured Li Qiuxian and the others. Understanding that they would become burdens during their time in the divine realm, they refrained from being overly assertive and entered the ancient Immortal Palace. Subsequently, Wang Che absorbed the ancient Immortal Palace into his being and stepped into the spatial passage connecting to the divine realm. Whoosh! As he traversed the passage, he occasionally encountered spatial turbulence. However, as a true god, he faced no threat from these disruptions. After approximately a month of travel, a glimmer of light appeared ahead in the passage. Wang Che heightened his vigilance. The divine realm was drawing near. Meanwhile, at the other end of the passage, although it connected to a lower universe, only a single divine practitioner stood guard. Considering the passage of time, he anticipated the return of the two he was expecting. However, the divine practitioner felt a sense of ennui. Guarding the passage was a tedious and monotonous task. He believed that a being of his caliber was unnecessary for such a duty, as the lower realms rarely produced immortals. Without immortals, why should he, a god, be tasked with this vigil? As for those at the emperor level, should they dare ascend to this place, the Zhantian sect possessed ample emperor-level practitioners to handle them. Suddenly, the spatial passage reacted. It must be the return of the two. The divine practitioner stood up, preparing to greet them. At that moment, a young man with black hair and eyes emerged from the passage. Upon seeing him, the divine practitioner was momentarily taken aback, soon engulfed by an overwhelming fear. The aura radiating from this youth indicated he was a true god. Who are you? Where are Kong Huanfeng and the others? The divine practitioner demanded while hastily retreating. Wang Che did not respond, merely gazing back with eyes shimmering like gold. The divine practitioner froze, his divine soul fracturing into 3 segments. Yet, he remained alive. As the intrinsic material within him began to mend his soul, the power of the annihilation divine I had diminished considerably compared to its potency in the previous universe. Wang Che also felt the weight of his own body had increased. It was evident that in this higher universe, even a true god like him faced considerable suppression. Not wishing to waste time on this divine practitioner, Wang Che first obliterated the spatial passage with a punch, then hastened to escape. The foremost priority was to vacate the domain controlled by the Zhantian sect. Who are you? The guards outside, witnessing the unfamiliar face of Wang Che, immediately sounded an alarm. Within mere breaths, numerous individuals converged upon him. However, their speed could not match Wang Che and Appo's. Before they could form a complete encirclement, he burst through the opening. A true god. The practitioners behind him were struck with dread and promptly notified the nearby true gods. Within 10 seconds, a robust true god gave chase. How dare you destroy the spatial passage and intrude upon the Zhantian sect? Regardless of your origins, you shall pay the price today. Chu Kuang had deduced that Wang Che had entered the Zhantian sect via the spatial passage connecting to the lower realm. Yet, he did not believe Wang Che was from the lower realm, for it was impossible for even deities to be born there, let alone a true god. Hence, he concluded that Wang Che must be a practitioner from another sect of the upper realms. Regardless of his origins, anyone who dared invade the Zhantian sect would face consequences. The authority of the Zhantian sect was not to be trifled with. Chu Kuang formed seals with his hands, conjuring a fire dragon that surged toward Wang Che. In the lower realm, such a fire dragon would undoubtedly wreak havoc, shattering the void and annihilating the Tao. Yet here, it barely stirred the fabric of space. Annihilation. Wang Che turned and extended his right hand, sending ripples through the air. The moment the fire dragon made contact with the ripples, it was instantly extinguished. The annihilation law remained his most formidable offensive weapon, aside from the magic void deity. Impressive, Chu Kuang observed coldly as he continued his pursuit. Having gauged Wang Che and Appo's strength in their earlier exchange, he realized that further attempts to engage would be futile. A true god, forged from indestructible material, was not easily subdued unless one possessed a significant advantage in numbers. The best strategy to ensure victory is to gain the upper hand with numbers. You cannot escape. For Yu Chuan is ahead, Chu Kuang declared to Yu Chuan, who was positioned in front of Wang Che. Yu Chuan nodded slightly, ice crystals materializing beside him, coalescing into a colossal ice phoenix stretching 1,000 feet. Simultaneously, flames enveloped Chu Kuang, transforming into a fire dragon. The fire dragon and the ice phoenix surged forward in unison. The magic void deity, towering at 2,000 feet, emerged from the void, clad in armor. It struck the ice phoenix, causing it to tilt its head, yet it was also staggered by the onslaught of the fire dragon from behind. As the magic void deity faced both adversaries, it began to falter. As time passed, additional true gods hastened toward the scene. You shall surely perish today. Chu Kuang laughed heartily, intensifying the fire dragon's assault. Is that so? Wang Che remained unperturbed, commanding the magic void deity to draw forth the annihilation longsword. With a single slash, spatial disturbances erupted, cleaving both the fire dragon and the ice phoenix in two. Troubling. A high true god. Chu Kuang's expression shifted as he quickly retreated. Even with a numerical advantage, engaging across a realm posed a risk of death. A high true god? Wang Che pondered. disregarding the retreating Chu Kuang and Yu Chuan as he pressed onward. In the distance, other true gods were approaching, joining forces with Chu Kuang. Upon learning of Wang Che's status as a high true god, they hesitated to pursue recklessly. At that moment, a striking young man clad in silver armor appeared, moving with such speed that the surrounding space rippled in his wake. Upon sighting the silver-armored youth, joy illuminated the faces of Chu Kuang and his companions. Wang Che could not evade capture now, for this silver-armored youth was a genuine warlord-level true god. Chapter 50. The divine intervention. The young man in silver armor swiftly closed the distance to Wang Che. Despite Wang Che and Appo's efforts to command the phantom demon to unfurl its wings, he could not escape the formidable adversary. Recognizing the strength of his opponent, he directed the phantom demon to turn back and struck with a sword. The silver-armored youth raised a finger, causing the space before him to ripple, halting the shattering sword a mere yard away. With his other hand, he unleashed a punch towards the phantom demon. The armor of the phantom demon exploded, its battle garb torn, and its body sustained injuries, ultimately being shielded by its internal bones. Such power! Wang Che and Appo's expression turned grave. This was the most formidable enemy he had encountered thus far. Not even the full might of the phantom demon could inflict harm upon him. Instead, the young man had dealt a heavy blow in return. Yet, this was to be expected, as he was new to the divine realm and lacked understanding of the methods employed by beings of true divinity. He had yet to grasp the profound laws of the divine realm, and given time, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. However, time was a luxury he could not afford at the moment. The ancient Immortal Palace, arise. Wang Che commanded the ancient Immortal Palace to take flight, withdrawing the phantom demon and leaping into the palace. In an instant, the ancient Immortal Palace shimmered and distanced itself from the silver-armored youth. A treasure of celestial rank? The silver-armored youth could only watch helplessly as the ancient Immortal Palace drifted away. A soft exclamation emanated from deep within the celestial sovereign cult, followed by the appearance of a white-haired elder. In mere moments, he had chased after the ancient Immortal Palace. The Grand Elder. Upon seeing the elder, the silver-armored youth and his companions bowed respectfully. The white-haired elder, however, paid them no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient Immortal Palace, his expression igniting with fervor. This was no ordinary treasure of celestial rank. It had already grazed the realm of the celestial monarch. Such a treasure was beyond even his possession. If obtained, by sacrificing the power of countless beings, he might catch a glimpse of the celestial monarch's realm. Leave it to me. The white-haired elder reached out, and myriad laws coalesced into chains, binding the four corners of the ancient Immortal Palace. Is this the power of a being at the level of a celestial deity? Even in the divine realm, one can still manipulate myriad laws. Wang Che gazed at the elder from a distance, while behind him, Xiaowu, the Qiuxian, and others wore expressions of anxiety. The mere aura emitted unintentionally by the elder enveloped them in a suffocating sensation, akin to sinking into the depths of the sea. Had they not been within the ancient Immortal Palace, one glance from him could have been fatal. In the next moment, Wang Che infused his power into the ancient Immortal Palace. The palace radiated a brilliant glow, shattering the four chains that bound it, then breaking through the void, vanishing within. The white-haired elder, undeterred, pursued relentlessly, making multiple attempts to capture the ancient Immortal Palace, yet to no avail. The more he failed, the more he coveted the palace. Finally, as he reached the edge of the celestial sovereign cult, the elder reluctantly halted, watching the ancient Immortal Palace recede into the distance. Even if you escape for a moment, you cannot evade for a lifetime. The elder refrained from pursuing further, instead commanding the silver-armored youth and Chu Kuang to search for the whereabouts of the ancient Immortal Palace. Phew! Xiaowu exhaled deeply, collapsing within the hall. He had truly been terrified moments earlier. Palace Master, are we safe now? Li Qiuxian inquired, a sense of relief washing over him. Wang Che nodded. The celestial sovereign cult was a colossal entity, resulting in a lack of significant powers in the surrounding area. As long as they were beyond the vicinity of the celestial sovereign cult, they faced little danger. Splendid. Xiaowu cheered, relieved to have escaped danger, signifying the opportunity to explore the divine realm thoroughly. Where shall we go next? Zhang Daoyi asked curiously, observing the direction in which Wang Che maneuvered the ancient Immortal Palace, which was not aimless but rather guided by a precise target. The realm of 10,000 spirits. Wang Che indeed possessed a clear objective. Through the memories of the two gods from the lower realm, he learned that the realm of 10,000 spirits housed over 100 familial powers, with the strongest cultivators being merely at the level of true divinity. Moreover, the celestial sovereign cult found it challenging to extend its influence there, making it the ideal locale to establish a sect. Only by founding a sect could he attract a multitude of talented individuals. Otherwise, relying solely on his own comprehension of the laws would prove too slow, rendering the achievement of celestial status a distant dream. Days later, Wang Che entered the realm of 10,000 spirits, commanding the ancient Immortal Palace to occupy a naturally fortified location. The greatest advantage of the ancient Immortal Palace was that it required no selection of location. A sect could be established anywhere within its confines. I intend to establish a sect here. Henceforth, you shall serve as the elders and guardians of the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che informed Xiao Wu and Li Qiuxian. Palace Master, what are our criteria for recruitment? Zhang Daoyi inquired. Talent must be exceptional, bearing the potential to become an emperor. And character must be beyond reproach. Those are the only two requirements. Wang Che opted for a selective approach, as only cultivators at the emperor level could truly assist him. Others need not apply. What about the laws of the stone as sect benefits? Zhang Daoyi asked again. For cultivators below the quasi-emperor level, a reward of holy herbs or similar treasures would suffice. Once they reached quasi-emperor cultivation, they would be allowed to comprehend the laws of the stone. As for those at the emperor level, they would be granted the status of attendants and permitted to interpret the laws of the stone freely. Regarding cultivators at the celestial and divine levels, Wang Che did not believe that any would join before establishing a reputation. That could be discussed later. Speaking of the laws of the stone, after absorbing the power of the rules from the fortified location, Wang Che discovered that the newly produced laws of the stone were far more refined than the original, likely due to the superior nature of the laws in the divine realm compared to those in the lower realm. The newly generated laws of the stone could no longer be referred to as such. They were now the more advanced laws of the crystal. The laws of the crystal proved beneficial even for a true celestial-level powerhouse like him. Noticing Zhang Daoyi and Amp, Apos' keen interest in establishing the sect, Wang Che further discussed some details with him, adding certain regulations, such as prohibiting harm to the mortal realm and forbidding actions detrimental to the ancient Immortal Palace. Thereafter, he entrusted the task of recruiting members to the three of them. As elder members of the ancient Immortal Palace, they enjoyed various privileges and were expected to contribute in some capacity. Of course, the most pressing task was still to refine the laws of the Great Path. Once perfected, the strength of the three of them and Xiao Wu would see a significant enhancement. Wang Che himself entered a state of seclusion, comparing the laws he had previously comprehended with those of the divine realm. Shortly after their seclusion began, two women arrived at their location. ISN and Amp. Apos, this the forbidden land of divine desolation? When did a force of the ancient Immortal Palace emerge here? Have we come to the wrong place? The speaker was a woman clad in white, her beauty striking, with long flowing hair and a long sword in hand, exuding an air of coldness that repelled others. You have not erred. This is indeed the forbidden land of divine desolation. The other woman, appearing slightly older and possessing a more mature demeanor, seemed to be the guardian of the white-clad woman. She gazed at the ancient Immortal Palace, now situated within the confines of the forbidden land, and said, Miss, this grand hall exudes an aura of strangeness. Perhaps we should return. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qingxue shook her head. If we fail to obtain the divine seal, our Mu family will be doomed. I must try, no matter the cost. Chapter 51. Recruitment of hall members. The Godfall Forbidden Area, regarded as a natural peril, poses a risk even to celestial beings, with some deities perishing within its confines. Upon their demise, their divine seals remain, offering a slim chance for mortals to acquire them. Despite the perilous journey, securing a divine seal would alleviate the danger facing the Mu family. However, the Godfall Forbidden Area has vanished, replaced by a new force known as the Ancient Immortal Hall. Mu Qingxue plans to enter and uncover the truth. Miss, I shall accompany you, a middle-aged woman offers. Understanding Mu Qingxue's predicament, Liuyi, I would prefer you to wait here. Mu Qingxue declines. She had not intended to bring Liuyi on this perilous venture, but Liuyi insists on following her, leaving Mu Qingxue with little recourse. No, miss, wherever you go, I shall follow. Liuyi's resolve is unwavering. Though not a member of the Mu family, she has watched Mu Qingxue grow and cannot bear to see her harmed. At least together, they can provide some measure of protection. Very well. Unable to sway Liuyi, Mu Qingxue reluctantly agrees to bring her along. As they approach the ancient Immortal Hall, Mu Qingxue hesitates at the entrance. Just then, a smiling figure, Zhang Daoyi, emerges, nodding at them, his gaze lingering on Mu Qingxue, not due to her striking appearance, but because he perceives her exceptional constitution, reminiscent of a sword immortal's body. This formidable physique could lead to great achievements in the lower realms and even a chance at ascension in the divine realm. Welcome to the ancient Immortal Hall, he greets. Senior, may I inquire about the disappearance of the Godfall Forbidden Area? Mu Qingxue questions cautiously, sensing the depth of Zhang Daoyi's presence despite his youthful appearance. Miss, I cannot discern his realm. He is at least a quasi-emperor, Liuyi discreetly conveys. Zhang Daoyi, aware of their whispered exchange, chooses not to address it directly, responding instead. The Godfall Forbidden Area has been leveled by my ancient Immortal Hall. Leveled? Mu Qingxue is taken aback. If the Forbidden Area is gone, what are the divine seals she sought? What troubles you? Zhang Daoyi inquires, sensing her distress. Nothing, Mu Qingxue stammers, her spirit deflated. With the Godfall Forbidden Area gone, her purpose here seems futile. If you have concerns, do share, perhaps I can assist, Jiang Daoyi offers, recalling his task of recruiting hall members. Indeed, we face some difficulties. Considering Jiang Daoyi might possess a divine seal, Mu Qingxue hesitates before speaking. I am of the Mu family, a respectable force in the Wanling domain. However, we have recently encountered conflicts with the Mo Yun sect. They seek to seize our mineral resources and, her voice falters. I shall explain, Liu Yi interjects. The young master of the Mo Yun sect desires to take my lady as a concubine. My lord refuses. And thus the sect threatens our family's safety to coerce her into submission. Such audacity! Jiang Daoyi exclaims, angered by their plight. What brings you here, then? My lady hoped to obtain a divine seal from the Godfall Forbidden Area, believing it would deter the Mo Yun sect. Liu Yi responds. Acquiring a divine seal would not only accelerate their cultivation, but also secure a future as a powerful entity. While the sword Immortal physique is formidable, it does not guarantee ascension. I see you came for a divine seal, but it has already been claimed by our hall master, Jiang Daoyi informs them. Mu Qingxue and Amp, Oppos, disappointment is palpable. Is the Mo Yun sect truly so powerful? She queries. The sect and Amp, Oppos, leader is a great emperor, Jiang Daoyi replies. Noting the weight of her circumstances, even in the divine realm, emperors hold significant sway. I have a solution for your predicament, Jiang Daoyi proposes cheerfully. What is it? Mu Qingxue inquires eagerly. Our ancient immortal hall is currently recruiting members. Should you join us, your troubles will become our concerns. And we can assist you in overcoming the crisis facing the Mu family. Jiang Daoyi aims to recruit Mu Qingxue, believing he can ascertain the truth of her family and Amp, Oppos, situation with minimal inquiry. Mu Qingxue hesitates, uncertain of the ancient immortal hall and Amp, Oppos, true nature. What if they were akin to the Mo Yun sect, merely a different pitfall? May I join in place of my lady? Liu Yi shares her reservations. Regrettably, you do not meet our hall and Oppos' entry criteria, Jiang Daoyi replies, glancing at Liu Yi and shaking his head. Liu Yi flushes with embarrassment. Sensing their trepidation, Jiang Daoyi reassures them. Rest assured, our ancient immortal hall is not an evil sect. I can guarantee we will not act as the Mo Yun sect does. What will be expected of me if I join the ancient immortal hall? Mu Qingxue queries. Devote yourself to cultivation and strive to reach the emperor level. You must not jeopardize the hall and Amp, Oppos' safety nor cause turmoil in the mortal realm. Jiang Daoyi outlines the hall and Amp, Oppos' regulations. After hearing this, Mu Qingxue is taken aback. The regulations seem almost non-existent. Jiang Daoyi once again asks if she is willing to join the ancient immortal hall. This time, Mu Qingxue agrees. Come with me. I shall grant you a token of the ancient immortal hall and some cultivation resources. Jiang Daoyi leads Mu Qingxue inside, leaving Liu Yi outside. Upon entering the ancient immortal hall, Mu Qingxue is enveloped by chaotic energy and a myriad of weapons, each exuding the aura of divine artifacts. Are these all emperor weapons? She cannot help but inquire. Jiang Daoyi nods, explaining that these weapons were obtained from the vanquished master of the Forbidden Zone, numbering around 60 to 70. 60 to 70 emperor weapons and chaotic energy. Casually displayed within the hall, what level of power does the ancient immortal hall possess? Shocked, Mu Qingxue and Amp, Oppos' delicate features betray her astonishment, although she anticipated the hall and Amp, Oppos' might. This surpasses her expectations. Merge this seal. Jiang Daoyi presents an ancient token left by Wang Che. Mu Qingxue inspects it, confirming it is merely a seal with no hidden complexities, and proceeds to merge it. You are not yet at the quasi-emperor level and cannot access the hall's finest benefits. For now, I will provide you with resources suitable for below quasi-emperor status, Jiang Daoyi declares, tossing an array of sacred herbs and cultivation materials, along with imperial scriptures. To her, without a second glance. All of this is for me. Mu Qingxue is again taken aback. Each item would be considered a treasure in her family. Yet here they are treated as mere refuse. Is the ancient immortal hall truly so generous? She wonders, feeling a pang of guilt for receiving such treasures. We have plenty of these here. Once you reach the quasi-emperor level, even greater rewards await you. You will understand then. Jiang Daoyi smiled mysteriously. Such items were utterly worthless in his eyes, and in Wang Che and Oppos' perspective, they were nothing but genuine refuse, taking up space unnecessarily. I shall accept this. In the future, should any crisis befall the ancient immortal hall, I will undoubtedly brave fire and water, Mu Qingxue solemnly promised. Crisis? Jiang Daoyi and Amp, Oppos' expression turned peculiar. Wang Che had dared to confront a deity upon his arrival in the divine realm. And deities were the pinnacle of existence therein. What crisis could the ancient immortal hall possibly face? Considering Mu Qingxue and Amp, Oppos' limited cultivation and experience, he refrained from elaborating further. These shall be your benefits upon entering the hall. Whenever you have leisure, you may utilize the mark I provide to transport yourself for cultivation within the hall. And the same applies should you encounter any emergencies. Understood, Mu Qingxue nodded. Let us proceed. We must address the matters concerning your Mu family and the Demon Cloud sect. Noting the persistent worry in Mu Qingxue's eyes, Zhang Daoyi resolved to first resolve the predicament of the Mu family before introducing her to the other members of the ancient Immortal Hall. As the two exited, Aunt Lu hurriedly approached, transmitting a query to Mu Qingxue. Miss, how was the ancient Immortal Hall? After a brief moment of silence, Mu Qingxue finally found the fitting words. It is quite opulent. Opulent? In what way? They bestowed upon me numerous treasures, each considered a precious artifact within the Mu family. Some I had never even laid eyes upon. Hearing their exchange, Zhang Daoyi could not help but chuckle. In comparison to the stones of law or the crystals of law, these items were trivial. Soon enough, Mu Qingxue would come to understand the true depth of the ancient Immortal Hall and Appos as foundation. The three arrived at the Mu family estate. Upon learning that Zhang Daoyi was there to assist the Mu family with their troubles, the head of the Mu family treated him with great courtesy. A few days later, the Demon Cloud sect made their advance. Mu Qingxue, I shall ask you once more, will you become my seventh concubine, or shall your Mu family face obliteration? The choice is yours, declared the arrogant young master of the Demon Cloud sect, encircling the Mu family with his men. You are delusional. The head of the Mu family retorted angrily before Mu Qingxue could respond. Old fool, I was not addressing you. Step aside. The young master shot a glance at the Mu family's head, flanked by two quasi-emperors, whereas the Mu family had only their head as a quasi-emperor. Are you not being excessively domineering, Demon Cloud sect? Zhang Daoyi interjected. Throughout this encounter, he had confirmed the veracity of Mu Qingxue and Appos' claims. The Demon Cloud sect was indeed far more feeble than he had imagined. Who are you to meddle? Seize him. With a mere glance, the young master commanded his quasi-emperor to strike at Zhang Daoyi, intent on eliminating him with a single blow. Zhang Daoyi's eyes glimmered coldly as Imperial might erupted forth. With a swift motion, he countered, dispatching the assailant with a single strike. A sovereign? The young master of the Demon Cloud sect's countenance shifted dramatically before he could react. Zhang Daoyi unleashed another palm strike. Boom. Contrary to expectations, the young master was not annihilated but shielded by a divine edict. A phantom emerged from the edict, radiating imperial authority, its icy gaze sweeping the assembly before settling on Zhang Daoyi. Who are you? Why have you harmed my son? The projection of the Demon Cloud Emperor inquired. He dared to instruct his subordinates to strike at me. Do you believe I should spare him? Zhang Daoyi responded, launching another attack. The previous strike had not been executed with full force. This time, he obliterated both the young master and the divine edict in one fell swoop. Spare him? Mu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that Zhang Daoyi would merely deter the Demon Cloud sect from further actions against her family. But to her astonishment, he had outright slain their young master. Such audacity was overwhelming. Ah, you dare to kill my son. The Demon Cloud Emperor's fury erupted. The projection charging at Zhang Daoyi, yet it proved no match for him and was torn asunder. Within moments, a figure radiating celestial might surged from the distance. It was the true form of the Demon Cloud Emperor. Upon encountering Zhang Daoyi, they exchanged no words but instead engaged in combat. Although their clash did not wreak havoc as in the lower realms, it was still a formidable spectacle. Ultimately, after hundreds of exchanges, Zhang Daoyi triumphed, slaying the Demon Cloud Emperor. Both were emperors. Yet the path to becoming an emperor in the lower realms was fraught with myriad shackles, while in the higher realms, one could attempt to ascend without restrictions, provided their cultivation reached the requisite level. Thus, emperors from the lower realms symbolized status and strength, whereas those from the upper realms merely represented a level of cultivation. By comparison, lower realm emperors were indeed more formidable. Furthermore, Zhang Daoyi had comprehended the laws of stone for an extended period within the ancient Immortal Hall. His prowess was already on par with that of a super emperor, making his slaying of the Demon Cloud Emperor entirely plausible. A super emperor, Mu Qingxue mused in awe. Today, Zhang Daoyi's feat of vanquishing the Demon Cloud Emperor filled her with pride as a member of the ancient Immortal Hall. This was the strength of their institution. With the death of the Demon Cloud Emperor, the Demon Cloud sect disbanded. The name of the ancient Immortal Hall gradually spread, and surrounding factions became aware that another power with an emperor-level cultivator had emerged in the myriad spirits domain. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Daoyi promptly announced that the ancient Immortal Hall was seeking to recruit members. In no time, many of the realm and Appos' elite expressed their desire to join. After careful selection, Zhang Daoyi retained 10 individuals. Like Mu Qingxue, they were ordinary hall members, aspiring for promotion to attendance only upon attaining the status of emperor. During this period, Wang Che familiarized himself with the affairs of the ancient Immortal Hall and did not impede Zhang Daoyi. The greater the number of members within the hall, the more emperor-level fruits he could reap in the future, thus accelerating his own ascension. Allowing Zhang Daoyi to continue expanding recruitment could potentially attract quasi-emperors or even emperor-level cultivators. Thus, he entered a period of seclusion, which lasted 2,000 years. Chapter 52. Not the master of the ancient Immortal Palace for 2 millennia. Mu Qingxue and some other prodigies who joined the ancient Immortal Palace have ascended to the emperor realm. Upon achieving this status, They increasingly recognized the extraordinary nature of the ancient Immortal Palace, yet they had never laid eyes on the palace master. Not only Wang Che, but even Li Qiuxian and others had not encountered this figure, and they were entirely unaware of the existence of such a person. During this period, Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong also successively became ultimate emperors. Their rapid advancement was attributed to two primary factors. Firstly, the perfected laws of the upper realm facilitated breakthroughs. And secondly, both were among the most elite of prodigies, capable of competing with Li Qiuxian, a unique chaos body, for the title of emperor, which underscored their terrifying talents. The third and most crucial factor was the crystal of laws, which enabled them to comprehend the laws more swiftly. As both achieved the ultimate emperor status, coupled with the astonishing cultivation speed of Mu Qingxue and others, it inevitably ignited the interest of several emperor-level cultivators in joining the ancient Immortal Palace, causing discontent among other factions within the 10,000 spirits domain. Among them, the faction with the most significant conflict with the ancient Immortal Palace was undoubtedly the Thunder Cave. The Thunder Cave, relying on the presence of divine-level cultivators within, repeatedly and deliberately harmed some members of the ancient Immortal Palace. How outrageous! That longevity herb was clearly my new discovery. They shamelessly snatched it from me, relying on their numbers. I had a similar experience when I stumbled upon a piece of eternal immortal gold, intending to use it to forge an emperor weapon. However, the people from the Thunder Cave claimed it was their lost treasure and demanded I hand it over. Naturally, I refused and ended up getting beaten. What kind of behavior is this? Just last month, I inadvertently glanced at one of their female cultivators within the cave, and they accused me of lewdness. That woman was so burly and looked even more masculine than I do. If I hadn't an amp, Oppos, T fled quickly, I would have surely faced extortion. Members of the ancient Immortal Palace lamented their misfortunes over the past years, consistently finding themselves at a disadvantage, which only deepened their hatred towards the Thunder Cave. However, they felt powerless, for strength was on the side of the Thunder Cave, with divine-level cultivators stationed there, while the strongest on their side, aside from the ever-absent palace master, were merely Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong, who were just ultimate emperors. Within the inner sanctum of the ancient Immortal Palace, Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong sat across from each other. This situation cannot continue. Over time, it will inevitably tarnish the reputation of our ancient Immortal Palace, impacting our recruitment of new members. Jiang Daoyi spoke solemnly, for developing the power of the ancient Immortal Palace was the task entrusted to them by Wang Che, and they regarded it as paramount. The people from the Thunder Cave are simply intolerable. If they were not still unaware of our true situation, it would likely not be merely a matter of inflicting injuries. Fang Xingtong replied coldly. On several occasions, he had sensed murderous intent from the cultivators of the Thunder Cave, even experiencing a life-and-death crisis once. Had he not managed to utilize the imprint to return to the ancient Immortal Palace quickly, the consequences would have been dire. After much contemplation, he surmised that it was likely the divine-level cultivator from the Thunder Cave who intended to make a move against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt such a sense of peril. What if I seek out the palace master? If the master is willing to intervene, how could the Thunder Cave continue to bully us? Jiang Daoyi inquired. Perhaps that is not advisable. The palace master is certainly still in seclusion. Otherwise, they would not be allowed to take advantage of us. Fang Xingtong shook his head in denial. Indeed, it is uncertain when the palace master will emerge and what has become of Li Qiuxian. Despite our unusual relationship with Li Qiuxian, it has been over a millennium since we last saw him. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Che was currently deep within the ancient Immortal Palace, addressing Li Qiuxian and Oppos' inquiries regarding the path to immortality. In truth, he had not awoken for long and had only just begun to grasp the events that transpired in the ancient Immortal Palace when Li Qiuxian, the first to notice his awakening, sought him out. As a chaos body, Li Qiuxian possessed unparalleled talent. In just 2 millennia, he had touched upon the threshold of immortality. Yet he had not reached the extremes that Wang Che once did. Regarding immortality, one must sacrifice the Dao fruit and ignite the Dao fire. Wang Che recounted the words of the former lord of the underworld to Li Qiuxian. Li Qiuxian posed a similar question. In your opinion, master, am I currently able to ignite the Dao fire? It is unwise. You still possess potential for further advancement, Wang Che cautioned, explaining the state of being unable to progress further beneath the realm of immortality. Li Qiuxian experienced an epiphany and re-entered seclusion. I, too, require more time for seclusion. Wang Che was focused on enhancing the fusion of laws. Otherwise, even if he combined multiple Emperor Dao fruits, he would not be able to unleash his full potential. Only by condensing multiple laws into one could he hope to improve his strength. And that day was not far off. Another 5 centuries passed, and Li Qiuxian returned to find Wang Che, having reached a state where no further progress seemed possible. He was now grappling with how to comprehend the laws, and his strength would no longer see enhancement. He wished to achieve immortality under Wang Che's witness so that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Wang Che could intervene. After receiving Wang Che and Oppos' permission, he sacrificed the Dao fruit and ignited the Dao fire. The terrifying flame seared Li Qiuxian, and unlike Wang Che and Oppos' experience. Pain was evident on his face. Is igniting the Dao fire truly so agonizing? Wang Che was fully alert. Li Qiuxian was the strongest in the ancient immortal palace aside from himself, with vast potential for future growth, and he could not afford to lose him. Fortunately, as a chaos body, Li Qiuxian endured the trial of the Dao fire despite his Dao fruit lacking the trials of time. Li Qiuxian had become an immortal. Within his Dao fire, a minuscule amount of primordial substance was birthed, far too little to even form a single finger and Appos' worth for fusion. Oh. So this is the meager primordial substance that emerges when an ordinary person first steps into immortality, Wang Che realized. Further confirming that the substantial amount of primordial substance in his own Dao fire was inherent to his body. Congratulations, he offered Li Qiuxian his heartfelt commendation. A flicker of joy broke through Li Qiuxian's otherwise stern demeanor. Achieving immortality had been his lifelong pursuit, and he never expected to realize it today. Thank you for your cultivation, Palace Master. Li Qiuxian expressed his profound gratitude, knowing that without Wang Che, he would have faced a grim fate at the hands of divine-level cultivators in the lower realm. There is no need for such formalities between us. You have attained immortality, which is timely, as it will assist Jiang Daoyi and the others in addressing some troubles. Wang Che relayed the challenges faced by Jiang Daoyi and the others to Li Qiuxian, while he himself continued to contemplate the fusion of laws. After 5 centuries of probing, the Thunder Cave began to suspect whether the ancient Immortal Palace had divine beings residing within. On this particular day, the Lord of the Thunder Cave confronted Jiang Daoyi. Jiang Daoyi, surrender the rule stone from your ancient Immortal Palace. The Lord of the Thunder Cave wasted no time and straightforwardly demanded the rule stone. The ancient Immortal Palace had not concealed their possession of the rule stone, as it was crucial for recruiting Emperor-level cultivators. As for the Crystal of Loss, aside from Wang Che, only Li Qiuxian and 2 others had the privilege of utilizing it. What do you mean? Jiang Daoyi, clad in white, maintained an indifferent demeanor. Simply put, hand over the rule stone, or henceforth, the ancient Immortal Palace shall cease to exist. The Lord of the Thunder Cave and Appos' words were domineering, and a multicolored flame of the Great Tao suddenly appeared in his palm. Before the fire of the Great Tao, cultivators beneath the divine level had no means of resistance. The Thunder Cave is excessively tyrannical. How is this any different from banditry? Some cultivators from other sects voiced their discontent. The world of cultivation is inherently one of the strong preying upon the weak. One can only blame the ancient Immortal Palace for lacking corresponding strength while displaying treasures like the Rule Stone. Some cultivators also sneered, equally coveting the precious Rule Stone. Many of the monks continued to harbor a spectator's mindset, eager to discern whether the ancient Immortal Palace could weather today's challenges. What should they do? The other members of the palace turned their gazes towards Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong, including Mu Qingxue, as they awaited the duo and Appos' decision, whether to utilize the imprint for a hasty escape or to confront their fate head-on. Jiang Daoyi hesitated. While escape was certainly possible, it would irreparably tarnish the reputation of the ancient Immortal Palace, complicating future recruitment efforts. Conversely, if they chose to stay, they would have to trouble the reclusive Wang Che. Perhaps it was best to rouse the palace master. Fang Xingtong resolved the matter for Jiang Daoyi. At that moment, Li Qiuxian teleported beside them through the ancient Immortal Palace and Appos' imprint. What brings you here? Surprise illuminated their faces. Who is this person? Mu Qingxue and the others, having never encountered Li Qiuxian, questioned whether he was the elusive master of the ancient Immortal Palace. I sensed your troubles, which is why I have come. Li Qiuxian and Appos' demeanor was stern, yet a hint of a smile graced his face when addressing Jiang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong. However, they stood before a deity. Jiang Daoyi issued a warning, noting Li Qiuxian and Appos' indifference, which sparked a bold conjecture in his mind. Could it be that you? Fang Xingtong also regarded him with keen interest. Li Qiuxian nodded slightly. Upon realizing this, both were filled with astonishment and exhilaration. Li Qiuxian had indeed attained immortality. The newer members of the ancient Immortal Palace, led by Mu Qingxue, were perplexed, wondering what enigma the trio was unraveling. Other matters can wait. I shall first address the immediate situation. Li Qiuxian and Appos' gaze fixed upon the master of the Thunder Cave, his voice icy as he declared, You have 2 choices. Take your own life, or perish by my hand right here. Who do you think you are? The master of the Thunder Cave scoffed. Even in the presence of a deity, he felt no fear against any adversary of equal standing. Let me witness your prowess. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a surge of Dao fire hurtling toward Li Qiuxian. Li Qiuxian made no attempt to evade, allowing the flames to engulf him. His body ignited within the inferno. Yet he remained unharmed. Observers, including Mu Qingxue and the other cultivators from various sects, quickly discerned that Li Qiuxian was indeed a deity. The existence of a deity within the ancient Immortal Palace was no mere rumor. It seemed that the Thunder Cave and Appos' ambitions for today would not come to fruition. Yet, the master of the ancient Immortal Palace and Appos' tone was undeniably domineering. Despite being of the same divine rank, he audaciously demanded the Thunder Cave and Appos' master to take his own life. leaving many to wonder from whence he drew such courage. Some even dared to mock him. Despite being a deity, regardless of Li Qiuxian and Apos' strength, if the Thunder Cave and Apos' master was intent on fleeing, he could hardly be slain. Without further ado, Li Qiuxian conjured a luminous ruler, slicing through the air toward the Thunder Cave's master. In an instant, a silver beam shot forth, cleaving the master in two. How could this happen? The master of the Thunder Cave was aghast. The essence of ordinary life could not mend his fractured form. Only the use of indestructible materials could forcibly reattach his severed body. Incredible! Mu Qingxue and the others stood in awe, astonished by the overwhelming strength of their so-called master, finally able to hold their heads high. Only Zhang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong regarded the ruler in Li Qiuxian's grasp with contemplative intrigue. Undoubtedly, this ruler was the demon-dispersing ruler belonging to Wang Che. After achieving true immortality, Wang Che had reforged the ruler, which had now reached the level of a true immortal artifact. Considering that Li Qiuxian had only just attained immortality and possessed limited indestructible essence, he had likely sealed much of the ruler and Apos' power, lending it to Li Qiuxian. Otherwise, with Li Qiuxian and Apos' current strength, he would probably exhaust himself after a few uses. I cannot contend with him. The master of the Thunder Cave turned to flee. You cannot escape. Li Qiuxian pursued relentlessly, wielding the ruler with precision. Time and again, the master of the Thunder Cave was severed, his indestructible essence repeatedly mending his form, yet dwindling with each passing moment. Spare me. I realize my mistakes. He pleaded. Death. Li Qiuxian showed no mercy, delivering the final blow. Such might from our master. The members of the ancient Immortal Palace, standing behind Mu Qingxue, erupted with joy. With such a formidable master, who would dare to bully them in the future? The surrounding cultivators from other sects regarded Li Qiuxian with trepidation, suppressing their ulterior motives. Meanwhile, those who had long desired to join the ancient Immortal Palace were now even more eager, their hearts stirred by Li Qiuxian and Apos' overwhelming strength. Master? Li Qiuxian furrowed his brow slightly. When did I claim to be the master? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxue and the others were astonished. He was not their master? Why then did he come to their aid? Allow me to introduce you. This is Elder Li Qiuxian, and he is not the master of the ancient Immortal Palace. Zhang Daoyi clarified. To be this powerful, yet not the master, how strong must the actual master be? The members of the ancient Immortal Palace were elated, their curiosity about the true master intensifying, yearning to behold him. If an elder of the ancient Immortal Palace was of divine caliber, this implied that the palace housed two deities. The onlookers were flabbergasted. One deity possessed the strength to vanquish the master of the Thunder Cave, while two deities could elevate the ancient Immortal Palace to the status of a top-tier power within the realm, second only to the likes of the Wind God Valley and the Shadow Moon Pavilion. Consequently, those wandering imperial-level cultivators who had previously contemplated joining the ancient Immortal Palace no longer hesitated, fervently expressing their desire to become a part of it. Chapter 53. The Divisions of True Immortal Realms in the Depths of the Ancient Immortal Palace. Wang Che exhaled deeply and stretched leisurely. After an extended period of seclusion, he had finally achieved a breakthrough, not to the celestial immortal realm, but rather within the true God realm. It felt somewhat akin to transitioning from an ordinary emperor to a supreme emperor. He pondered his current level of cultivation and decided to venture out to ascertain the precise delineations of the true immortal realms before formulating further plans. His outing lasted a full month, during which he clarified the specific classifications of the true immortal and true God realms. The true immortal and true God realms are divided into several tiers: ordinary true gods, advanced true gods, war general level true gods, marquis level true gods, and king level true gods. These classifications are determined by one's ability to influence the spatial fabric of the divine realm. For instance, an ordinary true god cannot affect the divine realm space at all, while the most potent attacks of an advanced true god can barely cause a ripple, and so forth. Reflecting on this, Wang Che realized that upon his initial arrival in the divine realm, he must have been at the advanced true god level. He speculated that Chu Kuang and Yu Chuan, whom he encountered within the celestial teaching, were likely ordinary true gods, while the silver-armored youth was probably a war general level true god. After an extensive period of seclusion, he had successfully ascended to the war general level true god tier. Notably, he achieved this breakthrough solely through his own efforts, without merging any emperor fruits. He then recalled the emperor fruits. Wang Che made his way to the innermost chamber of the ancient Immortal Palace, a space accessible only to him. Within this chamber lay 24 emperor fruits and a flame of the great Tao. The number 24 corresponded perfectyi with the current emperor-level cultivators within the ancient Immortal Palace. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he assessed the number of members in the palace, excluding Zhang Daoyi and Fang Xingtong, who were currently preparing for ascension. By merging these 24 fruits and the flame of the great Tao, he believed he could break through to the marquis level true immortal. He took one of the fruits and integrated it into his body. A day later, he had completely mastered the laws contained within the fruit. After consuming another fruit, Wang Che observed a significant enhancement in his power over the course of more than a month. He could now unleash a strike powerful enough to create substantial fluctuations in space, indicating that he was not far from the Marquis-level true immortal. With only the flame of the great Tao remaining, he merged it into his being, and a series of insights erupted within his mind. Remarkably, this flame surpassed all the Emperor fruits in efficacy. However, he had yet to reach the Marquis-level true immortal, as he needed to integrate all the insights into his own path. Before proceeding further, he summoned Jiang Dao-Yi to inquire about the recent developments within the ancient Immortal Palace and whether any difficulties had arisen. Since the last incident where Li Qiuxian eliminated the master of the Thunder Cave, no other forces dared to challenge them. Many Emperor-level cultivators expressed a desire to join, but only a few met the required standards. Jiang Dao-Yi elaborated that the criteria were moral in nature. They need not be saints, but they could not be malevolent either. Wang Che had previously established a clear stance. He would rather have fewer recruits than accept those with heinous pasts, as he disdained such individuals and wished to avoid cleaning up after them. I believe we can adjust the recruitment criteria, Wang Che proposed. What do you mean? Jiang Dao-Yi inquired. Besides inviting those who are likely to become emperors or are already distinguished, we might also consider admitting some immortal-level cultivators, Wang Che suggested. By incorporating immortal-level cultivators, he could expedite his ascent to the king-level true god tier. That sounds easier said than done, Jiang Dao-Yi expressed his concerns. In the Wanling domain, very few cultivators achieve ascension through their own efforts. Most immortal-level cultivators have already integrated divine seals within themselves, allowing them to accelerate their cultivation by comprehending these seals. The limit of their divine seals dictates the ceiling of their cultivation, making it unlikely that they would be interested in the stones of law and crystals of law. Wang Che contemplated Jiang Dao-Yi and Apos' words and recognized their validity. The existence of divine seals in the divine realm ensured that the number of gods far exceeded that of immortals. The upper limit of these divine seals further constrained their potential, and even if provided with stones of law and crystals of law, they could not surpass their limitations unless given access to higher-level divine seals. Do your utmost to recruit as many immortal-level cultivators as possible. For the gods, we shall not be overly demanding for now, but those who will never reach the immortal level may be considered for receiving divine seals, Wang Che instructed. He had acquired several lower-level divine seals from the previous eradication of the divine ruins. Understood, Jiang Dao-Yi agreed. As for himself and Fang Xingtong, they did not intend to integrate divine seals, as their innate talents had already brought them to the threshold of ascension. With sufficient accumulation, they could attain immortal status through their own strength. Integrating divine seals could potentially become a constraint unless they found themselves unable to advance on their own. However, before we proceed, you must make your presence known. Otherwise, the ancient immortal palace and Apos' reputation will not suffice to attract those immortal cultivators, Jiang Dao-Yi advised. That is not an issue. Wang Che acknowledged Jiang Dao-Yi and Apos' reasoning. Only a force possessing true immortal and true god capabilities could legitimately attract those immortal-level cultivators and prevent any potential backlash from the immortal-level cultivators. Seize the day. Let it be today, Wang Che declared, stepping out of the ancient immortal palace and releasing an aura of true immortal strength into the sky. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, and the oppressive force surged forth like a hurricane. What is happening? Mu Qing and the others gazed in shock at the sky, feeling as though a colossal hand was constricting their throats, making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, this overwhelming pressure came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Before many could trace its origin, it had vanished. However, the members of the ancient immortal palace, including Mu Qing, clearly perceived that the source of the oppressive force was a young man with black hair and black eyes, who stood there exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance. So terrifying. Even hidden within the ancient immortal palace, Mu Qing and the others felt no sense of security. These emperors held significant status in the divine realm. Yet before a true immortal or true god-level powerhouse, they felt no more significant than ants. Do not panic. The individual who just appeared is our palace master, Fang Xingtong explained, despite being unaware of Wang Che's sudden surge of true immortal aura. What? Our palace master is a true god. Upon hearing this, many were left agape in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances before erupting into joyous excitement. In the Wanling domain, only 3 major forces possessed true god-level powerhouses, and now the ancient immortal palace had joined their ranks, potentially becoming the 4th major force. True God. Mu Qing had longed to behold the true form of the palace master, but she never anticipated that he would be a true god. Simultaneously, many sensed the sudden eruption of true god-level aura. Quickly investigate, where does this true god hail from? The 3 top forces in the Wanling domain, Fengshan Valley, Yingyu Pavilion, and Wenjian sect, immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the origins of this newly emerged true god powerhouse. Not long after, they discovered that the source of this true god's emergence was the ancient immortal palace. ISN and Apos, that the palace that eradicated the Thunder Cave? How intriguing, mused a silver-haired middle-aged man within the Wenjian sect, turning his gaze toward the direction of Fengshan Valley. The ancient Immortal Palace fell within Fengshan Valley and Appos' jurisdiction, leaving the question of whether Fengshan Valley would allow this force to grow or seek to suppress it. The balance was on the verge of being disrupted. In the Shadow Moon Pavilion, a beautiful woman murmured to herself, "The realm of all spirits has existed for so long, yet there have consistently been only 3 dominant forces. This is because the realm can only sustain 3 supreme powers. And those who once dared to challenge these 3 forces have either been replaced or reduced to mere dust in history. Given the vengeful nature of the Lord of Wind God Valley, a fierce retaliation against the ancient Immortal Palace is inevitable." Just as the Pavilion Master of Shadow Moon Pavilion anticipated, the Lord of Wind God Valley commanded his subordinates, "Go and deliver a message to the ancient Immortal Palace. They must disband within 3 months, or they shall bear the consequences." Understood. The attendant, accustomed to such orders, recognized that as one of the 3 supreme forces in the realm of all spirits, with a warlord-level true god and 2 high-level true gods within their ranks, defiance was simply not an option. That very day, a divine cultivator descended upon the ancient Immortal Palace, adopting an air of superiority as he proclaimed, "Bring forth your palace master to meet me. Who are you to speak so disrespectfully to our palace master?" Informed of their palace master and Appos' true god status, the cultivators of the ancient Immortal Palace found their voices, emboldened by the audacity of the intruder. "I hail from Wind God Valley." The cultivator from Wind God Valley cast a dismissive glance at those below him. Wind God Valley. At this mention, the expressions of the cultivators shifted, and they hastily entered the grand hall to relay the message to Jiang Daoyi. When Jiang Daoyi emerged, he inquired, "What business do you have with our palace master?" The Wind God Valley cultivator merely glanced at Jiang Daoyi, offering no reply, clearly indicating that he deemed Jiang unworthy of conversation. Jiang Daoyi smiled, thinking, "Who do you think you are? You believe our palace master should personally attend to you?" He added, "Since you choose not to speak, then do not speak." With that, he turned to leave. This caused the Wind God Valley cultivator to panic. He had come to deliver a message, and failing to do so would surely result in severe punishment upon his return. "Our Valley Master commands that you disband the ancient Immortal Palace within 3 months, or you will bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the cultivators of the ancient Immortal Palace were incensed. They had only just joined and felt a strong sense of belonging. So to be ordered to disband by a mere statement felt excessively tyrannical. "Get lost," Jiang Daoyi retorted fiercely, not at all intimidated by the Wind God Valley cultivator. "What did you say?" The Wind God Valley cultivator and Appos' expression darkened as he released a divine aura, affronted by such insolence, particularly from a cultivator who was not even a celestial god. He was poised to retaliate against Jiang Daoyi. "He told you to leave, did you not hear?" Suddenly, Li Qiuxian appeared, delivering a swift strike to the Wind God Valley cultivator. The Wind God Valley cultivator was cleaved in 2, astonished and enraged, as he fled while threatening, "You will regret this. Still dare to speak?" Li Qiuxian struck again, bisecting the cultivator once more. The cultivators of the ancient Immortal Palace were left in shock. They had thought Jiang Daoyi's dismissal was bold, yet this elderly was even bolder, especially considering the Wind God Valley cultivator hailed from one of the 3 supreme powers in the realm. "Elder Jiang, will we face repercussions for this?" Mu Qingxue inquired anxiously. Li Qiuxian's actions unequivocally declared war on Wind God Valley, and as the ancient Immortal Palace was her cherished place, she did not wish to see it lost. "What repercussions could we possibly face? It is they who should be afraid," Jiang Daoyi replied with a slight smile, leaving Mu Qingxue and the others perplexed. Soon after, the news of Li Qiuxian and Appos' slaying of the Wind God Valley cultivator spread far and wide, and all forces in the realm of all spirits became aware that a confrontation between the ancient Immortal Palace and Wind God Valley was imminent. However, they were baffled as to how the ancient Immortal Palace could muster the courage to engage in battle against Wind God Valley, especially with only one true god to their name. Within the ancient Immortal Palace, Wang Che merged various laws he had comprehended into Dao Fire. Upon completing this, he had truly stepped into the realm of a marquee-level true immortal. Yet, he still lacked the corresponding Dao method. Relying solely on the void demon Dao was insufficient. He needed to forge a new path. "I walk the path of the unity of all laws, breaking myriad laws with strength. Thus, my Dao should also break through myriad laws." Within a moment, Wang Che mapped out his path. He began experimenting with the fundamental principles of soul law, world law, annihilation law, 5 elements law, and void law to evolve a new Dao method. Ultimately, he failed. The reason for his failure lay in his insufficient realm. Long ago, he had realized that there existed superior and inferior laws, with the 5 elements law and void law surpassing the common upper laws. Merging the 2 into a single Dao method was a challenge suited for heavenly immortal level cultivators, unsuitable for his current state. He could only choose one. After considerable contemplation, he opted for the void law, upgrading it based on the Eye of Annihilation to create a new Dao method, the Eye of Void Annihilation. This method would simultaneously assail the enemy's body and soul, distorting their physical form with spatial law, while the soul law manifested as a great sun, crushing their consciousness. Yet, this Tao method remained incomplete. True void annihilation could only be realized upon reaching the king level. The five elements law could not be wasted either. Thus, Wang Che devised a defensive Tao method called the five elements Sumer Shield. Grounded in the five elements, alongside the source law, power law, star law, and others, it evolved into an impenetrable shield capable of withstanding all attacks. As for the void demon Tao, Wang Che also upgraded it, primarily focusing on overwhelming the enemy on both physical and spatial levels. Chapter 54. Decapitation of the True God. Since the day Li Qiuxian beheaded the cultivator from Fengshan Valley, the factions within the Wanling domain were aware that a conflict between the ancient Immortal Hall and Fengshan Valley was inevitable. Fengshan Valley mobilized, with over 100 cultivators soaring towards the ancient Immortal Hall, led by 3 Valley Masters, accompanied by more than 20 Celestial-level cultivators, while the rest were of Emperor-level cultivation. This constituted the entirety of Fengshan Valley's elite forces, and the imposing aura suggested a complete annihilation of the ancient Immortal Hall was imminent. Some distant factions trailed behind, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Before long, the multitude of cultivators from Fengshan Valley descended upon the front of the ancient Immortal Hall. Which of you is the master of the ancient Immortal Hall? Step forward. Jiang Kuan, the deputy Valley Master of Fengshan Valley, unleashed a divine pressure of celestial caliber upon the cultivators of the ancient Immortal Hall. All the cultivators felt their knees buckle, on the verge of prostrating themselves. To insult us in such a manner is truly intolerable. The cultivators of the ancient Immortal Hall seethed with indignation, striving to resist the overwhelming pressure. They would rather die standing than succumb to such humiliation. At that moment, the pressure suddenly vanished. Dressed in black, Wang Che appeared abruptly above the ancient Immortal Hall, standing resolutely against the 100 cultivators of Fengshan Valley. Master, Mu Qingxue gazed upwards with concern. While their master was indeed a true god-level powerhouse, there existed a hierarchy among true gods. Knowing that both deputy Valley Masters of Fengshan Valley were high-level true gods, she wondered if their master could withstand the onslaught of 2 high-level true gods simultaneously. You are the master of the ancient Immortal Hall. Your demeanor is commendable, yet you fail to grasp the situation. To offend Fengshan Valley, today shall be the day you face obliteration, Jiang Kuan proclaimed, summoning a colossal mountain infused with a heavy aura to suppress Wang Che. The demon void god emerged, effortlessly stopping the mountain with a single hand. Jiang Kuan, with his arms crossed in a seal, launched 8 mountains successively, each one crashing down atop the previous one. The space quaked under such pressure. But the demon void god remained unperturbed, merely bending his arms slightly before heaving the mountains away with ease. Could it be that the master of the ancient Immortal Hall is a battle-class true god? To withstand the assault of high-level true gods with such ease could only be achieved by an even higher-level true god. Realizing Wang Che was a battle-class true god, some cultivators exchanged knowing glances. The Valley Master of Fengshan Valley was also a battle-class true god, and today it was uncertain who would emerge victorious over the master of the ancient Immortal Hall. The demon void god drew the sword of annihilation and swung it towards Jiang Kuan. The space trembled violently as Jiang Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. In the realm of true gods, each realm was a substantial leap. Lower-tier cultivators could never cross boundaries to fight. Faced with an attack from a superior true god, he found himself at a loss. As the sword of annihilation was about to strike Jiang Kuan, the Valley Master raised his hand, summoning a furious tempest that coalesced into a formidable wind wall, blocking the sword. Wang Che and Appos gaze turned towards the Valley Master. The Valley Master, caught in a precarious position, regretted not realizing Wang Che was a battle-class true god sooner. Had he known, he would not have allowed the situation to escalate so dramatically. Yet now that they were here, if they were to let the ancient Immortal Hall off the hook, Fengshan Valley would lose face. Master of the ancient Immortal Hall, I respect you as a battle-class true god. If you agree to relocate the ancient Immortal Hall from the Wanling domain, I shall not pursue today's matter any further. After a moment of contemplation, the Valley Master sought a compromise that would preserve Fengshan Valley's dignity while granting the ancient Immortal Hall a way out. And if I refuse? Wang Che replied coldly. Then you wish to continue the conflict with Fengshan Valley. Today, even at a cost, I shall ensure your demise, the Valley Master declared, his countenance turning frigid as he realized Wang Che was impervious to reason. Then let us battle. The demon void god, radiating golden light, unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes with the sword of annihilation, shattering the wind wall. Seeking death, the Valley Master slashed his arm, releasing an enormous wind blade that swept towards Wang Che's head. The demon void god raised his arms above his head and forcefully swung down the sword of annihilation. With a crisp crack, the sword severed the wind blade, yet it was also split in two. Ultimately, the sword of annihilation was merely a manifestation of the annihilation law. Previously Wang Che's strongest offensive principle. Now, it was only on par with a battle-class true god, inferior to the overall prowess of the demon void god. Humph. The Valley Master snorted disdainfully, pointing a finger at Wang Che. A massive storm converged at the tip of his finger, coalescing into a concentrated point. The world fell silent for a moment, followed by a brilliant azure light that split the sky in two, causing the void to tremble violently. This strike represented the Valley Master and Apos' ultimate attack. Many spectators barely had time to perceive the azure light before it was upon Wang Che. Wang Che, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors, summoned a protective barrier that effortlessly absorbed the seemingly overwhelming azure light. The Valley Master and Apos' brow furrowed slightly. He anticipated that. As a fellow battle-class true god, Wang Che could withstand the blow, yet he had not expected him to do so with such ease. Could that five-colored radiance be a divine artifact of true god caliber? It is my turn now. Wang Che's eyes glimmered with golden light as he fixed his gaze upon the Valley Master, freezing him in place. The space constricted around him, violently tearing his body into a dozen pieces, while his soul faced an even more terrifying onslaught. The Valley Master screamed as he endured an unresistible assault on both body and soul, dying twice in an instant. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Wang Che merely glanced at the Valley Master, and his body shattered into fragments. They were oblivious to the fact that the Valley Master and Apos' soul had simultaneously suffered a fatal blow. What was that just now? The Valley Master's internal essence rapidly repaired his body and soul, but he was left trembling at the memory of what had just transpired. Let us see how many times you can recover. Wang Che's eyes continued to shine with golden light, and before the Valley Master could regain consciousness, his soul and body were struck once more. After dozens of cycles of death, the Valley Master finally grasped from his fragmented memories that he was being relentlessly slain by Wang Che. This method could not possibly belong to a battle-class true god. It was the work of a marquis-level true god. He had provoked a marquis-level true god. Yet, even upon realizing this truth, it was too late. In the repeated cycles of soul obliteration, his thoughts moved sluggishly. Escaping was out of the question. The moment he conceived the idea of fleeing, his soul would be annihilated again. After thousands of cycles, the Valley Master finally attempted to take action, but the internal essence sustaining him had become exceedingly scarce. After enduring dozens more slayings, his consciousness was plunged into darkness. Is he dead? The spectators gazed in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the Valley Master did not flee when faced with such overwhelming power, instead allowing himself to be slaughtered. A few quick-witted individuals began to realize that to slay a battle-class true god, Wang Che could not possibly be of the same cultivation level. He was likely a marquis-level true god. Is the master truly a marquis-level true god? Mu Qingxue felt utterly astonished. Initially, she believed Wang Che to be merely a formidable celestial being, then learned he was a true god, and now discovered he was a marquis-level true god. Wang Che and Apos' strength surpassed her imagination time and time again. The Valley Master of Fengshan Valley? The onlookers were left in a stupor. A monumental event had just unfolded. Fear gripped the hearts of Fengshan Valley's cultivators, and they fled in a panic. Wang Che cast a glance and swiftly eliminated Jiang Kuan, who had previously attacked him, while allowing the other Vice Master, who had remained uninvolved, to depart unscathed. The Vice Master's heart raced with gratitude for encountering a rational Fenghe-level deity. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as Jiang Kuan. However, he dared not linger in the Wanling domain and fled under the cover of night. Days later, the dissolution of Fengshan Valley reverberated throughout the Wanling domain. Upon hearing the news, the leaders of the Wanjian sect and Ingwei Pavilion were taken aback. Who could have anticipated that the master of the ancient Immortal Hall would possess the stature of a Fenghe-level deity? Fortunately, it was not they who had offended the ancient Immortal Hall. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in a predicament akin to that of the Fengshan Valley's master. Yet, the intentions of the ancient Immortal Hall's master towards the Wanling domain remained unclear. When the leaders of Ingwei Pavilion and Wanjian sect convened, the former expressed concern. The existence of a Fenghe-level deity undoubtedly disrupted the delicate balance of power among the three major factions. In my opinion, the master of the ancient Immortal Hall is likely to maintain the status quo. Had he truly sought to unify the Wanling domain, he would not have remained so discreetly for so long. The leader of the Wanjian sect, however, held a differing viewpoint. They eventually reached a consensus to observe the developments of the ancient Immortal Hall before visiting Wang Che after some time. The dissolution of Fengshan Valley? Upon learning this news, Zhao Jinkong felt a wave of surprise, followed by an inexplicable lightness as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. As a rogue deity-level cultivator in the Wanling domain, he had caught the attention of the Fengshan Valley and Apos' master due to his talents, who had wished to recruit him. However, Zhao Jinkong had dismissed Fengshan Valley and Apos' methods, leading to his refusal. Subsequently, he faced persistent pressure from Fengshan Valley, which openly suggested that offending them would lead to dire consequences, granting him a period for consideration. With that time nearly expired, he was certain he would not join Fengshan Valley, though his family was gone. The Wanling domain remained his homeland, evoking a unique sentiment within him. Faced with the pressure from Fengshan Valley, he contemplated leaving temporarily to strengthen himself before returning. Little did he expect such a turn of events. He heard that the ancient Immortal Hall was actively recruiting, which inadvertently alleviated his burden. Perhaps he could consider joining them. Zhao Jiankong pondered deeply. Following the dissolution of Fengshan Valley, the ancient Immortal Hall successfully ascended to become one of the three supreme powers within the Wanling domain. In an instant, countless cultivators sought to join the ancient Immortal Hall. How is the selection process progressing? Wang Che inquired of Zhang Daoyi. Good news. 18 Emperor-level cultivators meet the recruitment criteria, and the initiation ceremony can be completed before tonight, Zhang Daoyi replied with a grin. Genuinely pleased to witness the expansion of the ancient Immortal Hall. And what of the celestial-level cultivators? Wang Che asked, his curiosity piqued. Only 5 celestial-level cultivators passed the selection, Zhang Daoyi responded, seeing Wang Che and Appo's slight disappointment. However, one of them is quite special. His name is Zhao Jiankong. In what way is he special? Wang Che probed further. Zhao Jiankong is the strongest rogue cultivator in the Wanling domain outside the 3 major powers. It is said he qualified for promotion to deity long ago, but was unable to ascend due to lacking a mid-tier divine seal. If he were to obtain one, I believe the ancient Immortal Hall would soon welcome another deity. Zhang Daoyi explained. This is indeed promising news. Wang Che smiled, for he possessed 2 mid-tier divine seals. One from the master and the other from the vice-master of Fengshan Valley. It was evident that those joining the ancient Immortal Hall were likely drawn by these seals. I shall bestow one upon Zhao Jiankong. He handed over the wind attribute divine seal from the master of Fengshan Valley to Zhang Daoyi for delivery to Zhao Jiankong. Knowing that upon his ascension to deity, Zhao would harness the corresponding wind attribute laws. After bidding farewell to Wang Che, Zhang Daoyi presented the wind attribute divine seal to Zhao Jiankong. This is a special reward from the Hall Master. Others looked on with envy. Yet they understood that a cultivator like Zhao Jiankong, so close to advancing to deity, would likely receive a mid-tier divine seal from any faction he joined. Is this truly for me? Zhao Jiankong had anticipated receiving a mid-tier divine seal, but had not expected it to come so swiftly. He had only just joined the ancient Immortal Hall, and had not yet rendered any service. Accepted. The Hall Master hopes you will soon break through to the deity realm. Zhang Daoyi casually handed the seal to Zhao Jiankong and addressed the celestial cultivators. As for you all, anyone on the verge of breaking through to deity may also request a mid-tier divine seal. This approach, rewarding in advance of service, imbued Zhao Jiankong and the others with a sense of belonging to the ancient Immortal Hall, a generosity they had not found in other factions. Who would not be drawn to such a magnanimous power? I shall not disappoint the Hall Master and Appo's expectations, and will strive to break through to the deity realm and serve the ancient Immortal Hall, Zhao Jiankong vowed earnestly. 30 years later, Zhao Jiankong fulfilled expectations by breaking through to the deity realm. Within the depths of the ancient Immortal Hall, a flame of the Tao of the deity realm emerged, the power of its laws surpassing that of all celestial-level cultivators. Wang Che saw hope in this flame. Should he refine several more, he would surely ascend to the rank of Fenghuang-level deity soon. It seemed he must find a way to acquire additional mid-tier divine seals.